I'll just tell them to sign up now. Can I? Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for being here. We will get started shortly. Please make sure that if you wish to share a public comment, that you sign up to speak. There are speaker cards here. You may also sign up online if you are on Zoom. You'll have 15 minutes, approximately 15 minutes to sign up to speak until 4:20, and we will begin the meeting shortly.
Good afternoon, everyone. While we're waiting to start, just a reminder, if you did not select the item that you would like to speak on for this meeting, we're automatically categorizing you as for item 1. If you would like to speak on item 1 and open forum, we do need a separate card from you for that item, for open forum. We need a separate card for each item. Also, if you filled out a speaker's card online, you do not have to fill out a card in the chamber. We have your name. Just a reminder, if you would like to submit a speaker's card, you have until 4:20 p.m. to do so. And also, please remember, if you signed up online, we have your name. If you would like to speak on the agenda item in open forum, we do need separate cards from you. Thank you. It's 4:19. You have 1 more minute to submit your speaker's card if you would like to speak on any item on this agenda. Item 1 or open forum, you have 1 minute to submit your card. After that, no more cards will be accepted. 1 more minute. if thank you. Good afternoon and welcome to the special concurrent meeting of the Oakland Redevelopment Successor Agency and City Council of Monday, November 27th. We will begin with the roll call. Councilmember Fife.
Present.
Councilmember Gallo.
Present.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Present.
Councilmember Call.
Here.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Here.
Councilmember Ramachandran.
Present.
Councilmember Reed, welcome back.
Here. Thank you.
And Council President Bass.
Present.
Showing 8 members present.
Thank you, and welcome everyone to the special meeting of the Oakland City Council on unceded Ohlone territory. I want to thank our city staff for everything that you do to dedicate yourself to the city and keep the city running, as well as to members of the community who are here with us in person as well as on Zoom. We have one action item on our agenda today. That is the resolution affirming Oakland's support for the congressional and worldwide calls for immediate ceasefire in Gaza. So we want to make sure that we hear from all of you who wish to share your public comments, and then we'll discuss the resolution and vote. To ensure we have an orderly meeting to accomplish this, I'll share some information and reminders. First, it looks like everyone here has taken a seat. Please make sure you continue to keep the aisles clear for fire safety. I believe we have a fire marshal in the room to help with that. There are also 2 overflow rooms on the first floor. Now that the chamber is full, staff will be letting you in if you are coming from an overflow room to make public comment, and if someone leaves and a seat becomes available. So we are going to monitor the fire safety. I see many of you have signs. Please be aware that you should not obstruct other people's views. And so I will ask folks, if you are obstructing the view of someone behind you, somebody may ask you to put the sign down so that you're not doing that. We're all here because we care deeply about the current conditions in Palestine and Israel, and many of us have loved ones that we are grieving for or whom we are very worried about. Myself and Councilmember Jenkins will be chairing this meeting today and will aim to create an inclusive and safe space where people are able to share their comments on the resolution that we are considering. Remember that this is a public meeting, and members of the public have the right to free speech. We strongly encourage everyone to be respectful in their comments and to listen to other people as they are making their comments, to listen also with respect. We'll do our best to maintain order and require your respectful cooperation. If someone does say something that is disrespectful or hurtful, please know that the council and city doesn't condone that type of speech. If your comments incite violence, your mic will get cut off. Again, we want to hear from the public before we discuss and vote on the resolution and before we lose quorum. So once you're speaking and your time is finished, please step aside and allow the next speaker to speak. If you are disrupting the meeting and not allowing us to conduct our business, the chair, the security, or a staff member may ask you to leave the chambers. If disruptions continue to delay the meeting, we may recess until order has been reestablished for us to continue. And finally, if we're not able to maintain order in the chambers, we may continue the meeting in the mayor's conference room with only journalists present. And that is not my preference at all. I think we're all here because we want to observe, we want to participate, we want to discuss this resolution and take a vote. So we will manage this meeting in an orderly way so everyone can participate and observe. I want to note that our clerk, our fabulous clerk team, is counting the speaker cards. I believe we have close to 300 speakers. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so, again, please make sure that you're respecting the time limits, leaving the mic, allowing the next person to speak, and really allowing us to continue the flow of this meeting so that we can do the business you are all here for. So without further ado, and I will also state that we will keep time for the council members as well. Without further ado, Madam Clerk, will you please call in the first item?
And just a reminder, we did stop accepting speaker cards at 4:20, so we have all of your cards, even if you sign up online, and we'll do our best to call in the order that we received your cards. Reading in item 1, Adopt a resolution affirming Oakland's Love Life commitment and support for the congressional and worldwide calls for immediate ceasefire in Gaza. And as you've already stated, we have approximately 250 speakers on this item.
Thank you. Councilmember Fife, thank you for bringing this forward. Please introduce your resolution.
Okay, well, first of all, Madam President, thank you for offering me the opportunity just to say a couple words about this item. I will say that when the individuals came to City Council without an item on the agenda, I was really concerned because it made it seem like the City Council was not interested or didn't care about what was happening in the Middle East, but that is the furthest thing from the truth. We had very little conversation with anyone that was organizing on this issue, and that particular evening brought a lot of issues to the forefront. And for me, when these things come, to the public, there are always provocateurs and individuals that are seeking to divide our community even more than we already are. There's so much polarization in the world, and I wanted to make sure that we're moving forward as unified as we possibly can. On October 8th, I reached out to leaders in my district, Muslim and Jewish, to find out how the city can be of support, how I can be of support, because I know there are people with loved ones who are hurting and traumatized everywhere. And so I wanted to acknowledge the real pain that people were experiencing, but I also wanted to have a conversation with the organizers truly to chart a path forward. I deeply believe that the resolution that is in front of us today does that work. I think it is mild in response to what is happening in the Middle East right now. It is a moderate approach to the atrocities that are occurring, and there's no way that the city of Oakland can actually do the work that it takes to heal and mend what is happening in that part of the world. So we will do our best in using our positions to call attention to what is happening and to call on our federal government to have a ceasefire now, because too many innocent lives have been lost. And I didn't have words prepared because my heart is too broken to even express what I'm truly feeling in this moment. I can't. I have children. I cannot. So what I'm doing my very best to try to bring our council together, to try to focus our energy on doing something that counts and that can have impact. And I believe this resolution takes us a step further, because we got to get to the business of handling what is deeply, deeply concerning to our constituents and the residents of Oakland. With that, Madam President, I would like to call for a moment of silence to all of the lives lost in Palestine and Gaza and Israel. I would like if we could all stand and have a moment of silence for the innocents that have been lost. Thank you. I do want to go into public comment with the framing remarks that this resolution is to lift up the City of Oakland's Love Life motto and to not call out what we condemn, but what we stand for. And what we stand for is peace and the love of life around the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Council Member. Love Life. We are going to next go into public comment. Madam Clerk.
As I call your name, please approach the podium in any order. If you are in Zoom, please raise your hand. I have lowered all of the hands so I can easily identify you in the groups that I am calling you. If you did not submit a speaker's card, we will be moving around your hand. And if you did not submit a speaker's card in the chambers, please do not step to the mic. Calling in groups of 20. Jonathan Mintzer, Keela Uchoa, Farah Ezadine, I'm sorry if I said your name incorrectly, Krista Chan, Victoria Sun, Sarah Small, Nita Chavosky, Jordan Stern, Robert Edelman, Ren Fiss, Mara Schetzer, Partha Chopra, Elizabeth Diamond, Samira Abed, Nautica Welch, Sarah Cornett, Ofra Plebon, Rachel Sanders. If you are in the room, please step to the podium and you may begin your comments. If you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. If your name was called, again, I will be lowering the hands. If you heard your name called, please raise your hand only if your name was called at this time.
Dear Council, my name is Jonathan, and I'm a resident of Oakland. I'm here asking you to amend the proposed resolution to condemn Hamas and call for their removal. As President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, and Congress, including Senator Sanders and Congresswoman Lee, have all made clear there can be no lasting peace for Israelis and Palestinians if Hamas remains in power. As stated in their charter and shown by their October 7th attack, the deadliest on global Jews since the Holocaust, Hamas has no interest in a coexistence. For these reasons, I hope you support a real peace by amending the resolution. I will also say, while I have this remaining time, that I heard from way too many Jewish constituents about their fear and lack of feelings of safety to approach you today. Most of them are not in this building. They are instead on Zoom because of what we saw at the meeting on November 7th. I encourage you to please maintain order. Make sure people are not shouting each other down, clapping, hissing, booing. All this stuff should not be allowed today. This should be an inclusive space. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
One second. Can we refrain from booing, please? Like, regardless of what side we're on, we want to conduct this meeting decently and in order.
Hello, City Council. My name is Kayla Yoshoa, and as a youth environmental justice organizer and resident of District 3 in Oakland, I implore you to pass this resolution without amendments in solidarity with the Palestinian people calling for an immediate ceasefire. We will not cower to the fear-mongering that will happen in this room. We cannot remain silent as a city any longer. Oakland community members refuse to be complicit in this ongoing genocide and 75-year-long Israeli settler colonialist occupation of Palestine. 47% of the 2.2 million people living in Gaza are children under 18. More than 1.7 people have been internally displaced, and estimates of nearly 20,000 human beings have been brutally murdered by the Israeli occupation forces, with thousands more missing and trapped under the rubble since October 7th. I want to dispel the myth that the genocide in Gaza is not a deeply local issue. We have spent an equivalent of 6.1 million taxpayer dollars, Oakland taxpayer dollars, sending weapons to Israel in 2023 alone. Vote in support. Thank you.
Hello, City Council members. Great. I'm sorry. Okay. My name is Parth Chopra, and I'm a resident of City of Oakland, and I strongly call for the support of passing for this critical resolution without amendments, and I would like to yield my time to my Palestinian brothers and sisters.
My name is Neda.
I'm sorry. Say your name one more time.
Neda?
Neda?
Yes. I'm a recent med school graduate. I've worked in the city of Oakland. This is the city where I plan to be a physician when my training is complete. I speak on behalf of myself and the sentiment of thousands of healthcare workers and medical students that stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. We have been absolutely horrified at witnessing the atrocities that Israel has committed since October 7th. We've seen the targeting and massacring of civilians, of healthcare facilities, of hospitals, of ambulances. More than 70% of Gaza's hospitals are destroyed, shut down. The healthcare system has been described as beyond repair, and there's nowhere left safe, right? These physicians that are trying to serve their communities and provide necessary resources and medical treatment are being targeted. There's no safe place left in Gaza, from hospitals to refugee camps, and we call on you, Oakland City Council, to pass this resolution without amendment, as silence in the face of oppression and genocide, I don't think is an acceptable response. So thank you so much.
Just a reminder, if you are ceding time, you are giving your time away. So just step to the mic and say that you're giving your time to the person's name. You both must have submitted cards, and the person must be on Zoom or in chambers. Ceding time, you are giving up your option to speak.
I'm giving the rest of my time to Rachel Sanders.
So if you're ceding time, you're giving up, your time is up.
Yeah.
So if she did not submit a card, did you submit a card? Yeah. Okay, so you're not ceding time. She's coming to speak.
Hi, my name is Rachel Sanders, and I'm a new resident of the city of Oakland. I've lived here for 1 month as of yesterday. I feel incredibly honored to become part of a community that has a long and fierce legacy of naming and standing up for what is right in the world. I ask you today to continue that legacy and call for a permanent ceasefire of the Israeli campaign to ethnically cleanse the Palestinian people. This campaign has seen levels of indiscriminate brutality that I would have hoped never to see in my lifetime. The very lives of our global brothers and sisters are at stake, and they are dependent on the decision that you make today. Today, I ask you to vote in a way that we, your constituents, can be proud of, in a way that carries on the legacy of this beautiful city, in a way that honors Indigenous lives around the world. This decision should really be the bare minimum of what we as a city are willing to do to protect the well-being of the Palestinian people. We are here today to ask you, our city council members, to look into your hearts and ask yourself what is right and righteous and just. I know the answers are there, and I urge you to vote on this resolution in a way that reflects all of our humanity. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Victoria Sun, and I'm a resident of District 2, and I stand in strong support of the resolution calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. I am an immigration attorney who serves asylum seekers and refugees in Oakland and the Bay Area. I am also a member and volunteer at Asian Prisoner Support Committee in Oakland. Every day I see the devastating consequences of U.S. imperialism and U.S.-funded genocide on colonized peoples around the world. Oakland has the chance now to send a strong message to the world and to Palestinians in Gaza that we firmly oppose the genocide and ethnic cleansing Israel is committing against Palestinians, and strongly oppose this country's role in this genocide. The numbers of 11,000 killed in the resolution is already far outdated. Israel has now killed about 20,000 people in Gaza. Every day without a ceasefire means hundreds more Palestinians die. We must do everything in our power to call for a ceasefire now. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Elizabeth Diamond, and I'm an Oakland resident. I'm a descendant of people who have survived genocide, displacement, ethnic cleansing, and persecution because of who they are. I know the price of silence, and I refuse to be silent. Never again means never again for anyone, including Palestinians. Never again is now, not in our name. I ask the City Council to speak up by passing this resolution without amendment. Never again is now, and not in my name.
Thank you for your comments. We'll now move to the Zoom speakers who have been called in the first group of 20. Krista Chan, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Okay, good evening, council members. My name is Krista. I'm a resident of District 1. And I know that your vote on this resolution will have a lot of political costs. And I just want to remind you that a majority of Americans support ceasefires. And I want to recall the courage of multiple people today. I remember our own Congresswoman Barbara Lee, who cast the only vote against an open-ended war authorization shortly after September 11th. Today, her political future looks bright, and we thank her for her courageous vote. And I also want to acknowledge the brave Palestinian students in Vermont who got shot today, the incredible journalists in Gaza, over 50 of which have died since October 7th, who risked their lives to cover this genocide. Doctors who risked their lives to care for sick in hospitals under attack. And I want to acknowledge the courage of Jewish and Palestinian neighbors who came out to speak today. So I just hope, council members, that you will channel your courage and represent the majority of Oakland residents.
Sarah Small.
Hello. I strongly support the adoption of this resolution without amendment. I'm a Jewish Oakland resident, and I second everything said by my fellow anti-Zionists. As an environmental attorney, I want to speak on the role of fossil fuel exploitation. During this genocide, Israel has issued a dozen permits to fossil fuel corporations to exploit natural gas in the waters of occupied Palestine. Last week, Biden's energy advisors stated the U.S. will push drilling gas in Palestine's waters, quote, as soon as the day after this war, there are companies willing to develop. The natural resources legally belong to Palestine, yet Israel must approve the permits, just as Israel claims to own the rain above Gaza and bans rainwater collection by Palestinians after shutting off water for months. This genocide and seizure of land is in the interest of the U.S., who wants cheap gas, the Israeli government that wants profit from mining Palestine, and fossil fuel corporations destroying our planet to make the rich richer. For over a century, the U.S. has destroyed communities of color for the profit of oil industry, from Cantor Alley in Louisiana to Standing Rock to here in Oakland, where communities of color have the worst health outcomes in this state. No genocide in the name of fossil fuel.
Jordan Stern, you are next. Jordan, go ahead and begin your comments.
Hey everyone, I'm Jordan Stern. I'm a resident of Oakland. I'm Jewish, and I'm a teacher in Oakland Unified School District. I support the resolution without amendment. I'd like to encourage all the everyone here who's Jewish to really think about this historical context, and I've come a long way in my relationship with Israel and all that, and I fully support this resolution. And I just wanted to read the names of some Palestinian children who have been killed in this conflict, because I teach and I think about some of my students. So we've got Bessan Helassa, 19-year-old medical student, killed at her home alongside her mother, older sister Moran, her brother Omar. We've got Al-Shaima Saddam, killed with members of her family when missiles hit the Al-Nusayrat refugee camp in the Gaza Strip. We've got Viola and Yara, members of the Amash family, killed at a church in Gaza City, which was hit by a missile while hundreds of people were crowded in the compound seeking shelter. Thank you for your
Thank you. Robert Edelman, you are next.
Thank you. There's a falsehood in the resolution that should be removed. USAID is not an international organization. It's part of the United States federal government. Has never officially called for a ceasefire. A small minority of people who work for USAID wrote an open letter, but that's not official policy. The resolution is silent about the crimes against humanity Hamas committed on October 7 that started all this, including mass murder and gang rape. No mention in the resolution. Amend the resolution to condemn Hamas and call for its removal from power. Why was the focus only on Israel when atrocities committed in Syria, Africa, and Myanmar historically have been ignored by the Council? Why no resolution condemning the recent illegal shutdown of the Bay Bridge, which caused a delay in transplant organs from arriving at UCSF Medical Center? That's close to home. And why no resolution calling for a ceasefire for our local gangs? An 8-year-old boy is now paralyzed from the neck down for the rest of his life because of gang violence on Interstate 580 this summer. Is that not more and more pressing issue? Thank you.
Mara
Hello, can you hear me?
Sheltzer, you are next.
Hi, my name is Mara Schechter. I live in Oakland. I'm a homeowner who's lived here for 11 years. I'm a proud anti-Zionist Jew. I've been working for years for Palestinian liberation. Israel is committing terror. The power dynamics are clear. I'm not a supporter of the state of Israel. This is a country that was created through massacring and displacing Palestinians. And the carnage of the past 2 months is now worse than the 1948 Nakba. So please pass the resolution without amendments. I also want to say criticizing Israel is not anti-Semitic. The people who are conflating all Jews with Israel's genocidal government are actually anti-Semitic. I was among 700 Jews and allies who shut down Oakland's federal building earlier this month. There are so many of us and so many Oakland residents who support the ceasefire amendment. I want to thank my council member, Carol Fife, and I really hope that you all vote the right way for a ceasefire.
Mark Branch.
Yes, hi, my name is Mark Barish. I've lived in Oakland for 35 years. We all want a lasting peace, but this resolution does not advance that goal. I'm opposed to it because the resolution calls for a ceasefire, which will only result in leaving Hamas in place, able to continue its reign of terror and death on Israelis and Palestinians alike. That is their stated goal, and what it has done repeatedly since Israel left Gaza nearly 18 years ago. This resolution is flawed in that it neither condemns Hamas nor calls for its removal. Hamas is a terrorist organization and instigated this war by breaking a ceasefire and murdering 1,200 Israelis and foreigners. How long until Hamas attacks Israel again and uses Gazans as human shields and cannon fodder? Please amend this resolution so that it condemns Hamas, calls for its removal and return of all the hostages, or withdraw it altogether. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm going to go ahead and call some more names. Farah Ezeal, Samira Ajebid, Nadika Welch, Sarah Corn, Ofra Pleba, Jonathan Weezer, Sadaf Kazi, Lara Gabriel, Joseph Carwat, Tran Nguyen, Yafa, Maya Kane, Aisha Abrabesh, Abby, Carolina Prado, Nita Khalil, Ranwa Haman, Naomi Katz, Natalie Ma, Robert Easton, Michael So, Tyler Gregory. If you are in chambers, please step to the mic. If you are on Zoom, please raise your hand.
My name is Aisha, and I fully support this resolution as is. 1 in every 200 children in Gaza has been killed by Israel in the span of 6 weeks. That is the equivalent of 365,500 American children. The number of children killed per day in Gaza in the past 6 weeks exceeds the per day count of any other time point in world history. Israel has killed at least 20,000 Palestinians in 6 weeks, which is more than the number of Palestinians who were killed during the Nakba, the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians in 1947 to 49 by Zionist militias, during which nearly 1 million Palestinians were forcibly displaced from their homes and 78% of Palestine was stolen to create the settler colony of Israel. Since then, the settler colony of Israel has continued to violently steal more land, brutally occupy the remaining Palestinian territory, implement a racist apartheid system, and create the largest concentration camp in world history, Gaza. Calling for a ceasefire is our responsibility. Ceasefire and the occupation, land back.
Good evening. My name is Ty Gregory, and I'm proud to serve as the CEO of JCRC Bay Area, the largest collective voice of Bay Area Jews. I'm proud to be a gay Jewish Zionist, and that means that I believe that Jews have a right to our indigenous homeland, and that is not in contradiction to Palestinians also having that same indigenous right. There is only one solution to this conflict, and that is a negotiated two-state solution between parties who want peace. Right now, neither country has the leadership that is interested in peace. Hamas is a terrorist organization that seeks the annihilation of Israel, including the 1,400 massacred and 239 captured into tunnels in Gaza. There will be no Palestinian-Israeli peace with Gaza in power, and that's why this resolution must be amended to acknowledge the atrocities of Hamas and include its removal from power in Gaza. We all want peace. We are all here to support you, and thank you for your consideration.
Hello, my name is Abby. I'm an anti-Zionist Jew and a resident of Oakland. And Councilman Kalb, I am in your district. I have been heartbroken and furious every single day for the last 50 days as this country funnels billions into the genocide of Palestinians, falsely justified by the trauma of my ancestors. Rest assured, Zionists in the Bay do not represent Jews in the Bay. And I would like to remind the council that you will lose your jobs if you don't represent us. And as a constituent, I support this resolution. I reject amendments. We need a ceasefire 50 days ago. Free Palestine.
Hello, my name is Naomi Katz. I'm a resident of District 2 in Oakland for over 30 years and an Oakland educator the last 20 years. I'm asking you to amend the proposed resolution to condemn Hamas and call for their removal. I am the daughter of a Holocaust survivor. Most of my mother's family did not survive. I know intimately about the need for a Jewish state. I also know what anti-Semitism looks like. I can guarantee you that a resolution that does not clearly state in no uncertain terms that Hamas is a terror organization that needs to be eradicated is a resolution that not only invites anti-Semitism into our city, it fans the flames of anti-Semitism that already exists here. As one who has studied the Arab-Israeli conflict for decades and lived in the disputed area and worked for peace, I can tell you that as long as Hamas exists, neither Palestinians nor Israelis nor Jews will know peace. We must demand that Gaza be freed from Hamas. Thank you.
My name is Joseph Carwat, and I'm a
If you could pull
35-year
the mic-
resident.
Before you go on, can you pull the mic up so we can hear you?
Oh, sure. My name is Joseph Carwat, and I'm a 35-year resident of District 4 in Oakland. I am here today to respectfully request that the City Council amend the pending resolution to include language calling for the elimination of Hamas and condemning Hamas's inhumane and brutal actions of October 7, 2023, which resulted in the slaughter of over 1,200 Israelis. Like many Americans, I have watched Israel's response to Hamas's brutal attack with great sorrow for the residents of Gaza, and I look forward to the day when Palestinians and Israelis can live side by side in peace with mutual respect for each other. However, I feel strongly that a one-sided resolution that is not consistent with our president's foreign policy is not helpful to the peace process. Not condemning the terrorist organization that murdered 4-year-old American citizen Abigail Adon's parents and that held little Abigail hostage for over 7 weeks makes the city of Oakland look like it's part of the problem and not part of the solution. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Robert Bonham. My preference is that you don't vote on this resolution at all because it has nothing whatsoever to do with Oakland business. And it's already created fear, anger, and division in our nation and in our city. Already in this room, people who don't know me have told me I'm supporting genocide and supporting murder. And I'm a nice person. I'm a good person.
Can you pause, please? Can you pause, please?
If you choose to...
Excuse me. Can people please refrain from speaking while the speakers are speaking? We want to give everyone equal time, regardless if we agree or disagree. Thank you.
If you choose to pass this resolution, I ask that you amend it to condemn Hamas. And I hear the word genocide bandied around a lot. I would ask you to read the Israeli Declaration of Independence and also read the Hamas Charter. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Lara Gabrielle. I'm a resident of Oakland District 1, and I urge you to amend this resolution to condemn Hamas and the taking of hostages and to call for Hamas's removal from power. My cousin Tal in Israel is a vocal advocate for Palestinian rights, teaching Hebrew to Palestinians so they can gain meaningful employment in Israel. Because of Hamas, she is now living in psychological distress and extreme fear, with many of her fellow citizens killed or taken hostage by this terrorist group. In an interview in late October, Hamas leader Ghazi Hamad said, and I quote, "The Al-Aqsa flood was only the first time, and there will be a second, a third, and a fourth. Without condemnation, Hamas will be emboldened to carry out that second, that third, that fourth attack, and within Gaza to continue their assault on the human rights of Palestinians, using innocent children as human shields as they hide in hospitals and mosques." President Biden, Hillary Clinton, and our own Barbara Lee have all said that there will be no peace while Hamas is still in power. I urge you to amend this resolution to condemn Hamas and demand their removal. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Michael Sosby. I have lived in Oakland for 31 years. I am Jewish. I stand to oppose the current resolution as written. Although well-meaning, it doesn't condemn or even mention Hamas for their atrocities. That must be amended. Truly, this war is a battle between good and evil. As President Biden, Kamala Harris, and Bernie Sanders have said, Hamas is pure evil. There was a ceasefire before October 7th, which Hamas broke by slaughtering Jews. My sweet daughter, son-in-law, and 3 grandchildren live in Israel. I know that given the chance, Hamas would take my son-in-law, my grandchildren, by gouging out their eyes, cutting off their fingers and limbs, and by raping my daughter before killing them all, even burning them, because they are Jews, as they did to hundreds of others. This resolution, by not condemning or even mentioning Hamas, aids Hamas and is therefore dancing with the devil. I demand the Council amend this resolution to include the condemnation of Hamas, a terrorist organization whose goal is Israel's annihilation and the death of all Jews. Thank you for your consideration.
So we're going to ask again for you to let all speakers speak. We want to get through this. We want to get to a point where we are looking at the resolution. It's going to be hard when people are interrupting other folks, regardless if you agree or disagree. I am hoping that we can continue this meeting as is.
Hello, my name's Samira. I'm a resident of Oakland. I'm proud to be in Carroll Fife's district. I'm a Palestinian American who has family still living in Palestine, and this issue is very important to me because I have lives at stake here. I would like to point out that after speaking with some of my family, actually this Thursday, they asked about Oakland because they had heard about the Black Panther Party, and they were really excited at the potential that a city who had such a historic revolutionary force behind them, who fought for the liberation of Black people, who fought for the power against the police, would be here today to stand in solidarity with Palestine. I know it might be hard to think about how Oakland could connect to Palestine, but it's important to remember that all of these liberations are united. The liberation for peace, for justice, and for the ability to just be a person in a place without getting massacred by a violent police force. If we think about that, I hope you'll continue to vote in solidarity with Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you for listening to us today, City Council members. I am an Oakland taxpayer and resident of District 6. I am also a Palestinian who proudly represents Oakland.
Before you go on, I paused your time. Can you tell me what your name is, please?
Oh, I'm so sorry. My name's Nadat.
Thank you.
Thank you. I am also Palestinian and I proudly represent Oakland. I strongly urge the City Council to pass this resolution immediately demanding a ceasefire. The issue is critical for Oakland residents because it directly impacts the diverse communities that make up this city. Oakland's Arab and Muslim communities have never been so vulnerable, and we need you now to protect us. The entire state of California looks to Oakland as a leading voice in social and racial justice. And this is the time to show them that a permanent ceasefire is the only solution that will lead to peace. We urge you to reject any amendments made by extremists and racists calling for increased violence and warfare. Please stand strong and stand up for humanity. Thank you.
Thank you. Moving to the Zoom speakers. Mia Chan, you are next. I'm sorry, Mia Kane.
Hi, my name is Maya Kane, and I am a resident of District 2 in Oakland. And as a proud Black American, part of the reason I was so excited to move to Oakland is because of our history of organizing, social justice, and civil rights. I strongly support the adoption of this resolution without amendment as written. And after so many weeks of community members showing up to demand a ceasefire and send a message to the country and the world that our Oakland stands against genocide and against senseless massacres of civilians, I am so grateful that you're bringing this up. And I have visited the West Bank and Jerusalem and was appalled and horrified at seeing apartheid with my own eyes. And I've just been unable to sleep or function for the last over 40 days, seeing over 15,000 Palestinians killed, over 8,000 children, knowing that every 10 minutes a child has been killed, in addition to that, journalists, aid workers, mothers, fathers, brothers. And so please pass this resolution. Thank you.
Ranwa Hami, you are next.
Good evening. My name is Ranwa Hamami. I am a resident of Oakland District 3, and I'm very grateful for my representative, Carol Fife, for authoring this resolution. And I strongly encourage the City Council to adopt this resolution as it is. As an Egyptian Lebanese child of immigrants, as a queer brown Muslim, and as a Unitarian Universalist minister, this issue is deeply personal to me. And to my family. I have a small 4.5-month-old baby, Noor, who looks so much like the many children that we are seeing in Gaza being traumatized or worse. And I want my baby to know that this city stands for their life, that stands for the lives of the many brown, Muslim, Palestinian babies who deserve to live free from any trauma, free from any harm, who deserve to know that their lives are sacred, that their lives are holy, and that they are fully loved. We need to pass this because it is about our shared humanity. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your comments. I'm going to call some more names. As I stated before, I've lowered all the hands in Zoom. Please only raise your hand if your name is called at this time, or we are calling people in groups so we can keep track. Farah Aziz, Nita Chavosky, Ren Fisk, Nautica Welch, Sarah Cornett, Ofra Pleba, Jonathan Weezer, Tran Nguyen, Yafa, Carolina Prado, Nita Khalil, Natalie Ma, Jay Aragon, Serene Harb, Dean Rubinson, Joanna Chotonik, sorry if I said your last name incorrectly, Jessica, Stephen Hamadri, John Rima, Chidera, Khalid Kishwa, Ari Haber, Lucia Leo, Andrew Street, Carmen Jovel, Asma Shalik, Spenta, Monica, Lily Fahashi, Christina Robinson, I'm sorry, and Jennifer Lynn.
Are you ready? Okay. Thank you, Councilmember 5, for championing this resolution. My name is Ioana Chuklova. I'm a District 1 resident, and I'm here to remind us all that this resolution is about protecting life, protecting the lives of Palestinian children and protecting the lives of Israeli children who do not have to be subjected to the trauma of watching their government commit genocide against other children. I also want to remind us that Hamas is a response to a 75-year-old occupation. If you add language calling for the elimination of Hamas, you obfuscate the bigger picture of why Hamas exists in the first place. In the face of occupation and oppression, people will always resist. It is in our human nature to want to be free. It is our human right by law to be free. The way to stop interpersonal violence is to stop the structural violence. Palestinians and Israelis and people of all faiths can exist and live with equal rights for all. And
thank you. Your time is up.
Hi, my name is Jessica Fuhr, and I'm a 35-year resident of Council District 4 of the City of Oakland. And I have dedicated the past 20 years of my professional life as a physician to serving underserved communities in this city. I am here asking that you amend this resolution to condemn Hamas and call for their removal. I'm sure everyone in this room, whether you are an anti-Zionist or whether you are a Zionist, meaning you believe that Israel has the right to exist as a Jewish state in that region of the world, or not. So, the Hamas, however, is a terrorist organization. What we all want is peace and the cease of hostilities and the cease of killing, the cease of murder, the cease of killing of babies and children on all sides. Hamas has vowed to continue attacks such as October 7th over and over again until Israel is annihilated. So for this reason, I...
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
Hi, my name is Khalid, and I am Gazan, Palestinian, and Jewish. Nabil, he was 7 years old. Kanda, she was 4 years old. And Faras, he was 1 year old. These 3 children may be the same age as your children here. They are my family members, and Israeli bombs killed them and their dreams. I call on all of you to pass this resolution without amendment. Our tax dollars have paid for the bombs that killed at least 12 of my family members in northern Gaza and flattened their neighborhoods. We will never recover, but a call for a ceasefire today will save more lives tomorrow. As Jews, we stand against the genocide of Palestinians, not despite being Jewish, but because of the lessons we've learned after being persecuted for centuries. This is not about anti-Semitism. This is about human rights. A ceasefire is the bare minimum that anyone with any amount of power can call for. Please don't be on the wrong side of history through silence and complicity. Stand with your grieving constituents and end this genocide. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Jay. Got it.
I can't really hear you. Can you even
Hi,
get close?
I'm Jay.
Okay,
Did
thank you.
Got it. I'm reading on behalf of a Palestinian friend with family in Gaza. I want to take the opportunity to review some of the points from the 10-point program that was established by the Black Panther Party, which we all know was established in our beautiful city of Oakland. The list describes the lives in which they wanted to live that corresponds to this country's Bill of Rights and the Declaration of Independence. Number 1 on the list states, we want freedom. We want power to determine the destiny of our Black and oppressed communities. This includes the financial freedom to decide where our tax money goes. We stand before you today to advocate for Oakland's financial resources, properly prioritize, financial resources to be relayed back into our city so we can properly prioritize, nurture, and enrich our beloved community members. I'm running out of time, so please, I'm urging you to call for a ceasefire, permanent ceasefire with no amendments. Thank you.
I am Rabbi Andrew Strauss, a resident of Oakland and the J Street Northwest Regional Director. J Street is a pro-Israel, pro-peace, pro-democracy, pro-Palestinian advocacy organization. I'm also the immediate past president of the Northern California Board of Rabbis. I'm speaking on my own behalf this evening. I am here asking you to amend the proposed resolution to condemn Hamas and call for the removal. As President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, and Congress have made clear, there can be no lasting peace for Israelis and Palestinians if Hamas remains in power. As stated in their charter and shown by their October 7th attack, Hamas has no interest in coexistence. They've broken every ceasefire they've ever entered. They've been clear, if there's a ceasefire, they will use it to plan more October 7th. For the sake of peace, for the sake of Palestinians and Israelis, Gaza must be free of Hamas. For these reasons, I hope you support a real peace by amending the resolution. Thank you for your time.
My name is Spenta. I'm a resident of District 6. Thank you, Councilmember Fife, for introducing this resolution. We ask that you all support the resolution as it's written, sending an unequivocal message that Oakland stands against genocide. We should all be frightened by the ruthlessness of Israel's attack on Gaza, the U.S.'s deep pockets of support, and the bold declarations that they will not stop, despite calls from major international governing and human rights bodies. This is the road to fascism. Palestinians in Oakland need to see their city acknowledge the brutal reality that they have lost 15,000 plus loved ones to U.S.-funded Israeli bombs in 5 weeks and defend them from the rising anti-Palestinian racism, silencing, and violence happening here in Oakland and all over this country. As Black and brown people, we know that whenever our folks face annihilation from the state, we experience profound dehumanization. As electeds, you have an opportunity today to dignify Palestinian lives, to dignify all of our lives when we say no to genocide for anyone ever again.
My name is Sireen. I'm a Palestinian American Christian. I'm an OUSD special education teacher and a resident of District 2. I fully support this resolution as is and without amendment. In Oakland, California, $6,121,149 of our money goes to Israel's weapons when they could instead fund 727 households with public housing for a year, 2,129 children receiving free or low-cost health care, 66 elementary school teachers, 17,426 households with solar electricity produced for a year, 161 students with their loan debt canceled. Our money is better spent here in Oakland than dropping bombs on Gazans' children. I have family in Gaza who are some of the last remaining Palestinian Christians, and they are facing extinction, and they should not be. Free Palestine. Support this resolution without amendment. Thank you.
My name is John Ryman. I want to speak to my comrades and sisters and brothers out here. And I was the candidate, the working class socialist candidate for mayor of Oakland last year. Listening to the supporters of Zionism complain about feeling uncomfortable, the reason that they feel uncomfortable is that they are defending genocide. To hear them complain about Hamas violence is like listening to a wife beater complain when his wife finally stands up and fights back. Where were they? Where were they? Where were they? And where are they now talking about the fascist settlers in the West Bank stealing land and committing ethnic cleansing? It's complete hypocrisy on their part. But let's be real. A ceasefire doesn't begin to solve the problem. We need to call for and fight for a complete end for all U.S. aid to Israel. We need to fight for U.S. sanctions against the racist settler state of Israel. And we have to be realistic.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
My name is Damian Rashid. I'm from District 2. Union Iron work out of local.
Can you restart? I can't pull the mic up, please. We can't hear you.
You hear me now? Okay, I'm a Union Iron worker out of Local 378 right here out of Oakland. And I just think it's pretty pathetic that we have to come here to tell you guys to stop genocide, stop supporting this. Like, I'm just a normal average dude, you know, and I'm seeing this. I'm a Palestinian as well. And it's just crazy that you guys are just, nobody's saying nothing. I'm glad finally it's got on the table and that you guys are doing something, but it needs more, you know. I think it needs to stop, dude. 75 years of this ethnic cleansing and stealing, just everything. It's too much. I didn't really put a speech together, but I just came up here and put my...
Can you say your...
My name is Trang, and I'm a resident of Oakland District 3, and I support the resolution that calls for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. As an anti-oppressive psychotherapist and social worker, I witness on a daily basis the impacts of settler colonialism on groups of diaspora throughout the globe, and the U.S. has played a major role in that. Our complicity in genocide through silence and federal funding requires an immediate change. It is time to end our silence and commit to withdrawing our financial support. I call on all council members to exhibit courage and position themselves on the right side of history. Our actions must fall in line with the precedent set by the City of Richmond and the Alameda County Democratic Central Committee. Land you have to kill for is not yours. Land back for indigenous Palestinians and for all indigenous people across the globe. We will create a world where there will no longer be martyrs due to Western imperialism, and a world where the U.S. will no longer create any more refugees. Thank you.
My name is Monica, and I'm an Arab community member. I call on you to pass this resolution as is. The United States has the power to end genocide today, and we need your help to advocate for that to happen. Furthermore, this council publicly acknowledging the humanity of Palestinians during this time will be the first step in de-escalating anti-Arab and anti-Muslim hate crimes in Oakland. We need you to protect our families from Oakland to Gaza. Since October 7th, those in my family who survived Israeli aggression, mostly as children, cannot sleep, cannot eat, and are troubled by traumatic memories and nightmares of bombardment and torture. If you can help bring them peace by demanding a ceasefire, I will personally mobilize my community to support you in the upcoming election cycle. Oakland is giving Israel $6 million to kill children that could be used to fight homelessness and poverty in Oakland. Thank you.
My name is Jennifer Lynn. I'm a resident of District 2, and I call on you to pass this resolution without amendments. The genocidal, settler, colonial state of Israel is being funded with billions of our tax dollars, money that could instead be used to feed and house people in Oakland. Oakland's Arab and Muslim communities are facing even more racist attacks due to the rise in Islamophobia and anti-Palestinian propaganda. We need to act with the utmost urgency to address this violence and put an end to this US-backed genocidal war. As one of your constituents and a member of the Chinese American community in Oakland, I stand in full solidarity with the Palestinian movement for national liberation. I support the right of Palestinians to resist occupation, including through Hamas, the armed wing of the unified Palestinian resistance. Resistance to colonialism is not terrorism. I support the right of return for all Palestinian refugees and their descendants. This is not possible until the entire illegitimate apartheid state of Israel is completely dismantled. Calling for a ceasefire now is a critical step in this direction, so do the right thing and vote to pass this resolution. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Christina Robinson. I'm an Oakland resident in District 6, and I'm here with the organization Showing Up for Racial Justice, or SURGE. The struggle for life, land, and self-governance is one that Oakland, I think, should be able to connect to more than most cities in the world, at least in the United States. And the struggle to be seen by the world not as second-class citizens and not to be deprived of resources by those around you who have plenty of resources to give you to support your citizens, that is a struggle that should be understood by Oakland. My time in Palestine taught me how unlivable the conditions there were before this most recent effort at genocide, and it taught me how desperate life is in the unoccupied territories. I say here now I do not endorse the funding of genocide in my name, and I thank the council members here for saying that clearly, that this U.S.-funded genocide will no longer happen in our name, in the name of the Oakland citizens. To say that Palestine and Israel are equivalent in this genocide is a false equivalency. The violence that we are seeing by Israel against Palestine is entirely unbalanced. This is not a war. This is not a conflict. This is a genocide, and I will not see it done in my name, not as a U.S. citizen and not as an Oakland resident. I encourage support of this without amendment. Thank you.
Moving to the Zoom speakers, Shadera. Shadera, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments. Shadera.
Hello. Hi, this is Shadera. I'm a resident of Oakland. And I believe every single American citizen should care about all the warfare, exploitation, abuse, and bloodshed that the U.S. is enacting on Palestine via Israel. How can you watch the genocide of Palestinian people and not think about the genocide of Native American people? We all know how the story goes. We all need to stand against the genocide of Palestinian people. We must realize that resistance against occupation and terror is a human right. Hamas is not a terrorist organization just because the U.S. and Israel deems it so. Hamas is a resistance organization that is fighting for the liberation of Palestinian people and their land. Permanent ceasefire now and all U.S. aid to Israel and the occupation, land back to Palestinian people. Indigenous sovereignty will prevail.
Dean Rubinson, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Thank you. My name is Dean Rubinson. I've been a homeowner in District 2 for 21 years. I'm Jewish. My 25-year-old son moved to Israel 5 years ago to help out after the last Gaza flare-up, and my wife's ancestors moved to Jerusalem in the 1600s after being exiled from their homes in Spain. I'm deeply pained by the loss of life in Israel and Gaza and pray for peace every day. I marched this summer in Tel Aviv in peaceful protests of the policies of the Israeli government. And I also watched Gazans try to march in protest against Hamas to alert the world about the unlivable conditions that Hamas has created in Gaza and complain that Hamas was diverting billions of dollars of humanitarian aid into building tunnels and rockets. These Gazan protesters were arrested. My point is that both sides need to be able to peacefully protest against their imperfect leaders, and we all in this room need to acknowledge that there will be no peace and therefore no Palestinian state with Hamas in power. I support the Council's resolution only if amended to call for the removal of Hamas. A ceasefire by the Israelis will be meaningless if a government remains.
Thank you. Hamadri, you are next. Hamadri.
Hi, good evening. My name is Himadri. I'm from Oakland, and I'm speaking as a South Asian person whose people have survived colonization and genocide, which is what Palestinians have been experiencing for the past 74 years. Thank you, Councilmember Fife, for bringing this crucial resolution forward. I'm asking all of you to please listen to your constituents by voting to pass this resolution without amendments. And the reason we ask for no amendments is because the Israeli occupation of Palestine has been the root of all of the violence that has taken place. It is what created the conditions for Hamas's existence, and the end of the Israeli occupation is the only way we can achieve lasting peace. The US government called Nelson Mandela a terrorist until 2008, so please, let us be on the right side of history by first condemning the apartheid state of Israel. Let us bravely call for a permanent ceasefire, and let us not put amendments or conditions on our support of Palestinians and of ending genocide. Thank you.
Ari Haber, you are next.
My name is Ari, and I'm an Oakland resident in District 1. I strongly encourage the members of the City Council to end this meeting and to get back to doing their actual jobs. Each of you has been elected to serve the people of Oakland, a city decaying on your watch, a city plagued by trash, graffiti, homelessness, and crime, a city where businesses and restaurants are doomed to be robbed and vandalized before they ultimately fail, a city that less than 1 year from now will very likely be home to exactly 0 professional sports teams. Foreign policy is not part of your job. The City Council has no role in the resolution of the Israeli-Palestinian conflict. You are not changing anyone's mind with the vote here today. You are just virtue signaling, creating division, and wasting time. I also wanted to point out that a ceasefire has been in effect since Thursday and that a 2-day extension was announced this morning. And if Hamas, the terrorist group that you refuse to even name, let alone condemn in the resolution, releases the innocent civilians it holds hostage, the ceasefire will continue. Please end this charade and get back to work. Thank you.
Carmen Jovel, you are next. Carmen. Carmen, if you wish to speak, please unmute yourself and begin your comments. Carmen.
Mrs. Sada? Mrs. Sada? Mrs.
Carmen.
Sada, I know.
Okay, I guess she's not speaking. If your name was called or you were in the chamber, please step to the mic. Otherwise, we will move on to the next group of speakers.
Hi, my name is Carolina Prado, and I'm a constituent of District 2. As an Oakland resident and an educator, I would like to express my support for the resolution to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. As an environmental justice researcher, the evident impacts visible on Gazans and the non-human environment from Israeli attacks is clearly massive. And it's been unimaginable, or maybe I did imagine it, but still not great to watch this genocide unfold with such little action from my government. Please support this ceasefire resolution without amendment. Thank you.
Thank you. I will begin calling the next groups of names. Ariel, Axel, Davis, Collison, Cloud, Nasir, Zoe Polk, Daniel Fogel, Ashley Lynn, Alina Hodges, NS, Mad Luce, Camille Santana, Satya Chima, Jamie Young, Maya Summers, Matthew Bridges, Sam Richardson, Zara Hatim, Asher Kashani, Rami Ibrahim, Miriam Olini Hamel, Zachariah Bargodi, Jude Guide, Kalila Garcia, Ali Polak, Emily Johnson, Zink Hanks, Alexis Seha.
Hi, my name is Ariel. I'm a resident of Oakland in District 2, and I want to thank you all for your time and attention. I'm a proud anti-Zionist Jew asking you to pass this critical resolution for a ceasefire as is in solidarity with Palestine. I don't believe that we can afford to have a genocide of this magnitude on our conscience without doing everything in our power to oppose it and voice our dissent. The disregard that I have heard for Palestinian life from my fellow Jews and people in this room is shameful, and it must end. I was raised to love and support the state of Israel and to dismiss all anti-Zionism as anti-Semitism, and it is uncomfortable to turn away from that and to face the atrocities that have been happening in my name, but I'm inspired by Jewish and Palestinian leaders who've been standing against the occupation for decades, and I promise that if you stand on the right side of history today, it will not be forgotten. Never again is now.
My name is Emily Johnson, and I'm a resident in Oakland in District Number 2. My council member is Nikki Fortunato Boss. I am asking you to amend the proposed resolution to include clear condemnation of Hamas and call for the removal of Hamas from power. I have siblings and their families and parents who all live in Israel. My mother is Palestinian. I would like nothing more than for there to be peace in the Middle East. The proposed resolution, however, makes no mention of the atrocities committed by Hamas that occurred on October 7th, including the brutal murder of over 1,200 Israeli citizens and the untold number of sexual crimes committed against Israeli women and brandished around the world by Hamas on social media outlets. Hamas's charter calls for the destruction of the state of Israel. They are not interested in peace.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hello, my name is Danielle, and I'm a Jewish Oakland resident. My mother was born and raised in France in 1947, and both her parents survived the Holocaust. I was raised with these experiences, and anti-Semitism lives in my body. Opposing the settler colonial state of Israel is not anti-Semitism. Condemning Israel's actions and reactions to being threatened when it kills others, in this case Palestinian men, women, children, and babies, is not anti-Semitism. Standing up for justice is the most Jewish thing that I can think of, which is why I'm using my voice today to urge you to adopt the strongest resolution against the current genocide of Palestinians. I beg of you, as Palestinians are being killed en masse by the Israeli government, use your power to stand up against injustice and sign on to a strong resolution demanding an immediate and permanent ceasefire, the end to U.S. military and financial support to Israel, and the end to the violence of the apartheid state of Israel. This is the only solution if we want to save lives, end Islamophobia, and anti-Semitism.
My name is Khulud Nasser, and I was born in 1978, and I survived 3 Israeli invasions, and I'm not Palestinian, I'm Lebanese. And I was born before Hamas was established. I was born after the Israeli colonization. 75 years of Israeli colonization, and now we want to condemn Hamas. Speaking to all the people that ask for condemning Hamas, for me as an Arab, asking with this context to condemn Hamas is very anti-Arab racist. Except that the colonial platforms, the Western media platforms, normalize the word condemning Hamas, but take a step back and reflect and reevaluate. Do you really want to condemn Hamas before 1987 when they were established? Who do you want to condemn? I support ceasefire. I support, if there's any amendment in the resolution, to have it condemning the Israeli apartheid.
Hi, my name is Ashley Lynn, and I am one of many Asian Americans in solidarity with the Palestinian people. I live and work in District 2, and I'm glad that my city council member, Nikki Fortunato Bass, has echoed the people's call for an immediate ceasefire. I urge Oakland City Council to pass the ceasefire resolution as is because it reflects what I want to see in local politics. The violence happening in Gaza is made possible by our tax dollars, and that is unacceptable. Through my work at Asian Americans and Pacific Islanders for Civic Empowerment, I create voter materials that emphasize that people have the power to shape our government. When our elected leaders don't listen to our people's demands, our democracy suffers. This resolution is a step towards peace and justice. Come March and November, I will remember and elect candidates who choose ceasefire over genocide.
I'm Ali Obad.
This planet should inherit by birthright. It's an unyielding resistance against the oppressive, suffocating grip of occupation and the callous denial of the most basic human dignity. Just as the civil rights movement in the United States fought against the chains of racial discrimination, so too do the Palestinian people strive to shatter the chains of occupation and tyranny. Never forget, my friends, that the Palestinians, much like African Americans in the United States, have been subjected to a heart-wrenching history of suffering and torment. The birth of Israel in 1948 brought forth the mass expulsion and dispossession of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians from their ancestral homes and land. This is a historic injustice that continues to haunt the lives of Palestinians to this very day. The situation in Palestine serves as a brutal reminder of the consequences of colonialism and the ruthless dispossession of indigenous.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Can you move to the side so the next person can proceed?
Hello, can you hear me? My name is Madison, and I'm a resident of District 1, represented by Dan Kolb, who chose not to come to this meeting today. He is here? Oh, perfect. For 4 years, I studied climate justice at UC Berkeley, and today I work at an environmental nonprofit here in Oakland. I urge you to understand how deeply this is an issue of climate injustice. Palestinians are being killed by the thousands and forcibly displaced from their ancestral homelands by the millions, not unlike the indigenous people here in America. Palestinians are being subjected to toxic waste dumping and denied access to fresh water, not unlike what's happening to black and brown communities here. And $500 billion worth of fossil fuels planned to be extracted in Gaza will make our planet even more unlivable for us all. These crimes the Israeli government is inflicting do not align with Oakland's values. I ask that you pass today's resolution as written. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Satya Chima. I'm a resident of Oakland. I'm queer. I am South Asian Punjabi, and I am an abolitionist. And I'd like to read from Queers in Palestine, a liberatory demand from Queers in Palestine. We write this as workers, students, farmers, parents, as Palestinians, as queer Palestinians. We write this not because our queerness exceptionalizes our positions, but because, in the same way we have been othered as queers, we are now facing patriarchal colonial tactics that seek to further alienate us as queer Palestinians. To gather our words and energies requires an enormous effort. We are sickened that amidst these moments of spectacular brutality and carnage projected onto Palestinian bodies, including rape, torture, mutilation, and maiming, we are diverted from grieving and organizing to make this demand. We refuse the instrumentalization of our queerness, our bodies, and the violence we face as queer people to demonize and dehumanize our communities, especially in service of imperial and genocidal acts.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Good evening. My name is Mia Summers, and I'm an Oakland resident of District 2, and also a fifth-generation Japanese-American settler colonist. I'm here urging the City Council to pass this resolution as is with no amendments. I want to reiterate that this is an Oakland issue. Our highest level of government have given billions of our taxpayer dollars to embolden the occupation of Palestine. These are funds that could have been used to ensure all of Oaklanders are housed, fed, mentally, physically, and spiritually well, safe, and thriving, but instead are being used to commit genocide. Palestine has been occupied for 75 years. I am here today to say not another dime, not another day. So, as our highest elected officials continue to ignore their constituents, we demand that you uplift our voices and demands of the people to pass this resolution to call for an immediate and permanent ceasefire. Ceasefire now, and U.S. aid to Israel. Free Palestine!
Hi, everyone. Thank you for calling this special meeting. My name is Davis. I'm a Palestinian Oakland resident. I also work in Oakland. And I'm calling on you to support this critical resolution calling for an immediate and complete ceasefire. The amount of devastation and destruction we are experiencing is immeasurable. Every day I wake up to news of more death. 15,000 Palestinians killed, millions displaced, villages completely wiped off the face of the planet, hospitals bombed to the ground, and thousands still trapped under the rubble. Not only are we witnessing a genocide happening to our people back in Palestine, but children in the U.S. are being stabbed and shot to death and terribly injured just for being visibly Palestinian. We have a duty to do everything we can to ensure justice, and you have a responsibility to ensure Oakland stands on the right side of history. Supporting this resolution signifies Oakland's commitment to justice and echoes sentiments of countless constituents here. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Zeke. I live in Jingletown. So there's probably nobody in this building who doesn't pray for the end of violence throughout the world. There's 700,000 dead in Syria, 250,000 in Yemen, 300,000 in Tigray, 350 in South Sudan. And how many motions have been made with respect to those tragedies? What makes this conflict unique? Peanut Gallery, calm down. Okay, that's my concern, though. My concern is that this will have no effect on Hamas or Philistine or Israel. There's going to be no consequence. But for the Jews and the religious Jews that are living here in Oakland today, it will give them a sense of alienation. And thank you very much.
Moving on to the Zoom speakers. Oops. Moving to the Zoom speakers. NS, you are next. Okay, looks like you fell off. Camille. Please begin your comments.
Hello?
Yes, go ahead.
Council members, thank you so much for bringing this resolution to the table. My only complaint is that it's a little late. We have seen too much killing. I am a resident of Oakland. I am a proud resident of Oakland. I'm in District 3. I'm super proud of our council member Fife. Thank you for being bold. Thank you for being a leader. I am a mom of young kids. What we are witnessing right now is unprecedented, and we need our leaders to act boldly and with unprecedented courage. This is the time. Whatever you thought you were going to do during the genocide of the Native peoples of the USA and during Jim Crow time and during slavery, whatever you were doing right now is what you would have done back then. And a lot of people think they would have liked to be on the right side of history and stood up against these atrocities and for justice, but they just didn't. And this is a pivotal time that we are all experiencing. Please pass this resolution with no amendment.
Thank you for your comments. NS, you are next. If you would like to speak, please unmute yourself and begin your comments. NS. NS. Moving on to Sam Richardson. Sam, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, my name is Sam Richardson, and I am a resident of Oakland District 1. I call on the council to hear your constituents' voices and use your position to call for an end to this genocide. Please pass this resolution as is, call for a permanent ceasefire and a free Palestine. Thank you.
Rami, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, my name is Rami. I'm a District 1 resident. I want to thank you, Councilmember Fife, Bass, Jenkins, everyone who supports this resolution. I support this resolution as is. I want to give a little history lesson. In 1948, my grandparents were expelled forcibly from their homes. Over 750,000 Palestinians were displaced, 15,000 were killed. Today, we're seeing 1.7 million Palestinians displaced and over 20,000 killed. We need to act immediately. There's no more time. I also want to say, in regards to the amendment that was presented, if we condemn Palestinian resistance, we are saying that they should just roll over and die. Condemning quote unquote terrorism is a tactic the United States has used. And Dan Kalb, we will remember this at the ballot box. Thank you.
Moving on to the next group of speakers, Sarah Short, Savannah O, I.S. Sartwai, Tomor Altman, Emma McWade, Ron Baja, Luz Hernandez, Chani Bokenwell, Christina Gutt, Teresa Drenick, Navina Khanna, Farah Rahal, Sonia Tross, Tatiana Kume, Emma Paul, Kat Brooks, Maya Guadalupe Tamayo, Fida Salome, Nicole Dean, Megan Clark, Yasmin Ode, Josh P., Priya Patel, Jay Kleiman, Samaya Abadogani, Pierce Delahunt, Lisa Malou, J. Ray, Lisa Malou, Grant Yackel, Sarah Trigueros. In any order, or please raise your hand on Zoom.
Good evening. My name is Teresa Drenick. I'm the Deputy Regional Director for the Anti-Defamation League in the Central Pacific region and a 30-year resident here in Oakland. Since the 7th of October, the rise in anti-Semitic incidents, including here in this city, has risen dramatically, including graffiti in our city calling for the death of Jews, and just behind me, people chanting Heil Hitler. Today's resolution does nothing to affect change in a conflict taking place across the globe. In fact, it worsens the situation by fanning the flames of hate and creating an environment where our Jewish residents feel unsafe, unwelcomed, and with no sense of belonging. This war is not something that Israel started nor wanted. It is a war against Hamas, a terrorist organization that in its founding charter states for the end to the state of Israel entirely. A goal that was brought into stark relief on October 7th when terrorists brutally tortured, raped, murdered, and kidnapped children, teenagers, women, children, men, and the elderly.
Thank you. Your time is up.
So I'm going to ask again. Please refrain from making comments when people are speaking. It's only fair that everyone gets heard, regardless if you agree or disagree. Please refrain. Please refrain. Please refrain.
I was not able to continue to finish my last sentence.
So if we're not able to conduct our meeting, we will have to take a recess.
May I finish my last sentence?
Can you give her 10 more seconds, please?
We ask that you amend this resolution to call yes for a ceasefire, but only when you sufficiently condemn Hamas. And the resolution fails to call for the complete and total removal right now, and we urge you to amend it.
Your time is up.
Thank you.
My name is Christina Gutierrez, Christina Gut. I want to thank Council President Bass, Councilmember Fife for your leadership in bringing this resolution forward. Council President Bass, you began this meeting giving us instructions on how to behave, that you don't stand for violence. This false propaganda incites violence. 3 students in Vermont were shot yesterday by a white supremacist because these folks keep hinging on Israeli propaganda that Israel themselves have already said they've lied about. There's not been beheadings of babies and rapings. Israel murdered their own people on October 7th. They keep talking about Hamas, Hamas, Hamas. Our government does not fund Hamas. Our government funds Israel. Our government funds genocide. Our government funds killing of babies. I'm here as a City of Oakland employee representing thousands of employees who have had to sign on anonymously because we're scared of retaliation, saying ceasefire now. Thank you for your leadership. Please pass this. No amendments. Free Palestine. Don't listen to this bullshit.
My name is Iyas. I'm an American Palestinian. You know, I came to talk about Israel ethnic cleansing and the genocide of Gaza and the West Bank. But I'm really like, really? The Zionists are here to add condemning Hamas and ask for its removal? Calling for Hamas, a terrorist organization, asking for removal is like we don't have a resolution because Hamas is the excuse to continuing killing the Palestinians. That's why they said what they went in for, fight Hamas, yet they went genociding and ethnically cleansing the Palestinians. If this gets added, this is really bad because even if we also label Israel as a terrorist organization, which it is, Israel just doesn't respect any international resolutions, nor it respects any international law and commits war crimes, but it's different from Hamas. And like I said, that's what Israel uses to justify the annihilation of the Palestinians. I know people in Gaza who killed. My childhood friend's son got killed in the bombing of Jabalia refugee camp. I have family in the West Bank who are under curfew and fear.
Hi, my name is Chani. I'm an anti-Zionist Jew, and I've lived here 12 years. My family history is that I am the granddaughter of 2 German Jewish Holocaust survivors, and I call for a ceasefire now. My grandfather escaped the Nazis and then returned to Germany as an American soldier, and he helped liberate concentration camps. And he saw firsthand what violence you can do to other people when you dehumanize them. And he taught me kindness and compassion, and that violence on these scales should never happen again, and that all life is precious. The Jewish people are not safer by denying life and sovereignty to Palestinians. No bombings in our name. Ceasefire now. Pass the resolution without amendment, please.
My name's Lisa Malol. I'm a resident of Oakland for the last 20 years, and I am deeply saddened by the resolution that's put forward and the slurs and lies that are being put against Israel and against the Jewish people. I call on you to resolve that the dismantling of Hamas should happen immediately. I call on you to acknowledge that Hamas is responsible for the brutal murder, burning, tying together of children and families in their beds, and there's no amount of twisting words and alternative facts that's going to change that. And everything else is alternative. It is twisting. There's people saying that people are colonizers. People don't know what these words mean. And if this city council, I've talked with some of you, and they recognize that you do not have the knowledge or the background or the depth of information.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hello, my name is Maya Guadalupe Tamayo. I was born here in Oakland. Where's the fucking sage? We need it. Sorry, where's the sage? I'm a human being.
I'm sorry, I paused your time. Can you say your name one more time?
Okay, my name is Maya Guadalupe Tamayo. Born in Oakland, I live in Concord. I work here. I came out here. My heart's racing. I didn't plan anything. I'm human. We're all fucking human. And we don't deserve genocide. Nobody deserves genocide. My ancestors didn't deserve genocide, and nobody's children deserve to die. Okay? I'm basically an indigenous anarchist. I have no respect for this ceremony. Okay? So let me say this. If we have a God, they're watching. When you go to bed at night, at the end of the day, how do you sleep with yourselves? Love is the only thing that matters. Period. And if Oakland doesn't show that we stand for love and we love life, then who the fuck are we? Thank you.
Hi, my name is Sonia Traus. We live in West Oakland in Councilmember Fife's district. We are yes on the ceasefire resolution, no on genocide. It's surprising that that's a controversial issue today. It's one of the easiest ones that I've ever had to come, make public comment on. We're Jewish. And we're pretty religious, actually, compared to most Jews. I send my kids to Jewish school. We go to synagogue every Saturday. We keep Shabbat. And I don't say that because I think it makes my opinion matter more. I say it because there's a lot of people that want to say that religious Jews, need Israel, or religious Jews support Israel. And, of course, all kinds of Jews do all kinds of things. But there's a lot of Jews that don't support what's happening in Israel right now. My grandparents were Holocaust survivors, and what they took away from that experience is that ethno-nationalism is bad. It's bad.
Can you say your name one more time?
Did you hear me?
Okay. My name is Carmen Jovel. I live in the Fruitville district, and I'm here urging you, among the many others, to pass the ceasefire resolution without amendments. As an eviction defense housing advocate, I witness forced violent displacement daily caused by profit-driven greed. The eviction tsunami we're seeing right now here in Oakland, in the Bay Area, parallels the violent settler colonialism we're witnessing as the settler colony of Israel genocides Palestinians. In my home country of El Salvador, thousands were killed in the years leading up to a 12-year civil war by IOF-trained death squads using Israeli-provided weapons. That means that what's happening there can happen here very soon, and it's happening already in Cobb City, as militarized cops continue to enact domestic acts of violence against Black and brown indigenous people. Resistance, including armed resistance, is fully justified under occupation. This resolution is the bare minimum, and remember, your vote today will be remembered.
Hello, my name is Sarah Trigueros. I'm a resident of Oakland District 3. I just want to live in a city that stands on the right side of history, and I call for you to pass this resolution without amendment of condemning Hamas. Hamas exists because of Israel's brutal occupation of Palestine. The people of Palestine deserve to live. The children of Gaza deserve to laugh and play and sing. Please pass this resolution without amendment.
Hi, City Council. My name is Rona Baha. I'm a Muslim Afghan American, born and raised in Oakland, and a current District 4 resident. I urge each of you to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution without amendment. A recent Reuters Ipsos poll showed that 2/3 of Americans and 3/4 of Democrats support a ceasefire, but the vast majority of our leaders have failed to represent the will of their constituents. So we're calling on our City Council to give voice to our will and to take a morally courageous stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people. Of those who believe that a ceasefire must be predicated on the dismantlement of Hamas, I ask this: how many more tens of thousands of Palestinians are you willing to let die as collateral? Your claim that the removal of Hamas will bring about peace is ahistorical. Hamas was established in 1987, whereas the Zionist movement has been killing Palestinians and dispossessing them of their land for over 100 years.
Moving to the Zoom speakers, Sarah, you've been allowed to speak. Please begin your comments. Sarah Short.
Hi, my name is Sarah Short, and I'm a resident of District 1 in Oakland. I'm also a community organizer and organize with dozens of Jews that live in Dan Kalb's district, District 1. And I'm calling for all the city council members, especially Dan Kalb, to support this resolution with no amendments. I'm also a mom, and I'm just so heartbroken to see how many people are being killed in the name of Jews. This is not in our name. We don't support this. And we're calling on our city council members to pass this resolution with no amendments. Thank you.
Emma McWade, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Emma McWade, and I'm a District 3 Oakland resident. I'm in full support of passing this resolution for a ceasefire without amendments as the bare minimum in the midst of this humanitarian crisis in Palestine. As our elected representatives, I demand that you reflect our will by passing this resolution. The United States is funding the oppressor, Israel, for their war crimes and the ethnic cleansing of at least 20,000 Palestinian people. This is not war. This is not conflict. This is genocide, and it cannot continue any longer. We cannot be complicit. We cannot condemn Palestinian resistance because Palestinians deserve to resist occupation. There is so much more to be done with the Palestinian people, but this can start with us, Oakland residents, passing a resolution without amendments for a permanent ceasefire, not a pause in genocide. Oakland must be on the right side of history, and we demand a ceasefire now. It is a contradiction to be both pro-humanity and pro-Israel. Standing up for justice and against the oppressor is not anti-Semitism. I pray that as our representatives...
Farah, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, this is Farah Rahal. I strongly support the resolution calling for the ceasefire without amendment. I think it's the bare minimum that we can do since our tax dollars are funding this genocide. Many of us know the story of Isra Jabais, who was a Palestinian hostage who was recently released by the settler colony of Israel. She was falsely accused of a crime and imprisoned for it in 2015, long before the events of October 7th. During her imprisonment, she was denied medical treatment for severe burns that she had previously suffered, and when she was finally released, she was told not to show joy or celebrate by the Israeli occupation forces. Her story is one of thousands of stories of Palestinians who were falsely imprisoned, and more than half of which are from the West Bank, where there is no Hamas presence or control. We recently celebrated Thanksgiving as a country where we remembered the atrocities committed against Native Americans to found this country. I think this resolution for a ceasefire is the first thing we can do to stop this from happening in Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. The next speaker is Tatiana. Tatiana, please begin your comments. Tatiana.
Hello. Hi. Hi, my name is Titania Kume.
I'm a Black Oakland District 2 resident, and I am in full support of the city's ceasefire resolution as it is without any amendments. Supporting an immediate and permanent ceasefire in Gaza is very much an Oakland issue. According to the U.S. Campaign for Palestinian Rights, every year the U.S. government writes Israel a blank check for $3.8 billion funding the Israeli military. Of that $3.8 billion, $6,121,138 come from Oakland, California taxpayer dollars. That money could support 727 Oakland households with public housing for a year. Instead, it is going to Israel, which has been deemed by Amnesty International, Human Rights Watch, and branches of the United Nations to be an apartheid.
Vida Salome, you are next. Vida.
Hi, I'm Vida Salome, and I support the call for a ceasefire and an end to the Palestinian occupation without any amendments. I urge you to support this resolution. And honestly, shame on us that it's taken this long to do this. And the fact that we're still debating a ceasefire after 50 days is ridiculous. We need to be calling for an end to the illegal 75-year occupation of Palestine, an end to the oppression, an end to the ethnic cleansing, an end to the unlawful imprisonment and child detainees, an end to U.S. tax dollars to Israel. We should be calling for the Palestinian freedom and right to self-determination and the restoration of basic human rights and dignity to the Palestinian people. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Nicole Dean. Nicole.
Hey, can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, great. Hi, my name is Nicole. I'm a District 3 resident, and I support this resolution and ask the council to pass it with no amendments. I want to thank my council member, Carol Fife, who I see out here in the community every single day working extremely hard to fight for the needs and concerns of the residents of her district. I appreciate Councilmember Fife for responding to her constituents who are directly impacted by this issue. Thank you for bringing people together and crafting this resolution in partnership with Muslim and Jewish leaders. I hope that everyone on this council will join the millions of people around the world calling on the U.S. government to demand a ceasefire in Gaza and end the genocide against the Palestinians. There are so many things that Oakland needs federal funding for. The federal government should be sending Oakland funding to develop thousands of units of deeply affordable and supportive housing that gets people off the street. But instead, we're spending billions of dollars to destroy 42% of all the housing in Gaza, to displace over 1.2 million Palestinians, to kill thousands of Palestinian children. That's wrong. I hope we'll stand against it.
Thank you. The next speaker is Megan Clark. Megan, please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
My name is Megan. First, Oakland, I love y'all. I'm grateful for the collaborative leadership of Councilmember Fife alongside Muslim and Jewish leaders who listened to Oakland's constituents by writing and proposing the resolution so that Oakland can join the world in calling for an end to the genocide and erasure of Palestinians. Our friends, neighbors, and colleagues, Palestinians in forced exile, are experiencing unimaginable loss while fighting censorship, being targeted with hate, and watching as our government increases financial and military support to Israel. It has to stop, and the U.S. has the power to do that. We will not sit by while our tax dollars are being used to destroy Palestinian homes, schools, hospitals, and lives, the very things that we are being denied at home. As the number of Palestinians murdered and displaced nearly doubles that of the Nakba, I support this resolution as written, calling for the building blocks necessary for Palestinian liberation and self-determination. You need this to happen. Thank you for your time.
Ama Paul, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Aima Pauli. I am a descendant of Holocaust survivors. I'm a descendant of Arab revolutionaries. And this is a very important topic to me. I think it's important to all of Oakland. I want this resolution passed as is. We've been witnessing the death of over 20,000 unarmed civilians, over 8,000 children, over 57 journalists, over 250 healthcare workers, and it has to stop. And I'm proud of Oakland for putting this resolution forward, to see homes destroyed, to see people's families get wiped off the face of the map. It has to end. And I think criticizing Israel is not criticizing any religion or any people. You can see in this room who is united here and the diversity of that unification. And I hope this passes. Thank you.
Samaya, you are next.
Hi, my name is Samaya Abdelghani. I'm a resident of District 3, and I'm in strong support of this resolution without amendment. A genocide is currently being committed against my loved ones in Palestine with our collective tax dollars. Dollars that are desperately needed here at home to meet the basic needs of housing, food, and healthcare for our communities. Over the last 6 weeks, at least 20,000 innocent Palestinians have been murdered, 8,000 of which are children. Thousands more have been forcibly displaced from their homes and severely injured. Every day that action is not taken risks another senseless massacre. This is just the latest atrocity in 75 years of Israel's violent occupation of Palestine, the root cause of the horror we are witnessing today. To echo Councilmember Fife's apt words, this call for a permanent ceasefire is mild. Thank you for understanding the urgency of this resolution and for demonstrating the leadership that our state and federal politicians have failed to exhibit.
Thank you for your comments. Jay Kleiman, you are next. Please unmute yourself. Jay Kleiman. Jay Kleiman, if you are speaking, you are muted. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Jay Kleiman, and I'm a Oakland D3 resident. I fully support the resolution without amendments. To the concerns raised here tonight, there is no Hamas leadership in government in the West Bank, and yet Israel, funded by the U.S., still commits genocide. We need a permanent ceasefire now, unequivocally. As an anti-Zionist Jew, I know my safety does not lie in blindly supporting a fascist ethno-state, but my safety lies in supporting the liberation of all people. I want to show great appreciation for my council member, Carol Fife, for listening to her constituents, to my neighbors, and for drafting this resolution in partnership with community leaders who wanted to see an end to suffering we are witnessing, and who want to see our federal government invested in practices of unity and healing. This is what the people want. This is simple. Like, we don't want genocide being committed with our
Thank you for your comments. Sarah Short, you are next. Sarah.
I spoke already.
Thank you. Priya Patel, you are next. Priya, please begin your comments.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, my name is Priya and I'm a resident of District 2. I urge the City Council to pass the resolution as is. We cannot talk about terrorism without acknowledging the terrorist acts of the IDF and addressing the root of all of this, which is the 75 years of Israeli occupation funded by the US. We cannot talk about terrorism without acknowledging the wall around Gaza, creating an open-air prison, without acknowledging water restrictions placed on Palestinians, without acknowledging the use of white phosphorus by the IDF, a war crime, without acknowledging the IDF arresting children and locking them away for years for merely throwing stones, without acknowledging the ridiculous notion that the safety of Jewish people hinges upon the insidious slaughter and displacement of Palestinians, Western powers have weaponized Jewish trauma to populate a military base in the Middle East, calling it Israel. There's a more powerful, peaceful, creative solution than genocide. Ceasefire now, end U.S. aid to Israel, free Palestine. Thank you.
Pierce, you are next. Please begin your comments.
Hello, thank you. I would like to echo the sentiment that it's kind of strange to call in to ask people to condemn genocide and vote for a ceasefire, but here we are. I want to point out two things that happened at the front of the meeting. One was a land acknowledgement, which, I support, and it's also strange to have a land acknowledgement on the one hand in the front of a meeting that is possibly calling for the genocide of another indigenous people and the continued settler colonialism of them on the other hand. It was also said that any words that incite violence will be cut off. Any words that support Zionism are words that incite violence. I do support this resolution, and I would support it even more if it were amended to condemn the terrorist actions of Israel, and even more so if it were to condemn the real villain here, which is the United States government. This is actually a U.S. proxy genocide because Israel is carrying out U.S. interests and always has, and that's why U.S. supports it so much. Thank you.
Jan Raker, you are next.
Thank you. My name is Jan, and as a proud Zionist Jew whose family members perished in the Holocaust, I am saddened by this resolution and the harm and danger it is causing our community. My daughter lives in Israel, and if Hamas had a chance, it is clear they would gleefully gang rape, shoot her in the head while still inside her. This is exactly what they have already done and likely doing with the hostages. Is this resistance to you? How does this live with Oakland's Love Life motto? I am here asking you to amend the proposed resolution to condemn Hamas and call for their removal. There can be no lasting peace for Israelis and Palestinians if Hamas remains in power. As stated by their charter, Hamas has no interest in coexistence. For these reasons, I hope you support real peace.
Josh P.
Good evening. This is Josh, and I am a resident of District 1. And I wanted to talk a bit about values. The Oakland charter, actually the motto is Love Life. And that is a wonderful aspirational idea that we should all love life. And I believe there are many people in Oakland of good conscience who do love life. And I want to focus on Hamas, on the other hand. They, in their own words, this is not something I'm saying, just Google it and ask, what does Hamas believe in? And their leader, Ismail Haniyeh, is quoted as saying, the Israelis love life, but we at Hamas love death, and we use that as our weapon against them. So you have to ask yourself, if the city of Oakland's motto is love life, then why would the city of Oakland carry water for a genocidal group like Hamas? It makes no sense.
Gonna go move with the next group of names. Grant Yackel, Sarah Trigueros, David Cooper, Oleg Ivanov, Saeed Qureshi, Francis Ramos, Amanda Chang, Nomi Safadi, Lawan Al-Saleh, Samir Arabi, Alicia Harger, Frant Brodsky, Michael Goldstein, Randa Wah, Christian Leckie, Bridget Lowry, Dariana Lancet, Igor Tregub, Rebecca Sperling, Mia Portner, Judith Klinger, Jillian Zadespi, Frost Abu Snehne, Sangrita Sakar, Dina Al Adib, Isabel Barbera, Joshua Elbaum, Sonia Rifkin, Violet Mansour, Isabella Teely, Wendy Como, Jennifer Finley, Amy Chu.
All right. Hello, my name is Lujain Al-Saleh, and I'm a District 1 resident of Oakland. I am a Palestinian who has had family killed in Gaza by US-funded Israeli bombs, along with countless of others in this room and across the world who have lost family in Palestine. Today, I am calling on our City Council to support this resolution as it is written, sending an unequivocal message that Oakland stands against genocide. I work for a local climate justice leadership program for youth in Oakland, and our youth who are as young as 11 years old understand that the ongoing displacement and violence against Palestinian people is not complicated. The youth want their city to stand on the right side of history. As a city rooted in social and racial justice, we must join the worldwide call to end this genocide and wholeheartedly affirm our love-life commitment from Oakland to Palestine. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Frank Brodsky, and I've been a resident of Oakland for almost 25 years in Carol Fife's district. On October 7th, Hamas terrorists committed the most brutal attacks against the Jewish people since the Holocaust. These brutal atrocities were committed on infants, children, the elderly, and even people who had been advocating for peace between peoples. Since then, Hamas has committed further violations of international law by using the Gazan people as human shields and denying the International Red Cross access to kidnapping victims. Furthermore, Hamas has repeatedly stated that they plan to commit further attacks like those committed on October 7th. As President Biden, Secretary of State Blinken, and the Congress have all made clear, there can be no lasting peace for Israelis nor Palestinians if Hamas remains in power. Clearly, a permanent ceasefire that fails to remove Hamas will lead to further attack, suppression of the Palestinian people, violence, and no help for peace.
Thank you. Your time is up.
I'm reading a statement from my rabbi who was not able to stay here till his name was called. I am David Cooper, Rabbi Emeritus at Kehillah.
What's your name?
My name is Nancy Feinstein. I'm David Cooper, Rabbi Emeritus at Kehillah Community Synagogue. I'm here speaking in my own capacity and not representing my congregation, although I do reflect the views of many of my congregants. On October 7th, I was devastated by the news of the massacres of civilian people begging for their lives in Israel. I've been following the news, awaiting the release of a niece of a friend of mine abducted in Gaza. I've also been shocked by the daily toll of civilians killed in Gaza. Like those killed in Israel, each person is a treasure to their loved ones and are now forever gone except in memory. And I have Palestinian friends in the rural West Bank dedicated to nonviolence who are facing terrorizing attacks over and over and over again from Israeli settlers. It is my prayer that the current pause in the fighting is expanded to a permanent ceasefire and that this time there will be no violent hostilities and that there are no violent hostilities to be a time to gather all parties to secure security. The continued attack on Gaza
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hi, my name is, can you hear me? Hi, my name is Samer, and I'm asking you to vote yes with no amendments. Even though I am not Palestinian, I have lived through 2 Israeli wars. I also have a graduate degree in conflict studies, and I've spent years advising governments and intergovernmental agencies, including the US and Germany, on political violence and the trajectories of war. In 2012, I briefed the UN Security Council on the political economies of ceasefire, so this is something I know about personally and professionally. And I want to thank you for this resolution because sustained political pressure like this is the only meaningful path to sustainable peace. Warmongering and continued bloodshed makes everyone less safe, and I urge you to be mindful of the language of moral panic that feeds the machine of war. Those of us who warned of the folly of the war in Afghanistan in 2001 were called Taliban sympathizers. And after 20 years and hundreds of thousands of corpses, what has all that bloodlust accomplished? The simple truth is that the proportion of civilian casualties is directly proportional to the likelihood of future instability, and the so-called collateral damage of this past month is unmatched by any modern conflict in history, 200 times the rate of civilian casualties in World War II. The only way out of this horror is peace, and pressure for peace happens at the local level, so thank you.
Thank you. Your time is up.
My name is Renda. I'm a resident of District 2, a PhD student, and above all, a proud Palestinian woman. I am enraged that my tax dollars are used to kill my own people when my own neighborhood is overflowing with people who need housing, that our healthcare system is broken, and that our children don't have access to the education that they deserve. The only solace I have had as the world stays silent on genocide, as me and my people are dehumanized, and as hate crimes against Palestinian Arabs and Muslims soar to unprecedented levels in this country, is the incredible solidarity and joint struggle from everyone in this room and the thousands across Oakland and the hundreds of thousands that have come out to protest for Palestine. The people of Oakland have stated clearly and firmly that they stand with a free Palestine. I call you, as our elected officials, to join us in our vision of freedom. Stand on the right side of history with us and become part of Oakland's legacy to stand up for liberation and freedom. Vote yes on this resolution. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Dariana Lancet, and I am a Jewish American Oakland resident, Jewish educator, worker at the city of Oakland, and has a family friend who's been held hostage right now, and I am calling on you to support this resolution without any amendments. I am a District 1 resident, Dan Kolb. I will be remembering your support of this at voting. Gaza is not that big. It is twice the size of Oakland. Council members, can you imagine somewhere twice the size of Oakland with 20,000 civilians killed in the last 7 weeks? 1.7 people displaced and unhoused, 5,000 people unhoused in Oakland right now. We know what that is. The human shield argument is dehumanizing, horrifying, and makes no sense. If there was a school shooter at Skyline High School, would you support the U.S. government and continuously bombing that school in response with all the students and teachers inside? So many of these people in this room have histories of oppression and genocides in our ancestry. Some of us tell ourselves, if we were in positions of power, what would we do? Please be the person to do the right thing. My generation of Jewish people and...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hello, my name is Mia Portner. I'm a 21-year-old anti-Zionist Jew, and I fully support this resolution with no amendments. I am standing here today representing Jewish Voice for Peace, as well as the vastly changing hearts and minds of Jews across the diaspora as we witness the horrors of genocide in Palestine and the truth about the colonial state of Israel. Let us be clear. Israel was never a safe space for Jews. Its existence only increases anti-Semitism across the world, and as a Jewish person, I come from a lineage of persecution and displacement. With this knowledge of my history, I have a responsibility by virtue of not just my Judaism, but my humanity, to stand for Palestinian liberation. Palestinian liberation is Jewish liberation and is liberation for all people. I am disgusted by the supporters of Israel who came here today to harass us, laugh at the pain of Palestinians, and spew false, violent, fascist, white supremacist rhetoric to fuel a genocide under the guise of Jewish protection. You disgust me, and you do not represent me, and you will not win. Please vote to approve this resolution and know that Jews across the world, deceased and alive, will stand beside you in that decision. I am honored to stand beside Palestinians and all indigenous peoples in their fight for freedom. And I know
your time is up.
Hello, my name is Isabel Barbera, and I'm here today to stand in strong support of the resolution for a ceasefire with no amendment. This is the absolute bare minimum, as many people have said, that we can do as Americans whose tax dollars are funding and have been funding this genocide. I want to speak briefly to the amendment. which includes a condemnation of Hamas as a terrorist organization, this amendment not only supports Israel's propaganda and justification for genocide, but completely obscures the reality of the settler colonial state of Israel. It obscures the reality of 75 years of genocide, ethnic cleansing, and apartheid. If we care about condemning terrorism, let's talk about the Israeli government, the IDF, and armed Israeli settlers who are torturing and murdering Palestinians every day. Calling Hamas a terrorist organization is ridiculous, racist, and plays into genocidal propaganda that is flooding our media and that we should be doing everything possible to combat. Since October 7th, over 20,000 people in Gaza have been killed. And my question for the City Council and for the City of Oakland is how many more people have to die for us to take this bare minimum step?
Hi, my name is Isabel Nguyen-Tilly. I'm a resident of Oakland, and I support the resolution. I'm a second-generation Vietnamese American, and my family lived through a war in what could be considered the most bombed region in the world. That war lasted decades, and in barely 2 months, the bombing in Gaza is already being compared to that tragic record. It is incomprehensible to me that anyone could see the lopsided statistics of this violence and be so blinded by their ideology that they oppose even a ceasefire. Despite often co-opting social justice language, Zionism builds a world where people are only safe in ethno-states where they have a monopoly on power and violence. But the world I am building, and the one I hope Oakland is building, is one where we are safe because our communities are all healthy and free, where safety comes from love and not repression. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Firas Abusnene, and I support the resolution as is without amendments. A lot of the people who are from the pro-Palestinian, pro-ceasefire side here have spoken much more eloquently than I can, but I will just say something about this that we need to just think about a little bit more. The United States is a very rich country, but do we feel rich? No. Most of us feel not rich, even though we're in the richest country and in one of the richest cities in this country and richest areas in this country. Why is that? Connect the dots. It's because we give all our money to war and destruction and polluting this world, instead of keeping it here where we can use it for education, fixing our city, building housing for a lot of people who really are either homeless or are on the threat of being homeless. This is important. I am Palestinian, and I am Jewish too in descent. My family is being bombed right now, but I'm saying to you all, for your sake, keep the money here and use it for the people, not for war.
Thank you. Your time is up.
My name is Michael Goldstein, and I have to struggle to compose myself after hearing a speaker say his family's being bombed. Thank you for taking the time to listen to us and to consider this resolution. I grew up in a family where we wondered how good Germans could look the other way during the Holocaust. And it's been threatening my physical and mental health to watch us look the other way while our government is not only complicit, but is actually enabling Israel's policy, its long-term policies and its immediate ethnic cleansing of Gaza. As to whether that's the business of a city council, this is the level of government that is not bought and paid for by AIPAC. If we're going to get representation, it has to come from you. And as others have said, 78% of Americans support a ceasefire, 82%, thank you.
Moving to our Zoom speakers, I'm going to just start with Luz Hernandez. Luz, please begin your comments.
Hi, my name is Luz Hernandez. I'm a D3 resident here in Oakland, and I'm calling in support of this resolution with no amendments. Thank you for calling for this meeting. I only wish it had happened sooner. I am appalled that people came here today with talking points that focus on Hamas when we are all seeing on our phones the genocide happening in real time. We as U.S. taxpayers and this city council as elected officials have an obligation to take a firm stand against this U.S.-funded genocide. The root cause of the problem is Israeli occupation, and it's clear to me that those folks do not value the lives of Palestinians who have been facing occupation and apartheid for 75 years. Also, in response to some of the previous speakers, it's so offensive as someone of indigenous descent to be told by Zionists that I do not know what colonization is. I know very well what that means, and I know what it's like to have my people dehumanized. The masses know what is going on, and that's why you are seeing people rising up all across the world, no longer buying the Zionist propaganda. We need to make clear our reps in Washington know that the Bay Area doesn't stand for this. Thank you.
Continue calling names. Imayan Elzara. Sonal C., Amy Gray Schlink, Amber Curry, Sarah Mellish, Nita Hamali, Nadia Khan, Aria Stadnick, Lara Gabriel, Michael Sosa, I already called you, Gabrielle Rose Sharp, Janine Korn, Andrew Kramer, Emily Johnson, Juliet Lisner, Beth Mayer, Juliet Linzer, Nadine, Laith A., Khalid Kishari. Approach the podium in any order.
Hi, everyone. My name's Gabrielle Sharp, and I just wanted to say I firmly support this resolution with no amendments. I think as a Black American, I am proud to see resistance across the world from oppressed people. And I think I am ashamed that in Oakland, this is even a debate. We are where the Black Panther Party started. Like, we are the core of resistance. And as the core of resistance, the least we can do is stand with our family abroad. So I yield the rest of my time because there's nothing I can say that hasn't been said a million times better. I shame the woman who tried to tell us we don't know what colonialism is. Israel is the main modern day representation of what colonialism is. And the United States supporting them just shows that we're stuck in our same tradition of genocide that we did when we founded this country. So support the resolution with no amendments. I appreciate Carol Fife for presenting it. Thank you.
Hi, council members. Thank you for sitting through this.
I'm sorry, can you repeat your name and pull the mic down because we cannot hear
My
you.
name is Beth Meyer, and I'm in District 2 with Nikki Fortunato Bass, who I don't see right now. But this is really a joke. I mean, these people just won't listen to anything. What? This has been going on the whole time, the heckling, and it's obviously they have more numbers, so you're probably going to vote with them, but that doesn't make it right, okay?
Can you pause, please? Can you guys let her finish?
This has been going on the whole time.
Excuse me, can you let her finish, please?
So this is really a joke, and I'm sorry, again, you have to sit through it. I am absolutely fine with the ceasefire, provided the hostages are released immediately and Hamas is out of power. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you for your time.
Go ahead and begin, please.
My name is Juliet. I am a 33-year resident of Oakland. I live in District 2. I'm extremely disappointed that I have not seen my council member in a very long time. I don't know how she's going to vote on this without hearing from constituents. I am deeply saddened, disappointed, and horrified that you could consider a resolution without condemning Hamas given what has gone on. I urge you, if you want a resolution promoting peace, to include an amendment to condemn Hamas. Otherwise, this is not a resolution promoting peace. I also want you to know that I stand here on behalf of many, many friends, neighbors, family members, and colleagues who are afraid to be here, afraid to speak out on this issue, and who strongly support an amendment condemning Hamas. There is much more support than you are seeing and hearing tonight.
My name's Nadine. Okay. Should I go? Good? All right.
So it's inappropriate to tell anyone to leave.
My name's Nadine, I'm Palestinian, and I'm urging you to stand on the side of peace and justice today. And it starts by demanding an immediate and permanent ceasefire and an end to the $3.8 billion in US aid to Israel so we can stop funding death. In just 50 days, Israel has killed over 55 journalists, over 100 UN personnel, over 15,000 Palestinian civilians, over 6,000 of those are children. Over 1 million people have been displaced. The masses have spoken tonight demanding a ceasefire, with almost every human rights organization demanding the same. I call on the Oakland City Council to stand with the majority of your constituents and support this resolution with no amendment. Let Oakland honor its legacy for social justice. The last 6 weeks have been a test to see what the people of Oakland will tolerate, and we will not stop, and we will not tolerate our money being used to fund genocide. We must abandon unrealistic Israeli rhetoric about ending Hamas and embrace a more attainable political solution. Hamas is not mass arresting and shooting Palestinians in the West Bank. The apartheid state of Israel is.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hello, my name is Leif, and I'm calling for us to support this critical resolution with no amendments. When we say that too many Palestinians have been killed, that 6 times as many children were killed in Gaza in the first month of Israeli aggression than the entirety of the Russian-Ukraine war. These Palestinians being killed are not just numbers. They are not just names. They are loved ones, family members of people here in Oakland, including family members of my very own. California looks at Oakland as a beacon of justice, a lighthouse that guides our country in its humanity. And now it waves a UN flag, while over 100 UN staff members have been killed in the bloodiest assault in UN staff's history. Now is not a time to do what is convenient, but to do what is right.
Your time is up.
To call for a permanent ceasefire.
Hi, my name is Arina. I'm a student and a resident of District 1. I want to voice my support for this resolution as is. I stand here today because my great-grandparents barely survived genocide, ethnic cleansing, and displacement. As a member of the diaspora whose homeland is currently also experiencing war, invasion, and military occupation, I'm familiar with the harmful and pervasive ways in which the consequences of war ripple through generations. From this place of pain and solidarity and ancestral rage, I urge the city of Oakland to advocate for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. Today's victims could have been saved by yesterday's ceasefire. Also, I believe that self-defense is sacred, and I support the Palestinian people in resisting their occupation. Thank you.
Hi, this is Iman Alzarka.
And so before beginning, I wanted to thank all of you for taking the time to listen to us. And I really want to thank you so much, Carol Five, who's my district member, for what you said at the beginning. And I know that you're here to not only represent us, but because this means something to you. Thank you so much for being in touch with your heart and being personally passionate about defending all human life. I want to make something very, very clear. The amendment about throwing in condemning Hamas is not something of, oh, let's just make everyone happy in this room by putting it in there. It's that logic that says, oh, we need to condemn Hamas, that is the same logic that the United States used to justify the bombing in Iraq, in Afghanistan, in Pakistan, and in Syria. And it's by labeling Palestinians as terrorists and giving a reason to bomb them and act in this with this military brutality that we can't add this amendment in here. Because we need to focus on human life and stop issuing this propaganda that continues to kill 6,000 innocent children, that you please should not add this amendment. Thank you so much. And once again, just a reminder to check in with your humanity as you pass the decision and be brave. Thank you.
Thank you. Going back to the Zoom speakers, Sanjita, you are next. Please begin your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sangeeta, and I'm an Oakland community member. And I'm calling in today in support of the resolution for Oakland's support for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza. As many commenters have stated previously, we're witnessing a genocide. According to international data, 1 out of every 200 people in Gaza has been killed since October 7th, or 0.5% of Gaza's population. Oakland has a long history of standing on the side of justice, and I urge our council members to follow in this history, as well as in the footsteps of the City of Richmond and the Alameda County Democratic Party, by passing the resolution as it is without any amendments. When returning city land to Indigenous stewardship last year, former Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf said that the city was committed to returning land to Indigenous stewardship. I'd like to remind this council that land back means land back everywhere, including in occupied Palestine. Thank you, and free Palestine.
Dina Al-Adib, you are next. Dina.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, hi, my name is Dina Al-Adib. I'm a longtime resident of Oakland, a homeowner in District 3, and I strongly urge you to vote and support and pass the resolution for the immediate ceasefire in Gaza without any amendments. I'm a scholar of the Middle East and Islamic studies, working on U.S. militarism and imperial war geographies. I'm also an educator and a longtime anti-war organizer. Since the first Gulf War on Iraq, I was actually born in Baghdad, Iraq. I came here to the Bay Area, specifically Oakland, during the first Gulf War, and have been committed to not only anti-war organizing, but building movements with coalitions that are dedicated for Indigenous rights, Black power, people of color, racial justice, social justice, and human rights. I am actually, I'm having a hard time being present and reading what I wrote because I have been.
Jennifer Finley, you are next.
As an Oakland resident and anti-Zionist Jew, I strongly support this resolution. I have relatives who worked in AIPAC leadership, an American cousin who now lives in Israel, and her son who 3 months ago finished mandated basic training with the IDF and was called to service on 10/7. I'm sickened by the atrocities committed against Palestinians with my tax dollars and by my own blood relations, and I will not look away. I will not be silent. I've genuinely never felt as connected to my Judaism as I have in the movement spaces led by Jewish Voices for Peace in solidarity with humanity. I'm also a proud Oakland transplant, grateful for a city that has and continues to radicalize me. Outspoken advocacy, solidarity, and the power of the people is the only way to create the change that we need. Our federal representatives need to know that we support this not only as individuals, but also as a city united in support of humanity. Please vote in favor of this resolution with no amendments. It only should have been sooner. Dan Caleb, you had something before council in a week for Ukraine. Never again means never again for anyone.
Sonia Rifkin, you're next. Sonia.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Sonia Rifkin. I'm a 17-year resident of Oakland, living in District 2, and I'm a member of Jewish Voice for Peace. And I ask that you support this resolution unamended. Watching these chambers on Zoom, I recall standing there when we organized to stop Urban Shield, to interrupt a deadly feedback loop between racial militarization in Israel and in Oakland. And I hope that tonight will be another historic moment in that tradition. And in this case, to simply call for a permanent ceasefire that the majority of voters support that will save thousands of lives. Why should a local city council take a stand on this? Here are 3 reasons. Hisham Awartani, Hinan Abdal Hamid, Tafseen Ali Ahmad, 3 Palestinian students who were shot in Vermont on Saturday in someone's local town. In Palestine and in the diaspora, Palestinians deserve freedom and safety, and it doesn't take away from mine as a Jew, quite the opposite. So please support the unamended resolution. Thank you.
Violet, you're next. Violet.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hi, my name is Viola, and I'm a D3 resident in Oakland. I am the granddaughter of Palestinian refugees who fled their demolished home 75 years ago under the threat of massacre, and they've never been able to return back. What happened to my grandparents is happening right now in Gaza, and we have a responsibility to support this resolution as is, especially in Oakland. The Black Panthers stood with Palestine. The BLM stands with Palestine. Local indigenous communities stand with Palestine. All the voices that have spoken today in support of passing this resolution are from Black, brown, marginalized communities, which you do not see when you look at the opposition. And the amendments that they are proposing continue the dehumanization of brown bodies of Palestinians. It is how our death is justified, how killing 14,000 people is justified, how shooting 3 Palestinian students is justified, how stabbing a 6-year-old Palestinian kid is justified. These amendments put a target on our backs as Palestinians, and we need Oakland to reject these amendments and do the bare minimum of passing a ceasefire resolution.
Wendy Cal, you're next. Wendy.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hello, my name is Wendy Calmo. I am a Maya Mom native and 20-year District 5 native. I support this resolution as it is with no amendments. I'm here to say Oakland needs to stay ceasefire. As a survivor of genocide, my indigenous community had their story of loss and forced migration censored, and now history is repeating with our tax dollars in Palestine. I'm here to say let Oakland be on the right side of history, not just the end of the ceasefire now, but to condemn any U.S. support of genocide all over the world. Let Oakland be proud to say we believe in the liberation of all people, condemn genocide then, now, and in the future. Thank you very much.
Judith Klinger, you're next. Judith?
Yes, hello. Judith Klinger, I live in the Diamond District. I want to add some context about Hamas. Palestinian academic Amaneh Jamal, a dean at Princeton University, surveyed Gazans on October 6th, the day before Hamas's huge pogrom. Surveys showed that the majority of Gazans were disgusted with the corruption of their leadership, more so even than their relationship with Israel. Hamas is the 2nd richest terrorist organization in the world. It clears $1 billion annually. That's per The Economist magazine. With that money, Hamas built not an infrastructure for its people, but a network of tunnels. There are 311 miles of tunnels. That is per Al Jazeera, citing Yahya Sinwar, the head of Hamas in Gaza. The overall head of Hamas, Sheikh Hania, doesn't even live with his people in Gaza. He lives out in Qatar in luxury. Hamas has not held an
Sanal, you are next. Sanal.
Hi, my name is Sanal, and I'm a resident of Oakland District 1, and I'm calling in today to support the resolution with no amendments and to stand up for people who deserve justice and sovereignty just as much as everyone else. The ethnic cleansing that's happening there is beyond horrifying and has been going on for too long. The occupation is violence. It's displacing people, blockading food, water, and humanitarian aid, and these are all war crimes, and we must say no and stand in solidarity with the people of Gaza. Local politics are people power, and I call on you to demand immediate permanent ceasefire in Gaza and end to U.S. funding in Israel. Thank you.
Amber Curry, you are next. Amber.
Hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi. Thank you. I live in District 1. I am a Palestinian American nurse that directly serves Alameda County residents, and I strongly support this resolution. The horror that is being inflicted upon Palestinians in Gaza is beyond a nightmare for any person who cares about human life. Israel has been bombing hospitals, ambulances, schools, churches. They have cut off water and electricity and are releasing white phosphorus on a population that consists of almost 50% children. Since October 7th, Israel has killed over 20,000 Palestinians and has erased hundreds of bloodlines. As a nurse, I am horrified with the response of those in power. This is not a political issue or a war. This is a human rights emergency, a genocide that our tax dollars are funding. And I have seen firsthand that this money needs to stay in our community. So I'm urging each of you to please use your voice and power to pass this resolution and stand.
Sarah Mellish, you are next. Sarah Mellish.
Hi, my name is Sarah. I'm a District 4 resident, and I fully support this important resolution, as is with no amendments. We need to do everything that we can to stop the brutality of this genocide on Gaza and the Palestinian people. Our taxpayers' funds should not be used to bomb whole families, children, libraries, and hospitals. And seeing what's happening over there is just too much. We need to act now and send an unequivocal message that Oakland condemns genocide. And the people want to ceasefire now. You know, it's popular. We have been calling for ceasefire in the streets, making calls to our representatives, writing letters to the editor, and now we're asking the council for help. It's time for you to step up. Thank you, Councilmember Fife, for your leadership. Again, to the other council members, do not be afraid to speak out for what is right. Free Palestine. We cannot be silent. Thank you.
Nita Jamali, you're next. Nita Jamali.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Hi, my name is Nada Jamali. I'm a Palestinian from Gaza and I work in Oakland. I support this critical resolution without amendment. We must call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, along with the end of the siege on Gaza by Israel and the end of US aid to Israel. A pause is not a ceasefire. We're calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Over 20,000 Palestinians have been killed by the Zionist regime since October 7th. 1.7 million Palestinians in Gaza have been displaced. These numbers are greater than the Nakba or the catastrophe in 1948, where 800,000 Palestinians were displaced and over 15,000 were killed. This resolution will also support Arab and Palestinian residents of Oakland to show that Oakland does not stand with genocide. Yesterday, 3 American Palestinian students were shot by a white supremacist for wearing kufiyas and speaking Arabic. Hisham, Kenan, and Tahsin. Amendments undermine the call for a ceasefire and continues the.
Nadia Khan, you are next. Nadia.
Hi, can you hear me?
One moment. Go ahead and begin.
Okay, hello, I live in District 4 of Oakland. I thank Oakland for the resolution and support the immediate call for ceasefire without amendment. For those of you who are saying, do your job, this isn't an Oakland issue, I say this is a human issue and it's an everyone issue. For those of you saying, why not make resolutions for the other atrocities around the world? I say our money, our billions of tax dollars are being misdirected to this Israeli cause, and it's incumbent upon us to say something about our tax dollars, and it starts at this local level. level. Our U.S. tax dollars are going towards this violence and oppression over the entire population, demonstrated by bombings of hospitals, schools, mosques, refugee camps, journalists, and their families, none of which have been spared. Children are paying the price for this indiscriminate rampage in Palestine. Those who keep asking for condemnation of Hamas, this war is clearly not about Hamas, but about possessing the land. And we know this because Palestinians in the West Bank are being murdered or falsely imprisoned for years and suffer discriminatory treatment, denying them equal rights, which is also known as apartheid. The actions of Israeli government speak louder than words. They're not targeting Hamas. This is a genocide.
Thank you for your comments. Saad Qureshi, you are next. Please begin your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, everyone. I'm Saad Qureshi. I'm calling in support for an immediate ceasefire, a crucial step for our Oakland community and a resonance of diverse voices worldwide. I ask you to endorse the resolution as is, sending a resounding message that Oakland opposes genocide. This issue hits home because our tax dollar fund the violence in Gaza. We have the power to end the suffering of innocent civilians in Gaza. This isn't a distant conflict. It impacts our diverse Oakland communities, particularly our Arab and Muslim communities who face rising hate and violence. Since October 7th, hate incidents against Muslims have increased by 200%. We need you to help keep our families safe. A permanent ceasefire is the only path to lasting peace. We need to end the Palestinian genocide, and we call on the Oakland City Council to support the ceasefire. Genocide doesn't pause. It only stops when we act. Oakland can lead in prioritizing human lives and peace. Recent polling show wide support for a ceasefire. So let's stand together for peace, justice, and innocent lives in Gaza. Thank you.
Rebecca Sperling, you are next. Rebecca.
Hello. Salam alaikum, shalom aleichem. My name is Rebecca. I'm from D1. Rebecca means bound in Hebrew and companion in Arabic. I speak before you as a proud anti-Zionist Jew. This means I'm against white supremacy and colonialism in all its forms. I am a proud woman who graduated from Mills College here in East Oakland with a degree in Middle Eastern Studies with an emphasis on Palestine. Please pass the ceasefire resolution as is. Palestinians deserve liberation from their oppressors. Their oppressor is the state of Israel. It is not Hamas. It's time for Oakland to take its place on the right side of history against genocide. Pass the ceasefire resolution as is. It is a first step. Not in my name, and never forget to say, Free Palestine. Thank you so much, City Council, for hearing this resolution. Bye.
Matthew Bridges, you are next. Matthew Bridges.
Hi, my name is Matthew. I'm a Sephardic Jewish District 3 resident and OUSD educator. I strongly support this resolution as is. Can the Zionists here conceive of solidarity and recognize that your safety can only be rooted in just that? This would mean taking responsibility for your part in this abhorrent genocide on the people of Gaza, where more children have been murdered by Israel in the first 3 weeks alone than in all global conflicts since 2019, and that number has now at least doubled. Israel is claiming self-defense and weaponizing Jewish grief and fear when they are the ones with the weapons, clearly stated intent, unconditional U.S. and Oakland tax funding, and ongoing action to enact a genocide on Palestinians. I do not dismiss concerns around Jewish safety, but I recognize that Israel's actions have made us less safe. And when we take a stand against Zionism and stand in solidarity with Palestinians, we are all more safe. I'm demanding that the city of Oakland do the same by passing this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Blair Beekman, you are next. Blair Beekman.
Hi, Blair Beekman. These words are simply meant as positive and helpful. Thank you for your work and balance today as a city council. In respecting your efforts today and current local national security concerns at this time as well, I feel we need to continue to openly discuss, reimagine health and human services and tech accountability in Oakland and at the local level across the country at this time as well. I'm hoping local U.S. communities will simply want to have long-term open community dialogue and conversations, can continue to have these conversations about their local issues in the following months. It is important local U.S. communities can continue its good ways towards open democracy, positive sustainability, and peace before war at this time. All of these decent collective good efforts and ideals at the local level, along with the city council item today, can also simply give positive good ideas, examples, and support for all sides in the future of Israel-Gaza region. Thanks a lot for your work today.
Rochelle Townsend, Sophia Simon Ortiz, Steve Babajokak, Dahlia Bender, Hanadi Ahalag, Emily Katz, Nader Corey, Dima Tofiki Hendawi, Aisha Nazar, Rabbi Lynn Goatlib, Saleh El-Bakari, Carlos M., Mr. Hazard, Miss Asada Olabala, Ariel Golan or Kolan, Luan, I believe you already spoke, Seymour Arabi, James Logo, Reem Asil, Nora Boucham. If you are in the room or in Zoom, please step to the podium or raise your hand. Thank you.
Rochelle Towers, Oakland resident, District 4. Jewish American, I'm 75, born the same year as Israel, and raised on the narrative that Israel could do no wrong. Over my life, I have had to confront hard truths and went to see for myself to the West Bank in 2005 and to Gaza in 2010 after the intense catastrophe of Israelis' Operation Cast Lead. I am not naive, and I want Hamas to return all the hostages safely and realize that this is one of the few pieces of leverage that they have. I know the fear and pain of Israelis is great, but the assaults by Israel is immoral and illegal and twisted by our collective trauma into doing unto others what has been done to us in the name of defense. The destruction of Gaza is illegal, it is immoral, and it is isolating Israel more than ever. Thank you.
Hi, I'm Hanadi. As a Palestinian, I want to be a voice for those who have been silenced. More than 20,000 Palestinians murdered by Israel. Over 7,000 Palestinian children murdered, their whole future stolen from them. Entire cities and neighborhoods completely demolished to the floor. 1.7 million Palestinians displaced. More than 20 hospitals have been destroyed and are now out of service to help the tens of thousands of people Israel has injured, attacked, and murdered. Israel is stopping medical aid and all aid trucks from reaching Gaza. Mass graves being built, thousands of bodies still under the rubble of destroyed homes. Starvation and thirst taking over the bodies of the Palestinians. Israel is targeting innocent Palestinians in the West Bank. Americans are targeting Palestinians in America. They are not just numbers. They're loved ones. They're human beings, families, friends, people with dreams and hopes. This is a genocide. This is hate crime. This is Islamophobia. This is white supremacy. This is ethnic cleansing. This is Israeli terrorism. This is colonization. We need a permanent ceasefire. Support the resolution as is without amendments. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Sophie Simon Ortiz. I've lived nearly all of my 37 years of life in Oakland. I'm a proud resident of D3, grew up in D2, longtime resident of D1. I'm also one of many, many, many proud Jewish community members here to say I unequivocally support the resolution as it stands. There should be no caveats. There should be no caveats to calling for ending genocide. And the JCRC and the ADL do not speak for me. The only thing scary for me about being a Jew in this room is their betrayal of Jews' long history of standing with all oppressed peoples and their dog whistle lies instead of a clear view of power and history. The Oakland that I'm proud to call my hometown would pass this as is and continue our leadership in social justice. And as a Jew, it is exactly my family's history of forced displacement, persecution, genocide that compels me to speak out today and every day to refuse any part.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Salah al-Bakri, Noel's District 5. I want to give you a couple of reasons of why we need to pass the resolution tonight the way it is. Hamas is the justification that Israel uses to commit genocide. Condemning Hamas without condemning the apartheid state of Israel is basically encouraging genocide. It's counterproductive to add an amendment condemning Hamas. It would render the whole resolution we're about to issue useless. And it's very important that we all recognize that. I want to speak more, but it's 9 seconds. If at least we can get that across our head, I'd be very grateful. You want to say? Okay, number 2, another.
What's your name, sir? Who's seating time? Okay.
Can I get my time back, please? Thank you. Can we commit? Can I set it like luck, please? So, number 2 reason, our organization has a lot of work with the Oakland Unified School District, and then just in the last week, we received 5 complaints. And it's very amazing that they all went the same: a student, a Muslim student, an Arab student, a Palestinian student, a Yemeni student were called to the principal office. Why? Because the night before they published something on their social media with some comments of empathy with the Palestinian cause. That culture of silencing is so terrifying to me. We've lived in countries where these practices went through, and I implore you to pass the resolution tonight so we can stop that culture of fear. Our kids are feeling unsafe in schools as we speak today. God bless you. Thank you.
I concede my time. Steve Babblejack.
Steve. Okay, thank you.
Okay, so the last reason, I'll give you 9 reasons for why we should have this resolution. Diala, Ayman, Hamada, Zahir, Uday, Jamal, Nabil, and Asil came from my own extended family. Came from my own extended family. They were asked to go to Khan Yunis in the south, and there they went. They, with both of their parents, that's a family of 10, no longer carry my seed, our family seed in that city. They went south where they were asked to go, and they were bombarded in their own home. This is beyond a humanitarian cause. This is a city cause. May God bless you. Thank you.
My name is Nader Corey. I'm from District 4. That's really hard to follow that. I'm Palestinian. I should be still in Palestine. I should have been born there. My parents had to flee. I'm here to ask you, who in their right mind and heart would not vote for a ceasefire resolution? Or even actually have the nerve to make an amendment to one like this? We could have easily put forth a resolution condemning the countless crimes committed by the Zionist entity. I can just keep going. The stealing of our land since 48, the killings daily, even before October 7th, expansion of settlements, 750,000 settlers on Palestinian land in the West Bank. I just could keep going, but I'll oh my gosh, I'm done.
Hello. Thank you for being here and listening to us. My name is Rabbi Lynn Gottlieb. I am the board chair of Interfaith Movement of Human Integrity, a California statewide organization that works again to support immigrant rights and end mass incarceration. I want to support this resolution for ceasefire, which neither condemns Israel nor Hamas, but calls for a ceasefire as the first step toward life. This is what is important, that we step toward life and away from the culture of war. I want to talk about the living. Just think about what starvation could mean to children and dehydration means to children. I've been supporting children of war for my entire life. I've been a rabbi for 52 years. Please support this resolution.
Thank you.
For the sake of all of our children. Thank you.
Yeah, just period.
Good evening. My name is Emily Katz. I believe every person deserves the freedom to think for ourselves. Israel denies that right to Jews as well as Palestinians. I must speak up. My great-grandfather, Jacob DeHaas, helped form the State of Israel. European anti-Semitism drove our family journey. He eventually helped write the charter for the Zionist Congress. It is my duty to fight for Palestinian statehood and the return of Palestinians to their homes. This is also an aim shared by Hamas. No solution to Jewish safety can come from the mass murder of Palestinians. International law requires Israel to protect Palestinians by returning them to their homes in Palestine. From its founding to now, the U.S. has spent over $150 billion to build Israel. This is our fight. It's a Jewish fight. It's a fight.
Hi, I'm Dahlia Bender. I am the proud daughter of the first Jewish executive director of CARE Philadelphia. I was raised as a proud anti-Zionist Jew. I grew up divided from my Jewish community, not understanding foreign policy, but knowing our family's position against genocide caused hatred from other Jews. Make no mistake, Zionism is a colonial tactic to divide our community, and colonialism is the same force that generates anti-Semitism. Jews have a long history of being part of grassroots liberation movements. Our strength have been found in labor movements, solidarity, and the power of community. It is a disgrace to my ancestors by saying our only form of safety is through the violent supremacist establishment of a Jewish state. I am a proud anti-Zionist Jew. Zionists do not speak for me. They do not speak for Jews. They speak for colonial ideals that seek to support genocide. Please pass the resolution with no amendments.
I'm speaking on behalf of Aisha Nazar, who had to leave. Good evening, council members. I want to thank you for hearing this resolution. My name is Mohammed Sheikh. I'm the director of an Oakland-based nonprofit community organization. As a longtime Oakland resident of District 1, represented by Councilmember Dan Kalb, as a Palestinian, I'm here calling on you to adopt this resolution and to completely withdraw your amendments. The resolution as it stands is actually very moderate, straightforward, and common sense. It says that lives have been lost and that we need a ceasefire. That's it. It's actually not condemning any party. Your amendments are what are actually making this a politically charged, controversial, and vitriolic issue. If you feel the need, I need to condemn something, then I suggest you start with condemning one of the most fascist, right-wing, extremist governments in Israel's short, colonial, pathetic history. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Carlos, Oakland resident of 12 years. I support the resolution without amendment. First of all, I want to shout out the organizers who shut down the California Democratic Convention in Sacramento on November 18th. Shout out my man's Dan Kalb, who I saw by the front door. And let me tell you right now, sir, that if you don't win your next election, you may have a promising career as a speedrunner because you were zooming past us. To the Zionists, you are among the most propagandized people on planet Earth, and I do not envy you. I've been thinking a lot about psychological projection as a defense mechanism. When Zionists decry so-called human shields, I can't help but think about the Israeli settlers armed and protected by the IOF. I know a government-funded lynch mob when I see one. And if you think that the call for liberation from the river to the sea is a call for Jewish extermination, that might be more on you, that you think that you cannot comprehend a pluralistic world where life, not death, triumphs. Free Palestine.
Good evening. My name is Noor, and I'm a youth organizer, and I'm an immigrant woman from Syria. This is deeply personal to me, to my family, and everyone in my community. We not only stand against genocide, but we stand against the colonization of Palestinian land and against colonial violence and U.S. imperialism. That's the root cause of endless wars and destruction of our homeland. We will never have so-called peace in the Middle East without justice. I ask you to please pass this resolution in support of permanent ceasefire in the face of so much Islamophobia and anti-Arab racism that our Arab families and youth have to deal with every day. This resolution will not only make them feel safe in the city of Oakland, it will make them proud that their city is standing on the side of humanity today. Thank you.
Did you say, ma'am, did you say your name was Dima? Dima? Your name, Dima?
Oh, Noor. My name is Noor. Noor, N-O-U-R.
How's it going? My name is Bo Logo. I'm a third-generation longshoreman with the ILW Local 10. We move the world, and we could also stop the world. I recently had the honor of presenting a ceasefire resolution to Local 10. It's the rank and file. That resolution passed by unanimous vote with no debate. Local 10 has always had a history of fighting apartheid. In 1984, Local 10 striked an action that kicked off the turning point of ending the South African apartheid. When Nelson Mandela made his tour around the world, he came to Oakland and made a point to recognize ILW Local 10 as being a critical moment in the end of the South African apartheid. And we continue to hold that support today for Palestine. In 1988, the ILW passed its first resolution calling for the end of Israeli apartheid. This is not about Hamas. This is an issue predates Hamas. This is Oakland, a town built on resistance. Let's not allow this call to end a genocide to be hinged on one's opinion of resistance. I ask you to support the resolution. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Ariel Golan. I'm a Jewish resident of District 5 in Oakland. I'm a psychotherapist working with youth in the area and have called Oakland home for 12 years now. I support the resolution for a ceasefire as is without amendment. I am an Arab Jew with long historic Jewish heritage in Morocco and Tunisia. I grew up in a Zionist Israeli family and was the first of my siblings born in the U.S. I have tens of aunts and uncles, tons of cousins who are Israelis. I grew up going there for years. I spent a year there when I was 18 because I wanted to see for myself what Israel was all about. It was there that I took the opportunity to open my eyes to the fact that the founding of Israel was based on the ethnic cleansing of hundreds of thousands of Palestinians in 1948. I saw with my own eyes how Israel is truly an apartheid state. I learned that recognizing this fact is not anti-Semitic. In fact, Zionism itself is a betrayal of Jewish values. The current genocide in Gaza is not about Hamas, which has only existed since 1987. This resolution does not need an amendment. We call it genocide because Israeli leaders themselves have made it clear their intention is to take more Palestinian land, expel as many Gazans as possible.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Gene Hazard. This resolution has to be strengthened. It has to be strengthened because it has to call for accountability for Netanyahu and Hamas. It has to condemn Netanyahu and Hamas. Hamas is using Palestinians as human shields, and Netanyahu has vowed to eliminate Hamas. But if they're using human shields, a lot of innocent people are going to die. 58,000 folks died in the Vietnam War, 7 years. 40% have died in 7 weeks, women and children. They're not pulling the triggers. Condemn Netanyahu and condemn Hamas for using the Palestinians and killing them. A lot of women and children. They're not pulling the triggers. Netanyahu has vowed to do away with Hamas at the expense of human lives of Palestinians.
Thank you, Mr. Hazard. Your time is up.
I'd like to recognize the countries that have taken diplomatic actions against Israel by withdrawing their diplomats, ambassadors, or suspending relationships with Israel. Bahrain, Belize, Bolivia, Chad, Chile, Colombia, Honduras, Jordan, Turkey, and South Africa. During the time of apartheid in South Africa, Israel was having relationship with apartheid South Africa to build nuclear weapons. As soon as apartheid ended, they stopped their relationships with South Africa, building nuclear weapons. I'd also like to recognize Mali, Niger, and Somalia that have never supported Israel. I want to say lastly,
thank you, Ms. Olabala. I'm going to go back to the Zoom speakers. Kristen, Lecky, you've been allowed to speak. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, my name is Kristen and I live in District 1.
I wholeheartedly support Councilmember 5's resolution without amendments with a call for an immediate ceasefire in Gaza, as well as the release of all hostages, unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, the restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies of Gaza, and respect for international law. Thank you, Councilmember 5, for listening to your constituents and for drafting this resolution in partnership with both Muslim and Jewish leaders who want to see an end to the suffering we are witnessing and who want to see our federal government invest in practices of unity and healing. There must be action taken to protect innocent lives from being lost. Oakland knows the pain and trauma of violence, displacement, and homelessness all too well. Right now, the world's eyes are on Gaza, but let us not forget the suffering in places that have limited media coverage and demand not one more, never again, not in our name. Thank you.
JT Mates Munchkin. JT.
Hello, my name is Jonathan, and I'm Council District 2. I'm here today to ask you to amend the resolution and condemn Hamas's attack and brutal murder of 1,200 Israelis and the kidnapping of 240 Israelis and other nationals. The only crime committed by those murdered and captured was being Jewish or living amongst Jews. Oakland's love should extend to all people, so please amend the resolution to condemn and remove Hamas from power. There will never be peace in Israel while Gaza is controlled by a terrorist organization. I am in pain and I see your pain, and therefore, instead of continuing to harm each other with hateful words, we need to bless each other. I ask for God's blessing that we may work together for the health and safety of all people, that we can live in a place in Oakland and around the world in peace and harmony. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments, Laura Gabriel, you are next. Laura.
I've already spoken. Thank you.
Thank you. Natalie Maria. Okay. Angela Guerrero, Joanna Tukchaliva, Paki Shahood, Nara Corey, you may be a duplicate. Jonathan Minster is a duplicate. Melvin McKay, Danny Kaplan. A lot of these are duplicates. Teresa Drenick, Lara Kazwani, Emma Algarami, Yasmin O'Day, Andrew Strauss, Karen S., Mia Portner, Joshua B. Elbana. Can't read this. Wazim, it looks like. Nazia Havak. Azusa Kazimi. Parth Chopra. Angelica Guerrero. It's a duplicate.
Hi, my name is Angelica Guerrero. I am a resident of District 1. I am a born and bred Bay Arean, and I'm also an Indigenous person. And as an Indigenous person, I am so blessed and grateful to have the opportunity to be able to stand against genocide against Native people for once. For maybe the only opportunity in our lifetimes, we actually have the dream, the reality, the spark of a flame of stopping a Native genocide. And now you have the opportunity to also be on the right side of history. And it won't always be easy, but for at least right now, it's politically convenient for y'all because at least 66% of Americans support a ceasefire. Over 80% of Americans of Democrats support a ceasefire. Make the political careers. Stand on the right side of history. Stand with our brothers and sisters from Palestine. Do the right thing. While it's easy at least to do, it won't always be that way, but you have a chance. Thank you so much.
Good evening. My name is Danny Kaplan. I live in District 1. I'm a Jew, and I support the resolution unconditionally without amendment. 2 weeks ago, I participated in an act of civil disobedience. I shut down the federal building downtown with more than 700 Jews and allies. It's one of the largest acts of organized civil disobedience in the Bay Area since at least the start of the Iraq War. Why did I do this? I did it for my friend Henny, who lost his sister and her entire family in Gaza. I did it for my friend Mamoun, who lost 13 of his family members in Gaza. I did it for the sake of my own Jewish people, because I'm invested in a future with Jewish safety and peoplehood that isn't stained with the legacy of genocide. I'm a part of a large and growing number of Jews that stand with a majority of Americans, 75% of Democrats, and Palestinians everywhere who demand a ceasefire. And you should too. Ceasefire now.
Hi, council members. My name is Nora Khoury. I'm in District 2, and just want to say that prior to 1948, Palestinian Christians and Muslims lived side by side together with Jews in peace. Following World War II, in fact, Palestine was the only place to take in Jewish refugees fleeing from European genocide. Instead of thanking them, however, over 75 years later, Palestinians have no state, no military, no political solution anywhere in sight, and are still living under a brutal military siege and occupation. So all this talk of the other side feeling not safe pales in comparison to the material reality here and there of Palestinians feeling safe and being safe. According to the Arab Anti-Discrimination Committee, there's been up to 600.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Yes, proceed.
Okay. Hello, good evening. My name is Karen Stiller. Please amend the resolution to condemn the atrocities of Hamas committed on October 7th. The murder and kidnapping of Israeli citizens and other foreign nationals is worthy of condemnation, like the October 7th kidnapping of the 78-year-old woman, Tommy Metzger, and her 80-year-old husband, Yoram, from their home in Kibbutz near Oz. 1/4 of the residents of Kibbutz near Oz were either killed or kidnapped. On October 7th, Tommy and Yoram promised their kids to go to the safe room that they have in their house because of the frequent attacks by Hamas. They were last heard from at 8:50 a.m. Please condemn the Hamasities committed by the kidnappers of Tommy and Yoram, Hamas. Thank you.
My name is Wasim Haj. I am a case manager with the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. I work in the community with our Arab, Muslim, Palestinian, Yemeni families every single day. Our families are hurting out here. We would not be here today, filling this room, if it wasn't important. This resolution is critical because it empowers you, the City Council, to transmit your support for an immediate and permanent ceasefire to our elected representatives at the higher levels of government, to the Congress, to California legislators. Those are the people with the power to stop this thing. Those are the people with the power to stop the genocide that is unfolding against Palestinians right now in Gaza. So thank you so much for your courage in taking this resolution up, but we recognize this is a bare minimum. Pass this. No amendments. Do not water this down. It needs to have teeth for a genocide to actually end. Thank you.
Hi, I have 3 cards.
You need to say the names. We need to verify that they're here.
Iman Algarmi on every single card for item 1.
Can you please read the names slowly? Or
Iman Algarmi for item 1.
and the other names?
They're all Iman Algarmi.
Okay, so you can only have one card per name, but they have to be different names. And what's your name?
My name is Iman Algarmi.
Okay, so you have 1 minute. Thank you.
She said she would yield
say your
her
name. I
time
can't
to
hear you. Okay, thank you.
I'm not sure why this is such a polarizing issue and they feel the need to make amendments to something that is so clear. So I would like everybody's full attention when I say this, that anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism. We're literally a Semitic people as well. The world's war on terror has done nothing but create more terror, birth more extremists, and destabilize entire countries and regions, murder millions, and traumatize generation after generation. They cannot hide the agenda anymore. There are ex-government officials and military personnel exposing them left and right. The American people and many others are no longer in the dark of the plans to further push the Palestinians out of their land to steal their $500 billion worth of oil. You are telling the same lie that has been told throughout history as you helped to destabilize the entire Middle East and Africa in order to steal our natural resources. As a result, our parents, our grandparents were forced to leave our countries in order to survive. They did not choose to leave. Then came my generation, born and raised American citizens, born and raised in Oakland. We were supposed to have the rights and safety that was promised.
Thank you. Your time is up.
Melvin McKay, ILW Local 10. When I spoke here last time, and I appreciate this resolution, this is all we needed. This is all we needed, this resolution to go forward without any amendments. What my brothers and sisters are asking for is support from the stewards of this city. Is that too much to ask? Every time I come here, I got to reiterate what a brother or sister is asking for. It's unnecessary. This will go a long way in the city of Oakland. This will show our youth we're standing with our brothers and sisters. You know? We don't have to have a dog and pony show about, yes, let's do this. Just pass the resolution. Let's move forward so your brothers and sisters can understand that the city of Oakland is with them.
Cynthia Munoz, who's on Zoom, also cedes her time to me. That's Cynthia Munoz.
My name is Lara
One-
Kiswani.
one-
Oh,
one
sorry, go
second.
ahead.
Say your name, please.
Lara Kiswani.
Did we call you in this group yet?
You did.
Okay, say your name one more time. I'm sorry.
Lara Kiswani.
Lara Kiswani and Cynthia Munoz.
Mhm.
1 second.
I'm good.
Okay, I don't see Cynthia. Is somebody else going to give you time? So, I
We're
just need
good.
the names.
Yeah.
Ray Khan, thank you. Natalie Maria.
Thank you. No, I'm good. Thank you, guys.
Go ahead.
When you're on the right side of history, you don't need to take so long to make your point. My name is Lara Kiswani. I am the executive director of AROC, the Arab Resource and Organizing Center. We serve and organize members of each of your districts. I myself am a proud member of a constituent of District 2. This resolution is moderate. That's been said time and time again. That is by design. We are committed to supporting our families in Gaza. We are committed to supporting our families in Oakland. What we want is a peace agenda. What we want is an end to this war and violence, and that is what we are asking you for today. We are not attempting to make this divisive, as are the pro-genocide side. When you today support this resolution as is, you are not only standing with the people of Gaza. When you support this resolution as is, you are not only supporting Arab and Muslim and Palestinian families in Oakland. You are standing with millions of people across the world that have made it clear that to stand on the right side of history today is to speak out against genocide and to demand an end to this war and violence. You stand with the 700 Jewish allies who shut down the federal building in Oakland. You support the Palestinians who were shot 2 nights ago because of the vile racist stereotypes and propaganda that pro-Israel, pro-apartheid people continue to spew, including people in this room. You also support hundreds. You are in solidarity and standing with hundreds of people in this room and in the overflow rooms. And in case you didn't follow the chats, in case you didn't follow the comments online, there's close to 1,100 comments that were submitted online about this resolution. 1,100. 15 of them asked for an amendment. 15 of them stood against this resolution. The vast majority in Oakland and around the world stand with you and stand for peace and are calling for you to join them. And you can see in this room, it's a handful of people asking for anything other than supporting this resolution, stopping war, and stopping genocide. Our opposition is weak, as they should be, because when you stand on the right side of history, you're joined by millions. There was a moment in time where many people called standing against apartheid South Africa too complicated. There was a moment in time where people said civil rights were too complicated. Now we celebrate Martin Luther King by giving him a street name. Then we also say Nelson Mandela is a hero. What we're asking for you to do is today, not when it's too late, to say I support Palestinian freedom and freedom for all people by supporting this resolution as is. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Eliza Cosme, and I'm an Oakland worker.
I'm sorry, we can't hear you. Can you start over?
My name is Eliza Cosme, and I am an Oakland worker. This resolution, as is, without amendments, will build power in Oakland for generations to come, because building power is about changing the status quo and lifting up people's leadership. The community effort behind this and other rezos reflects that most of us are family and descendants of martyrs and survivors of displacement and or genocide, ethnic cleansing, slavery, colonialism, and many other historic systems of oppression. It is in our DNA and our ancestors' teachings. We cannot and we will not silently bear witness to the second Nakba on our dime. We will not be gaslit. We refuse to be complicit. We will continue to reject and break through the empire of racist lies to change the status quo such that all people can live in peace and with dignity. Never again is now. We stand united against hate. Thank you so much.
I believe you already spoke. You already spoke.
I did, but you called my name twice. Can
That's
speak
because I
again?
had 2 cards from you, so you you don't get to speak again.
Okay.
Thanks. Calling the next group, Janet Cobrin, Kathleen Greaves. If your name was already called and you have not spoke, you can still line up, even if we moved on to the next group, if you would still like to speak. Mukhtar Mohammed, Ashley Lynn, Gabrielle, maybe Chutman, I'm sorry, I can't read the last name, Shani Brokel, Armando Davila Kirkwood, Sophia Sopko, David Shore, Iman Algrami, Ariel Jessa Axelvad Hosman, Stan Woods, Nita Charoshi, Hytham Kasani, Eleanor Gottsman, Brooke Lober, Shabuze Crouch, Naomi Greer, middle initial A. Please approach the podium, or if you're on Zoom, please raise your hand. Please approach the podium.
Thank you. I am calling on this council to pass the resolution as is immediately. An estimated 50% of the population in Gaza are children. Mothers are writing the names of their children on the hands of their children so they can find and collect the dead. And this is okay because they are Palestinians. Palestinians in Gaza are mostly a displaced, forcibly impoverished population under Israeli siege, a flagrant violation of international law, a dehumanized people in a can with nowhere to run as they are destroyed with incessant death bombs. As humans, we recognize it when our own are being decimated, and it is our obligation to speak up. We see it, we know it, and we must name it. This is genocide. Please call for an end to this violence which is happening on our watch. Thank you.
Before you go, can you please tell me your name?
Sophia N.S.
Izzy Homran? Tell me when I can start. Okay. You know what I can't believe is that 5 people and 1 city council member wants to change the whole resolution. This resolution is very simple. It says ceasefire. Ceasefire means stop the killing. Stop killing innocent people. Could be on either side. We know one side is getting killed 100 folds more than one. Ceasefire. And let's not forget, because they keep saying, make the amendment. Let's not forget who established Hamas. The 5 people here and the 1 city council member know exactly well, but they want to play stupid today. Hamas was funded by Benjamin Netanyahu. He's the one that funded them and established them. Look at your history and you'll understand. And now that the table's turned on him, he wants to take out the whole Palestinian population. Does that make any sense? So we want your vote to be on the right side of history, not blood on your hands.
Thank you for your comments. Your time is up.
My name is Armando Porter Davila Kirkwood. I'm in Carroll Fife's district. The United States government is the largest force of violence in the world today. Terrorists are given the label by people who resist. People who resist are given the label terrorism by imperialist forces. Our world desperately needs international mechanisms capable of intervening in the violence our country perpetuates. We need to stop the immunity our government has on the international stage to inflict violence against people all over the world. The Joe Biden administration, like the Netanyahu administration and many other governments worldwide, need to be tried in the International Criminal Court for crimes against humanity. To stabilize this world, we need to hold the United States government responsible. International mechanisms that protect people are the quickest route we have to world peace and world stability because we are the largest force of violence. In a sane world, this will have happened already. This ceasefire resolution is the beginning of what I hope is an international peace movement to hold the United States accountable for its crimes against humanity.
My name is Sophia, and I'm here as a D2 resident and Jewish person, urging you to please pass this resolution as it is written with no amendments to ensure the immediate safety of Palestinians, both in Palestine and around the world, including in this country. For years now, it has been infuriating to hear groups like the JCRC and the ADL, not to mention American presidents, claim to speak for all Jews and equate strategically Judaism with Zionism. As a Jew, I know that such conflation is dangerous and makes me less safe. I know that a Jewish ethno-state makes everyone in the world less safe, starting, of course, with Palestinians. As a Jew, I also know in my bones that, as many others have said today, my grandparents, Sofa, Misha, Valia, Ilusha, did not miraculously survive World War II just to enable the genocide of Palestinians funded by my tax dollars. As we sit here today on occupied native land, you now have a choice to be leaders. You have a chance to be leaders in acting against the colonial violence happening before our eyes. I know
Thank
this
you.
is
Your time is up.
My name is Brooke Lober. I'm a Jewish resident of Oakland District 3. I'm the parent of a graduate of Oakland Tech, and I'm a member of Kehila Synagogue. Jewish people in Oakland overwhelmingly support a permanent ceasefire. I oppose adding an amendment to this ceasefire resolution because I believe that Jewish people are being misled by the simplistic stereotypes that result in the vilification of Hamas. Jewish people in Oakland and beyond are being manipulated by U.S. and Israeli propaganda and by the JCRC, who falsely claims to speak for us. Even in the heartbreak of these weeks, I'm here to oppose their lies. New reports cast doubt on the initial narrative of the so-called terrorist attacks on October 7th. We now know that a large percentage of those killed on October 7th were not civilians. A recent investigation reveals that 435 of those killed were Israeli military, police, and security forces. Further, at least 122 were foreign nationals, the largest number being Thai migrant workers. That leaves approximately 643 Israeli civilians, some of whom were Palestinians living in Israel. The notion that this was a massacre of Jews is a fabricated narrative. Many of those killed on October 7th,
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
including children, were killed by the IDF. An amendment condemning Hamas is bald propaganda meant to...
Thank you. Your time is up.
Hi, my name is Haitham Kiswani. I think we should take a second just to reflect on what we're actually debating here. We're debating just ceasefire. We're asking you to support the ceasing of firing of weapons, guns, and missiles on innocent kids. How is that controversial? It makes no sense to me. This is Oakland. You stand on the right side of history here. Now, those asking for amendments, notice they're not asking you to condemn Israel for 75 years of an apartheid state, or 75 years of being a settler colonial state, or 75 years of land theft. They have a date they start with. They pick and choose what that date is. Oakland has a history of being on the right side of history, and I urge you to support that legacy and vote the resolution as is. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Mokhtar Mohammed, District 6 from the Yemeni American community. First of all, I would like to thank each and every one of you for coming tonight to discuss this most pressing issue in the history of mankind. I can't tell you more about the humanitarian situation because you all have witnessed it, but I'm here to ask each and every one of you to vote yes on this resolution. Because it's not just the right policy, it is serving the best interest of the United States of America. We as Americans have been disappointed by our government and their response to the war in Gaza. And like our support to Ukraine, the government did not only turn blind eye to what happens in Gaza, but also continue military and diplomatic support to the fascist regime in Tel Aviv. So it behooves each and every one of you to vote yes on this resolution and to be in the right side of history. I guess there's 3 minutes left. Thank you so much. Sorry, 3 seconds.
Hi, Ami Chu would like to cede her time to me. She's on Zoom.
I'm sorry, say that one more time.
Her name is Ami Chu. I'm not sure how to spell it. It's A-M-E-E.
And your last name was Ibrahim? No, your name.
Her last name, my last name?
No, your name.
My name is Iman Algarmi. Her name is Ami Chu, A-M-E-E, on Zoom.
Are you ceding your time?
Yes, I'm ceding my time. Thank you.
Thank you.
On October 14th, 6-year-old Palestinian American Wadi al-Fayoum was stabbed 26 times in his own home by his landlord. His mother was stabbed and strangled as well. We Muslims endured harsh injustices in a post-9/11 America. Instead of our government protecting us, they contributed to the fear-mongering that caused the surge in Islamophobia. They began to surveil our places of worship, treating us like criminals for simply being practicing Muslims. 22 years later, we are being failed again. We do not want another anti-Islamophobia campaign that did not work in the first place. We want you to stop funding the genocide in Palestine and Syria and Yemen and Iraq and Afghanistan and every other country that they have put their hands on in the name of eradicating terror. Did they eradicate terror? Has any progress been made, or is there more terror? What was the result? Did it work? Are we going to let them do that again to eradicate Hamas? Is that really what they're here to do? I want people to use their brains and think about it, and I appreciate everybody who supports this and has showing their integrity and their humanity.
Hi, my name's Noam Green. I'm a proud religious Jew. I'm God-fearing. I'm a proud resident of District 1. I'm a less proud dual citizen of Israel and the USA. I'll keep it brief. I want to thank all of you for bringing this resolution to vote. Please pass this resolution without any amendments and continue to speak out strongly for a ceasefire. My reason for this is simple. I'm not free until everyone is free. And today we have the opportunity to speak out boldly in support of Palestinian life. Every day that the US doesn't support a permanent ceasefire, and every day that the US continues to send military aid to Israel is another day where we actively participate in the genocide of Palestinians. And another thing that feels worth saying is there are far more powerful ways to stand in solidarity with the Oakland Jewish community to stand up against anti-Semitism and to make sure Jews are safe and thriving here than supporting the state of Israel. Let's be more creative than that, everybody. Jewish safety should never come at the expense of Palestinian safety.
Thank you. Your time is up. Going to call some more names. Meskarin Zawade, Talia Rosenblum, Noah Benjamin Roberts, Eugene Keem, Cheney Turner, Diego Armando Arana, Pamela Drake, Elizabeth Diamond, and E. Michael Deutscher. Please approach the podium in any order or raise your hand if you're in Zoom.
Hello again. My name is Talia Rosenblum, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. Over the past month, 900 individual actions around the country have brought out literally millions of people into the street in solidarity for Palestine. In that same time, many thousands of Palestinians have been murdered by the Israeli government. A rise in anti-Palestinian hate crimes has happened in the United States. The people of the United States overwhelmingly demand a permanent ceasefire. The gulf between the positions of the vast majority in this country and its government, Republican and Democrat alike, is staggering. The Oakland City Council can and must buck this trend and stand with the people in solidarity with Palestine. Any language that would weaken this resolution or equivocate about the ongoing U.S.-backed genocide of the Palestinian people must be rejected. 75 years and not one fucking more. Free Palestine.
Hi, my name is Eugene Kim. I'm with the Party for Socialism and Liberation, and I urge the Council to pass this resolution without amendment. I want to start by asking you one question. What have the people of the Bay been doing for the past 7 weeks? We've been out on the street in the tens of thousands, marching for Palestine. We've been disrupting. We shut down the port. We shut down the federal building. We are taking action to support Palestine, and we will continue to take action. What these actions tell us is that the people of the Bay Area, the people of Oakland, stand with Palestine. The people see through Israel's lies. There is no silent majority that stands with Israel. There is no silent majority that stands with genocide. The people know that our government is making us complicit in genocide, and we want that to stop. I urge all of you to do your democratic duty and vote for this resolution without amendment. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Michael. I live in District 2. The proposed resolution does not acknowledge the terrible action by Hamas on October 7th, nor the continuing threat on Israel by Hamas that needs to be subverted. It also does not acknowledge the danger that Hamas has placed on the people living in Gaza by their actions, by the fact that they intentionally locate their sources of attack and their threat among normal residents, effectively sacrificing them upon retaliation for their actions and upon defense for their threats. Hamas is an ongoing, ruthless threat to Israel as well as an effective threat to the people of Gaza themselves. The fact that they are spurred on by those in power in Iran who are no friends of Jews or Israel or Arabs or Sunni Muslims is even more evidence that allowing Hamas to continue and regroup is a threat to all. I feel that calling for a ceasefire without explicitly considering these matters is not responsible and can cause more harm than good. If someone is pointing a gun at you...
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
My name is Cheney Turner. I also have minutes that have been yielded from Megan to add additional time.
Megan
What's your last name?
Ford. Okay, thank you.
And I also have my own speaker card, so I should have 2 minutes. My name is Cheney Turner. I am a lifelong Oakland native, resident of District 7. I also chair the city's Cannabis Commission, and I'm also a Democratic delegate. I'm a Democratic delegate representing District 18. I want to personally thank Carol Fife for bringing forward this resolution. Hey, that might be the right words, right? and shedding light on what's happening in Palestine. Also, I want to shed light on what's happening in the Congo and Sudan as well. This is all interconnected. Sometimes brave leadership means standing alone. And we're not going to accept any no's. And also, abstains is just as bad as a no vote for people who are considering that. This is a time to step up and represent. It's not a time to sit and be quiet. As many have stated, this is, a moderate resolution that's getting straight to the point. We're all watching right now how elected leaders are moving, and we will remember in November, right? The Black Panther Party was founded here, like many have stated. For many Black people who grew up and lived in Oakland during the 60s, it felt like we were living under occupation. That is why the Black Panther Party was started. Huey P. Newton once wrote, "Israel was created by Western imperialism and is maintained by Western firepower." He also said that America must die so that the world can live. Right now, America is funding not only genocide in Palestine, but numerous other countries as well. You have people here who support oppression internationally, but they also support oppression of Black and brown people living here in Oakland as well. And their views definitely
Hi there. My name's Noah Roberts. I'm a resident of Oakland, and I'm an organizer with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. And I'm speaking today, of course, in favor of this ceasefire resolution without any amendments. And we've heard a lot of the Zionists hurling denunciations at the Palestinian resistance as terrorists. But why don't we call the highly trained pilot who flies an American-made bomber, who drops a 2,000-pound American-made bomb on a refugee camp, we don't call him a terrorist, right? It's almost as if this is just a label to put on America's geopolitical foes. Just the same way they called Nelson Mandela a terrorist, they called the African National Congress terrorists. And now we see how we talk about that struggle, right? When all is said and done, when, not if, but when Palestine is free, we'll talk about that like we talk about South Africa. So you can get on the right side of history now, or you can think about it later, but it's going to be too late. And you have to recognize the reality of the political moment we're in. People are in motion, you follow them, or you get left behind.
Hello, my name is Muskaram. I'm a nurse at Highland Hospital. I do not speak on behalf of Highland Hospital, but I do speak on behalf of 70-plus healthcare workers, social workers, physical therapists, doctors, nurse practitioners who serve our safety net hospital. We speak in support of this resolution proposed by Carol Fife, and with no amendments. As healthcare workers, we've been calling for an immediate ceasefire since these hostilities began. We condemn the killing of thousands of human beings in Palestine and Israel. We unequivocally condemn the bombing of hospitals. We are united in our opposition to the killing of innocents wherever they live. We condemn and name the wounding and displacement and starvation and the trauma that will be carried by those who survive. We are fierce in our rejection of collective punishment. And we are compassionate in our calls to free Palestine.
My name is Janet Coburn, and I live in District 2. As I have said here before, I was a passenger on the 2010 Gaza Freedom Flotilla that got attacked by the IDF in the Mediterranean Sea in international waters and never made it to Gaza, which has been under a naval blockade, an illegal naval blockade since 2007. Well, there's a new project called the Freedom Flotilla Coalition that is part of an international campaign planning to send aid ships in accordance with procedures and laws governing the entry of humanitarian and relief assistance into the Gaza Strip. 2 UN security resolutions were adopted, one in 2009 and the other on November 15, urging such action by the international community. This project may go forward whether or not there is a ceasefire, but would be safer if there was one. So I urge you to vote in favor of today's proposed ceasefire resolution without amendment,
time is up.
showing support for international.
Hello, my name is Melanie Mihalovich. Dear council members, it is up to us to support and pass the simple and urgent ceasefire resolution as is without an amendment. Let us not forget that Hamas was created as a way to defend and protect the Palestinian people from being subjected to a continuous saga of terror, torture, and violence at the hands of the Israeli army. Just to make it clear, the Israeli military, along with the American military-industrial complex, are the terrorists in this historic colonial massacre which has been taking place in Palestine for over the last 70 years. The Israeli military are the ones who need to be called out and condemned in this resolution, not Hamas. It is up to us to support and pass this simple resolution as it is to ensure we set a clear precedent and example for everyone else that as the city of Oakland, we will no longer stand for or be complicit in an ethnic cleansing for an entire civilization. Please pass this resolution as is so that Palestine can have the opportunity to experience the freedom that they have desperately deserved for almost a century. Thank you.
I'm going to be speaking on behalf of Diego Arena. My name is Zahir Reese.
Thank you.
Can I start? Yeah. My name is Zahir Reese, and I'm a member of District 1, DunKalb. I don't have anything prepared, but I do want to say that on your website, you mentioned that you're against all forms of subtle and not so subtle racism. What's going on right now is black and brown racism, and it's very out there. You also mentioned that you are against sexism. Women and children and girls are getting murdered right now, and I vote for you to vote for this in support of this resolution of the ceasefire. I'm also going to say, there's nothing else I can say that everyone else hasn't mentioned, but there's a lot of technologies that are being used, especially during genocide on the Palestinian people, and those technologies from Israeli are exported to other places, including here in the U.S., which are then brought into our black and brown communities. With that being said, shame on you if you don't support this, and shame on you for running for state senate and not supporting this. Thank you.
Going to the Zoom speakers, Elizabeth Diamond. Okay. Do you see her? David Shore. Go ahead and begin your comments. David Shore, please unmute yourself. Thank you.
Sorry, can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, my name is David Shore, and I'm a D1 resident and a Jewish resident here in Oakland. And I'm calling on y'all to support this resolution as it stands with no amendments. After October 7th, I've seen so many people, Jews and non-Jews who have lost loved ones, and it's heartbreaking to see this. And so exactly, seeing that the Israeli people who are so heartbroken to lose people, the idea that we would then do that, 20 times as much to other people is just like so beyond comprehension to me. We understand that when deaths happen, loved ones are just lost without those people. And the idea that we would want to do that to more people is just so horrible. And so that's why we're calling for a ceasefire. It feels like the most Jewish thing I've ever done to say never again for anyone. So thank you. Please support the resolution.
Thank you for your comments. Chibuzi Crouch, you are next. Chibuzi.
Yeah, my name's Chibueze Crouch. Thanks. Yeah, I'm an artist living in Oakland for the past 6 years. As elected city council members, you must reflect the will of the people, your constituents, by passing this resolution as written without amendments. This resolution calls for an immediate ceasefire, which is the least we can do as American citizens whose tax dollars are funding this genocide, including Oakland city dollars. A ceasefire is just the first tiny step towards healing and peace. I speak as an Igbo American whose relatives and ancestors experienced a genocide that changed the world. So I know that the genocide of Palestinians affects every single person in this room and across the world. The violence being committed in Palestine is connected to violences against indigenous peoples in Haiti, the Congo, Sudan, Nigeria, Yemen, Hawaii, Tigray, Puerto Rico, Papua New Guinea. The list goes on. The environmental impacts alone are threatening the entire planet. The least we can do is end this now so people can mourn their dead. The Palestinians can't afford any more losses, and neither can we. Thank you, Carol Fife, for calling this resolution Free Palestine. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Calling in some more names: Jessica Ann Furr, Larry Bryce Witcher, Esmond Agarmi, Frank, I believe you spoke already, it's a duplicate, Saka Kirschmerwer, I can't read the last name, last four digits of your phone number, R5347, Arena Stansky, Mr. James Van, Sabir, Nikan Fayazi, Juan, maybe Canahan from OTU and OSA, Mark Cohen, Musa Tariq, Melanie, Lauren Wheeler, Nicole Wan, Zach Meyerowitz, Kate Ham, Marza Mazzara Carpenter, Sarah Trigoros, Emily Wheeler. It's a duplicate. Saida Adam or Adam. Shakria Hakim, Izzy Hamran. Just gonna read the remaining. Zeke Hanks, I believe that's a duplicate. Ali Abad Alabashari, Marcelo Vaz, Ruth Laurie Weinstock, I.S. Sartini, Michael Goldstein, Haley Peacock, Trevor Alcantara, J.X. Aragon, I believe that is also a duplicate, Lane Berman, Sasha Wright. It's a card with no name. Last four digits of the phone number are 1683 with the area code of 301. Zane Matter. Laura, that's a duplicate. She ceded her time. Eric Berriman. Go ahead and approach the podium, or please raise your hand in Zoom.
Mark Cohen, I live in District 4. You've heard the propaganda. I'm going to make some observations. We have a beautiful city in Oakland, but it's been a long time since we've embraced our beauty. Instead, we are a city divided. There's a palpable tension in our neighborhoods. Crime has made us fearful, and there are racial tensions. And now this resolution. Anti-Semitic attacks are at an all-time high. And this resolution has resulted in a provocation that endangers Oakland's Jewish community, and it further divides us. As you can see from the expressions from this crowd, it has already provoked hate. And its failure to condemn Hamas for their atrocities against Jews and Palestinians is a fatal flaw. We have to stop dividing our community and get back to focusing on our beauty. This resolution does the opposite. It provokes, it divides, it endangers, and it's wrong. Thank you.
Okay, let's keep it respectful.
Hello, my name is Sabir. I'm a resident of Oakland, and I'm a member with the Party for Socialism and Liberation. I'm supporting passing the resolution as it is because this conflict isn't about Hamas, and it didn't start on October 7th. There's been a lot of atrocity propaganda ranging from claims of beheaded babies to mass rape, a claim which the Los Angeles Times had to retract because there's no evidence for this claim. And to claim that this is just about Hamas is to condemn the entirety of the Palestinian resistance. Occupied people have both a moral and legal right to resist occupation, and only the US and other Western powers, the same people who support the Zionist occupation and genocide, condemn the Palestinian resistance. The majority of the world does not. I call upon the moral courage of the council members to pass this resolution as it is. Just as MLK Jr. and the Black Panthers stood against oppression when the political machines against them didn't, I call upon you to walk on the same path. How do you want to be remembered by your children and your loved ones? Pass the resolution as it is. Free Palestine and end the 75-year occupation and genocide.
My name is Nicole Wan, and I'm a resident of Oakland, District 1. I'm calling on you to support the critical resolution as is. The call to amend the resolution to include condemning Hamas is tiring because the U.S. government has spent decades stoking fear in citizens like me to empty our pockets in the name of terrorism. The truth is that Israel, the U.S., and its corporate interest profits from this genocide that's already killed 15,000 Palestinians, 70% being women and children. The U.S. government tells me to pay up and shut up for my own safety, but I do not feel safe while witnessing a brutal genocide funded by my own money. Am I supposed to mindlessly click-clack away at my corporate job every day as children get murdered? My conscience and my heart screams in agony with the Palestinian people, and I live in terror. Council members, I come to you today because our federal government fails us, but you hold immense power. We have local challenges, and I cannot trust you if you do not agree on this very basic human rights issue.
Hello, City Council. My name is Zach Meyerowitz, and I'm an Oakland resident of District 6. I come here today as a Jewish American who is proud to stand in solidarity with the Palestinian people and all oppressed people. I am also here as someone who wants to see this community thrive with our tax dollars. It's already been said enough, but I'll say it again. Anti-Zionism is not anti-Semitism, and this should not be that hard. Stop being racist. I strongly urge you, City Council of Oakland, to pass this resolution without amendment. A ceasefire is the bare minimum, and we needed it 50 days ago. Thank you. Free Palestine.
I'm Juan Canham. I'm a D4 resident. I support Council Member Fife's resolution unamended. Now there's a pause. We're seeing just how many of the weapons being used in Gaza were made in the US. So I welcome the resolution, but encourage the city to go further. Biden's blank checks for genocide aren't worth anything if there aren't workers and docks exporting those weapons. And as a major port, Oakland has a responsibility to prevent our land, our port, our taxes being used for Lockheed Martin and their friends' profits, for them to profit from genocide. We are not arming Hamas. We are arming Israel that killed hundreds of Palestinians this year alone before October. Frankly, I don't care what Biden or Bernie say. They've lost all moral authority. We must go as far as we need to prevent our labor and our resources being used in genocide. Nothing should be off the table to prevent Oakland being complicit. OPD should not be opposing the opposition to genocide.
Hi, my name is Nikon. I'm an Oakland resident in Adams Point. I'm an Iranian American, and I'm a member of East Bay DSA, and I'm in favor of passing the resolution unamended. Every day for 7 weeks, the Israeli military murdered countless innocent Palestinians in its campaign to ethnically cleanse Gaza, a goal made explicit by members of Israel's government, and it will resume these murders soon. Inserting a condemnation of Hamas into a call for a ceasefire is inappropriate. Calling for a ceasefire isn't an endorsement of Hamas. What's happening right now is not because of Hamas, it's because of Israel. Israeli occupation, apartheid, genocide, the Nakba, all began long before Hamas ever existed, and removing Hamas, which would just be an excuse for killing more Palestinians, would not cause it to end. And the US government is complicit in these atrocities, having supplied countless dollars in military aid to Israel. The U.S. can help put this to an end, and even local bodies like the City Council can help put pressure on our federal officials to take action. I want to thank Councilmember Fife for putting forward this resolution, and I hope you can all stand on the right side of history. History will not look fondly upon those who stood by and said nothing, or worse, cheered on as genocide occurred. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Haley Peacock. I've been a public servant in our region for 10 years, and I'm a resident of District 2. If, as you say, we truly believe in the love of life in Oakland, we must protect it by resisting genocide and apartheid. Our town has a rich history of this resistance. And so I say thank you for bringing this resolution forward, and it must be approved without amendment. But I'm also begging you to not vote yes as a bid for our next election. Actually put some effort and action behind it. Divest from entities profiting off this war in our town. Do not let our ports send out weapons. Support our local 10. I am struggling to breathe right now because our local pharmacies haven't had my asthma medication in a month. But I'm here to yell at y'all to not spend my tax money on genocide? Be for real. Fix.
Thank you, ma'am. Your time is up.
Hi, my name is Marcelo Vaz. I grew up in Oakland, Oakland native, went to Oakland Public Schools. I'm a current resident of District 1. I'm a Jewish American. I'm sickened by what's happening in Palestine right now. Israel disgusts me. I just want to reiterate what so many people here have said today. I'm here today in support of the proposed resolution without amendment. I further want to call on the city to stop our tax money from going to Israel. There's a U.S. law that I just looked up, it's Legal Code 2304, that states no security assistance may be provided to any country, the government of which engages in a consistent pattern of gross violations of internationally recognized human rights. Is that not what Israel's doing? It's a law in our country. Israel is slaughtering thousands of children, and we're funding them. Yeah, my time's about to run out, but please stop the funding of this genocide. Please pass this resolution.
Hello, my name is Lane Berman. I'm a proudly anti-Zionist Jewish resident of D3 in Oakland, and I support the resolution for a permanent ceasefire in Palestine without amendment. I encourage my fellow Jews to remember that the existence of Hamas itself is a response to the decades of oppression we turned around and committed on the Palestinian people in a misguided grasp at our own safety. Consider that Israel was a European answer to the Jewish question. They did not want us either. We should stand in solidarity with Palestine. I firmly believe we will not find our freedom through the subjugation of other people. Our liberation is tied to the liberation of others. Calling for a ceasefire is the first step and the least we can do. Thank you for putting forth this resolution, and thank you for your time. Free Palestine.
Hi, my name is Zain, and I first want to thank you for hearing us and putting forth this resolution. I urge you to pass this resolution without any amendments. Growing up as an Arab in this country, all I watched on the news was my government bombing my people from Iraq to Syria to Palestine. As your Arab American constituent, I ask you, when will my people's lives finally matter? If this genocide of Palestinians was happening to a white population, a ceasefire would have already been in effect. So why do we have to still beg for a ceasefire when the children being killed are black and brown? Supporting this resolution with no amendments tells your constituents, your family, and your children that you believe that Black and brown lives matter. That you are just as enraged seeing a Palestinian child being bombed as you are seeing a white Ukrainian child being killed. It's time to fight against white supremacist double standards, and that means the children of Congo, too. Lastly, Israel has broken ceasefires for decades, so don't stop here. Free Palestine, free Congo, and U.S. imperialism. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Amanda, and I'm speaking on behalf of my friend Emily, who is a Jewish Oakland resident. I have a question. Did anyone else notice that those who oppose this resolution are old white supremacists? They are not our future. They are our horrible, hateful, and shameful past. Please listen to the next generations who call for an immediate ceasefire. Free Palestine. Also, 100% of cats are tired of this bullshit.
Good evening. I'm Eric Bergman. I believe that this resolution is balanced. It does not condemn Hamas, and it does not condemn the Israel IDF, Israel Defense Force. I ask all of you city council members, what do you think are the priorities for the Oakland residents? Is it Oakland? Crime, police, schools, jobs, housing? Then I invite you to abstain from this. If you believe that many Oakland residents are concerned, would like to have a serious reduction in the U.S. military budget, then I invite you to vote for this resolution. I support decent living conditions and safety for everyone in and around Israel, Jews, Arabs, Muslims.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up.
My name is Otito Gregobi. I'm a resident of Oakland, and my parents are survivors of ethnic cleansing and displacement in Nigeria. I urge the passing of this ceasefire resolution with no amendments. I'm a prison abolitionist, and that includes the open-air prison in Gaza as much as it includes Alcatraz, Cop City, and beyond. In the United States, there's always money for genocide and war, but there's never money for unhoused neighbors or reparations for slavery or living wages or education. We need an end to U.S. aid and weaponry to Israel. This resolution is the bare minimum, as many have said. The Zionist, white supremacist, terrorist occupation needs to end. Global Western imperialism, especially U.S. imperialism, needs to end. Palestine has the right to defend itself from the white settler colonialism by any means necessary, including armed resistance, in the name of self-determination and liberation. From the river to the sea, Palestine will be free.
Lauren Wheeler, you are next. Please begin your comments.
Hi, my name's Lauren Wheeler. I was in the room earlier, but I had to go home to kiss my child goodnight, which for the last 50 days has felt like a privilege. I'm a resident of Oakland's District 3, also unceded Ohlone territory. I'm a descendant of enslaved Africans and Polish Jews, and I support the resolution calling for a ceasefire without amendment. There have been so many calls to condemn and remove Hamas, but not to condemn and remove the conditions that created Hamas. Your moral slip is showing. Just admit you're good with apartheid and then be on your way. To Zionists who say they didn't have the courage to show up tonight and say it with their whole chest, that's because you don't want to acknowledge that the people who've been targeted, doxxed, and fired from their jobs are those who've been opposing this genocide. A ceasefire won't bring true peace, but it will end the hemorrhaging of a people. It won't bring justice, but it will bring at least an end to some of this pain And it is the absolute bare minimum that people of conscience can do. It's not complicated.
I'm going to roll through these last names. Sharif Zakat, did you submit a card? If so, under what name? And we are on item 1 still, not open forum.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, did you submit a speaker's card? And under what name? Okay. Nia Amara, did you submit a card? If so, under what name? Nia Amara.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, did you submit a speaker's card?
I did submit a speaker's card under Nia Amara. May I begin?
We don't have a card for you. Did you submit for item 1 or open forum?
I submitted for item 1.
We don't have a card for you at this time. Julio Gonzalez, did you submit a card? If so, under what name? Julio? Josh Beth, did you submit a card? They don't have a card, you cannot yield time. No, if they do not have a card, you cannot yield time.
Hello?
AS, you must have multiple devices on, please.
Hi, I did submit a card. My name was skipped earlier, though. My name is Asma.
Yes, I did call you. Go ahead and begin your comments.
Okay, sorry. 1 second. I didn't think you would call on me, so I'm just pulling up my comments. All right. Hello, my name is Asma, and I am a South Asian Muslim American, a mother, and a healthcare worker with roots in Oakland. I strongly urge your support for the resolution as is with no amendments affirming Oakland's commitment to an immediate and lasting ceasefire in Gaza. We have already heard from a representative sample, a large sample of Oakland's community, white, Black, Asian, Arab, Jewish. I have been keeping count all night long from all ages and walks of life, physicians, healthcare workers, teachers, experts in law, community and social activists, leaders, residents, taxpayers in our city calling for the same. What more do you need to see? The crisis in Gaza demands urgent attention, and I would argue that there is no issue more pressing for this city in this moment than ending a genocide. Oakland has always been the cradle of standing up for the voiceless. Let us leverage our collective voice for humanity and pass this resolution tonight. Thank you.
Pocky. Go ahead and begin your comments.
Hi, my name is Paki. I am a resident of Oakland. I am asking you to pass the resolution and with no amendment and ceasefire. As a mom, as I'm seeing my children, and as an aunt, and as a parent, as any kind of relationship related, I have been seeing people, children die, women die, men die with no reason to die. If you, as all of us has people that we know and we don't want to see them die or do something happen to them, I ask you to cease fire. And just wanted to tell some of the people who mentioned that the Zionists, they don't feel safe in the neighborhood if you don't do it. Well, how about all the Palestinians who died, like the 3 students who died, people who were stabbed? They don't feel safe. Nothing happened to you guys. You've always been safe. It's us or Arab, Muslim, or minority in this country that always feel unsafe.
A few more. Dina, we've already called you unless this is a different person. Dina.
Yes, hi. You did call me, but someone just gave me their minute. They left. Her name is.
Okay, so you already spoke, so we'll move to the next
yeah,
person.
but someone gave me their minutes, or 1 minute.
Do you
want me to give you her name?
It's too late. Mimi, did you submit a card? If so, under what name? Mimi?
Hello, do you hear me?
Yes, what name did you submit your card?
I didn't submit a card. I just
Thank you.
raised my hand.
Nabila, did you submit a card? If
Yes,
so-
I did. Nabila Mohammed.
What's your name?
Nabila Mohammed. Do you have my name?
No, we do not. Did you submit for item 1 or open forum? We're not at open forum just yet. Lindsay, did you submit a card? If so, under what name?
Hi, I just raised my hand.
Ines, I did call you earlier. Please begin your comments.
Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Over the last 7 weeks, we have all seen an escalation in the ethnic cleansing of Palestinians by Israelis. I say escalation because the crimes are not new. They just can no longer be ignored by the masses. In 7 weeks, with the full support of our federal government, Israel murdered at least 15,000 Palestinians, and the numbers are still rising as bodies are found under rubble. Premature babies were not spared. Premature babies. And these lives don't include the over 200 Palestinians simultaneously killed by Israeli settlers in the West Bank. This is an Oakland issue because Israel's crimes are supported and enabled by our tax dollars that should be used to support our residents with shelter, food, healthcare, jobs, and education. People need to stop being murdered abroad and need to stop being left to die in our cities. After the City Council passes this resolution for a permanent ceasefire, let's pass another one to call for the end of our tax dollars being used in support of the genocidal and apartheid state of Israel. Thank you, Councilmember Fife, for introducing this resolution. I hope there's unanimous support.
Thank you for your comments. Sasha Wright, you are next. Please unmute yourself and begin your comments.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
As a lifelong Oakland resident from D5, I support this resolution with no amendments. In 2005, I spent 3 months as a humanitarian observer in the West Bank while the apartheid wall was under construction. I saw Israeli settlers in the army building a wall through Palestinian land, stealing it, shooting and killing peaceful protesters. I saw a racist apartheid state that was attempting to kill or make life unlivable for Palestinians in a slow ethnic cleansing. And now the far-right Israeli state sees this as an opportunity to kill or remove all Palestinians from Gaza to the West Bank. They've made their genocidal intentions clear, and they're using our tax dollars to pay for the bombs. In California, people look to Oakland as a leading voice in social and racial justice. Please pass this amendment. Please pass this resolution and reject any amendments. Thank you.
Before I go through the list and call all these names, if you did not submit a speaker's card for item 1 by 4:20, you did not submit a card at this time, please do not raise your hand so we can get through the list. I have lowered all hands. If your name was called, please raise your hand so we can call on you. Otherwise, we will be moving on. If you already spoke, please don't raise your hand. Phone number 54, last 4 digits 5456. Please state your name so we can find your card. Phone number 5456. Phone number 5456.
Yes.
Please state
Can you
your
hear me?
name. Yes. Please state your name.
My name is Shakriya.
Priya.
Shakriya.
My name is Shukriya. I'm a healthcare worker.
Okay, I don't have a card for you.
Yeah,
Sarah? Sarah, did you submit a speaker card for item 1? Yeah. No. I don't have any of these. If your name was called and you still wish to speak and you submitted a card, please raise your hand so I don't have to call every name on this list. Only if you submitted a card and you have not spoke. If you already spoke and someone seated you time after, you have already spoke. So please don't raise your hand. Yeah. Nita. Nita Saeed, please begin your comments.
Hello, my name is Neda Saeed and I'm an Oakland D4 resident. I'm also the child of an Afghan refugee, and I've seen how an entire people can be dehumanized to shape public opinion to support occupation. I can't help but notice how much money we have in this country dedicated to destruction and criminalization, but how little we seem to have to support things like education, healthcare, housing, and workers' rights. I am so tired of being surrounded by poverty and inequality, while knowing billions of dollars go to other countries to kill people with names like mine. The murder of a 6-year-old child in Chicago and the shooting of 3 Palestinian men in Vermont reminds us how a racist public narrative increases interpersonal violence. I also want to remind us that Representative Barbara Lee was the only member of Congress to vote against the invasion of both Iraq and Afghanistan in 2001. And despite facing death threats, we now know years later that she did the right thing. Let's show the country and the world Oakland knows how to do the right thing.
Thank you for your comments. Sarah Kirshner, you are next. Please begin your comments.
Okay. Hi, this is Sarah Kirshner. Can you hear me? Yes.
Go ahead.
I have worked in Oakland for the past 30 years, issues across needle exchange, helped build youth uprising, and also now work in independent living. And my family escaped from Spain during the Inquisition and Russia during the pogroms, and some of them didn't escape Nazi Germany. And our history of survival and our resistance to anti-Semitism belongs to the Palestinian people. I am asking City Council to vote for a ceasefire without any amendments. An amendment is literally a green light for genocide, and I know that this City Council understands that never again for anyone means from Oakland to Palestine. Thank you, and thank you to Councilmember Fife for introducing the resolution.
Bridget, please begin your comments.
Hi, hello. Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Hi, thank you, City Council. I wanted to share that in the last 2 months, less than 2 months, I've lost 8 members of my family, and 5 of them were children. They were aged 12, 10, 6, 4, and 2 years old. And I'm not unique in this situation because when every Gazan in our community has lost multiple family members, it's a clear sign that this is a genocide, in fact. And what this makes this situation particular is that the US is very much complicit in this genocide. Israel is literally a nuclear-capable military force with sophisticated technology backed by the US government, the most powerful military force in the world. Palestinians don't have control over their borders, drinking waters, open waters, airspace, or resources. There's nothing humane about water deprivation, nothing humane about counting calories, nothing humane about not allowing people freedom of movement, and nothing humane on standing with genocide. Oakland has the ability to take a step.
Go through this list. Derek Ching, did you submit a card? If so, under what name? Derek Ching, did you submit a card?
Yes, so I submitted a card 419 when you said that there
What
was
is
one
the
more.
name?
Yes, it should be under Derek Ching, register to speak, item number 1.
I don't have you. Risa, did you submit a card? If so, under what name?
Yes, I submitted a card before 4:20. I got a confirmation on the site, but not via email. I emailed a screenshot to you all at City Clerk.
Okay. Go ahead, Ms. Jaffe.
This is Risa Jaffe, 40-year Oakland resident. As a Jew, I feel it is especially important that I add my name as a strong supporter of this resolution as is. I do not need to have the acts of Hamas called out in this resolution to know that my humanity is recognized. Would we be where we are today if every person who feels that Hamas must be specifically named have been naming the abuse that Israel has inflicted on Palestinians since that abuse began decades ago? For those struggling with seeing the humanity of Palestinians, please watch the film In the Image, Palestinian Women Capture the Occupation. This film was produced and directed by Jewish women. It's available on Canopy. For there to be peace, there must be a permanent ceasefire. Please vote yes on this resolution as is. Thank you.
Daniel Robello, did you submit a card? If so, under what name?
Yes, I did, under my name, Daniel Robello.
I don't have a card for you. Liz Zook, did you submit a card? If so, under what name?
Under my name, Liz Huck. I did it at the same time. I didn't know to maybe do a screenshot and send it to you because I didn't receive
I'm
an
sorry,
email.
I don't have a card for you. Jay Woodson, did you submit a card? If so, under what name?
Hi, I did submit a card under Jay Woodson, possibly Jasmine Woodson.
Possibly, what was the other name?
Jasmine Woodson at about 4:15. I could send a screenshot also.
One moment, we'll go ahead and send the, yes. Go ahead and submit the screenshot, we'll come back to you.
Okay.
Zoe Jonick,
Wait, how do I do that?
Yes, I believe I submitted a card.
under what name?
Under my name, Zoe Jonick.
I do not have a card for you.
How do I submit the screenshot?
Shift F4. You can email it to City Clerk at oaklandca.gov. So just, if you're on Zoom under the name, we've already looked you up and we don't have a card for you. If you submitted a card under a different name, then please keep your hand up. Otherwise, we don't have a card for you.
I just don't have my card, and I didn't get an email response.
All names that we have received speaker cards for by the deadline have been called.
Okay, thank you everyone for your patience. I know that there's a lot of anticipation for this discussion. Before I turn it back to Councilmember Fife, I do want to ask the clerks, whether it's now or in a few minutes, if you could also state for the record the number of e-comments that we received on this item, as well as the percentage support, opposing, or neutral, so that the council and the public have that information. Clerk Brittany, do you have that available? Are you able to share that? Okay, great.
For this meeting, we have received 1,254 e-comments, 86% support the resolution, 8% oppose, 0 neutral, and 4% didn't select anything.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. Okay, Councilmember Fife, I'll turn it back to you.
How much time do I have, Madam President? I want to respect everyone's time, especially folks that had let you know ahead of time that they had to leave. But
yes.
I think it's important to read the resolution because
Yes.
I think it dispels some of the information or the misinformation that was stated.
Yes, I think reading the resolution would be good, given that you're the author. Let's put 5 minutes on the timer and then 2 minutes for the rest of the council, unless you ask for more time.
Thank you. Whereas all life is precious, and the City of Oakland's official motto, Love Life, calls on elected officials and residents alike to protect life and stand against violence. And whereas the City of Oakland condemns the recent rise of anti-Semitic, Islamophobic, racist, homophobic, and xenophobic attacks in our city and across the nation, including the doxing of elected officials, students, professors, journalists, and others speaking truth to power. And whereas the City of Oakland advocates for the safety, dignity, freedom, and equality of all people, regardless of religion, race, or nationality. And whereas over 1,000 people in Israel and more than 11,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed in a matter of weeks, of whom over 5,000 are children, numbers have changed. Whereas the City of Oakland recognizes that the current crisis takes place within a long history and affirms that for a pathway to lasting peace and justice to be developed, the root causes of the crisis need to be addressed. And whereas Gaza is in dire humanitarian crisis that is getting worse with each passing day, with the only remaining hospitals running out of fuel and medical supplies, and over 1.5 million Palestinians facing displacement, homelessness, and starvation, whereas the international organizations like Amnesty International, the United Nations, the World Health Organization, the U.S. Agency for International Development, the International Rescue Committee, and many others have made a call for a ceasefire in order to prevent the further loss of life of civilians and to be in accordance with the international humanitarian law. And whereas 66% of American voters support a ceasefire, according to an October 20th, 2023 Data for Progress poll, and want to see the U.S. leverage its diplomatic relationships to prevent further violence and civilian deaths. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the City of Oakland supports U.S. Congress Resolution H.R. 786 and joins other cities in calling on our Congress members to demand an immediate ceasefire, release of all hostages, the unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, the restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies to Gaza, and the respect for international law, and calls for a resolution that protects the security of all innocent civilians. And be it further resolved that a copy of this resolution be sent to city councils in the San Francisco Bay Area, the offices of Assemblymember Mia Bonta, Assemblymember Buffy Wicks, State Senator Nancy Skinner, the Governor of California Gavin Newsom, U.S. Representative Barbara Lee, U.S. Senator LaFonza Butler, U.S. Senator Alex Padilla, U.S. President Joe Biden, and U.S. Vice President Kamala Harris, urging them to take immediate action to use their positions and influence to end violence. So I yes, because my time is ticking. I wanted to read that because that was the fourth draft of a resolution that was created that intentionally attempted to depoliticize and make a resolution that centered on peace. And it didn't name condemnation of Hamas, it didn't name condemnation of Israel, because we wanted to focus on love life and lifting up what we support and not what we condemn. So it intentionally tried to bring sides together that I've been working with, that I've been in conversation with, in the Jewish community and the Muslim community, to say we support life. And in order for a lasting peace to occur, the shooting, the bombings, all of these things have to stop. People need food and access to water. That was the goal of this resolution. So I want Jewish children to live as much as I want Palestinian children to live. But we've got to acknowledge the imbalance and disproportionate death on one side. We have to. We also know that anti-Semitism and Islamophobia stem from the same supremacist source. So when we condemn one, we condemn both. These ideologies have the same political projects that are amplifying both sides. That's why I wanted to do this right. We did not pause we didn't say anything because we don't care. I wanted to do this right because the world is watching. And when the world is watching, that means the provocateurs are watching. The people who are sent to disrupt movements are watching. And they are trying to polarize us in a way that is not Oakland. I reject the fact that Oakland is not united. I reject that. We stand together on what counts when it counts. That is now. So I want to be clear about silence is not in action, not on my part. And I will stand alone on any day on what my principles are. I need you all to know that. But I also need you to stand with me. So don't come in here without talking to me, trying to hold me accountable for a conversation we never had. This is how you do it correctly. And I thank every single one of you who's worked with me to get it right. So I don't think it should be controversial. It should not be controversial to state that denying a group of people voting rights, access to civil courts, the ability to walk on both sides of the street, and much more are forms of oppression. James Baldwin said that he loved America more than any other country in the world, and that gave him the right to criticize America perpetually. So I hear that same sentiment with the Jewish allies and the Jewish Voices for Peace. Every Jewish person that's not a part of an organization that says, I will criticize the country because I love my people. Because in order to get to where we need to be, sometimes the assessment is not comfortable. And once again, I just want to be clear that the pain that everyone is experiencing is pain, and that fear and pain will be exploited if we are not conscious about the words we are using, how we're talking to each other, and how we're living into the reality that we want to create. I want to create a peaceful reality with all of you, regardless of race, religion, class, creed, gender, sexual orientation, all of that. I believe we can create that. And I urge every single one of my council members to look at the language that this states that we are calling for a ceasefire. We are not calling for the end of people's lives. We are not calling for the end we say specifically, we want to end anti-Semitism, end Islamophobia. We need to love each other. That's what Love Life is about. And right now, in the city of Oakland, in Alameda County, there are people that are calling for the end of democracy. The poll numbers show that 86%, as the clerk said, support this resolution as is. I do not feel any way for any of my council colleagues that want to push for something else. If you have, I don't. If you have amendments, I respect where your heart is, because I know where everyone's heart is. And I will not criticize anyone on this dais for speaking their truth. And if mine is different, once again, I'm willing to stand alone. With that, Madam President, I call that we accept this resolution. that I worked with the community to draft, and I would ask for a second in support of this motion.
Councilmember Gallo.
Thank you, and thanks to all of you. I have my full support. I express my full support for a humanitarian ceasefire in Gaza. And in the 20 seconds that I have left, I want to recognize Salah, who has spent many years in the Fruitvale area with businesses. Not only that, but also educating and providing support to our students. So my gratitude goes out to you, Salah, and I second the motion. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalb.
Thank you, Madam President. Thank you all for, I'm sorry, can you hear me? Thank you all for being here today. Madam Clerk, I will need, I'm raising my hand on Zoom to have Zoom access to share screen. I think I need to be promoted. Okay, just 1 second. Okay. So thank you all for being here today. I do want to thank, as I've written my comments here, I do want to thank Councilmember Fife for her sincere effort to craft and support a resolution that does not have the hot-button, divisive, and problematic language that had weighed down other resolutions in other places. So I do really appreciate that. And I've told you that privately many times, and there are many people in the community, many of whom are here today on all different perspectives, who also share that appreciation. So I want you to know that publicly. I was in Israel back in March of this year for about a week and a half or so, and one of the places we visited was Kibbutz Kfar Aza, or Kfar Aza, I believe it's pronounced. We were there to learn about agricultural and water conservation practices. On October 7th, several months later, on October 7th, approximately 50 of their residents were murdered by Hamas, others were kidnapped, and most of the kibbutz was destroyed. And, of course, as we all know, we've all seen this over and over again in the news, as we all know, over 200 young people were murdered at a peace concert in southern Israel. The pain that people are rightfully feeling by all parties, the Palestinians in Gaza, the Israelis, everybody who's affected, whether it's your family or your friends of family or people you know or people you know or just people who you feel connected to, that pain is obviously very real and shared by a lot of people. I'm going to need a little more time, Madam President. I also believe that acknowledging the murderous acts of Hamas on October 7th is not at all contrary to supporting a ceasefire. Not at all, not even close to being contrary to supporting a ceasefire. And supporting the ceasefire as well as the return of all the hostages and a lot more, a heck of a lot more humanitarian aid into Gaza as soon as possible is extremely important. That's clear. Because the number of innocent residents killed in Gaza is so disproportionately high, that's an understatement, it's ridiculously, absurdly high, it cannot be downplayed, and therefore the desire and call for a ceasefire is logical, to say the least, in order to save lives, and that's the key here, that's what the essence is to save lives. Likewise, downplaying, or worse yet, rationalizing the October 7th mass murder by Hamas as legitimate resistance is sad, ridiculous, and antithetical to promoting peace. I do have amendments that I believe are needed to fill out the resolution, that does not contradict the resolution, but to fill it out with additional facts, while clearly also still supporting, and absolutely supporting, a ceasefire now. Colleagues, I don't always ask a lot of you, but I do ask you to consider and support these factual amendments. Not even clearly mentioning the Hamas mass murder on October 7th is sending the wrong message and an embarrassing message. Hamas has stated publicly on the air that they want to engage in similar atrocities in Israel over and over again and again. They've said that. Those who failed, you're right, boo. Those who failed to condemn the actions of Hamas on October 7th clearly are
Okay, let's allow him to speak,
now.
please.
Are condoning their action.
Let's allow him to speak. This is...
are condoning their action and in fact inviting them to do this again. That would be unconscionable. Madam President, I'd like to share my amendments on the screen now via Zoom, if that's okay. Yeah. Do I have the share screen button? Okay. Oh, I'm sorry, hold on a second. Just give me a second here. Okay. Okay. Oops.
Okay, listen, we want to make sure that we have the time to deliberate, to share how we are looking at this resolution each as council members. I have a lot to share as well, some of which I've shared publicly, some of which I have not, and I want to be respectful of all of the council members as we have been with the public and ensure they each have their time to speak. Go ahead, council member.
Sure. Do we have? Oh, okay. So the screen is up there. I'm going to read this, of course, into the record as is required, and as of course we should do anyway. And I'm just going to read either the additional whereas clauses and the additional words in any existing clauses. I won't be rereading the unaffected clauses that Councilmember Fife already read out loud and is in the agenda packet. So I would add a fourth whereas clause. I don't know how well you could see it up here, but let me see if I could increase that a little bit here. Okay, I guess that's a little bit larger. Whereas Hamas infiltrated Israel, brutally murdered over 1,200 people on October 7, 2023, and kidnapped and have been holding hostage over 200 innocent people, including Israelis, Americans, and other foreign nationals. And then the next whereas clause has just updated information. Whereas over 1,200 people in Israel and more than 15,000 Palestinians in Gaza have been killed in a matter of weeks during this Israeli-Gaza conflict, of whom over 5,000 are children. And then a new sentence, whereas the City of Oakland condemns all domestic and international terrorist organizations. And then in the next whereas clause, there's one word added, but I have to read the whole sentence, I believe. Whereas the City of Oakland recognizes the current crisis that takes place within a long history, and affirms that for a pathway to lasting peace, coexistence, and justice, coexistence is the added word, and justice to be developed, the root causes of the crisis need to be addressed. And then the next whereas clause would be a new one, whereas both the Palestinian people in Gaza and the people of Israel are victims of Hamas through repression and violence. And it is such a true statement. How can anybody deny what I just said? That is so true. And then in the resolve clause, I scrolled down a little to the resolve clauses. I'm going to read the resolve clauses again. Resolve that the City of Oakland supports U.S. Congress Resolution H.R. 786 and joins other cities in calling on our Congress members to demand an immediate ceasefire and the release of all hostages taken by Hamas, the unrestricted entry of humanitarian assistance into Gaza, the restoration of food, water, electricity, and medical supplies to Gaza, and the respect for international law, and calls for a resolution that protects the security of all innocent civilians. And then the last resolve clause, just a little change there, that a copy of this resolution be sent to the offices of Assemblymember Mia Bonta and the rest of the ones going forward that are in that paragraph. So that's my set of amendments. I'm happy to answer questions among my colleagues. I know some of you, I think everybody knows, we are not allowed under the Brown Act to share things in advance privately with a majority of the council. So 3 other council members are aware of these in advance. Others are only hearing about it for the first time. That's how we're required to do. We have no choice in the matter. So I wanted to say that, but I do believe that these amendments do not take away from the ceasefire. They broaden the support for this measure, and that I think these are factually correct. These are factually correct amendments, and And I ask that we support these. I'm happy to answer questions, but I'm asked that we support this as an amendment to this resolution, and then adopt the entire resolution as amended. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Council Member. Okay. Quiet down. Listen, I really would like folks to quiet down. We may not agree with each other, but I do want folks to be respectful. You have not heard from the rest of the council. I want to make sure you have an opportunity to hear from the rest of us. Thank you, Councilmember Kalb. Thank you, Councilmember Fife and Councilmember Gallo for speaking. Not seeing any hands, I'll go ahead and share some of my thoughts. I'll try to do it in 2 minutes, but I might need a little bit more time because I do want to address the amendments that have been introduced. I'm sorry? Okay. All right. Well, first I want to say that I have talked with several community members, leaders, organizations from the Jewish, Palestinian, Arab, and Muslim communities, and I thank you. I thank you for sharing your experiences. And those experiences have been of painful, painful loss, like you heard from Salah, as well as resistance, as well as joy about what might be possible if we can actually envision a world that is based on equal rights, on dignity, on self-determination. And I wanted to let you all know that in October, I did sign a petition to stand with the children of Gaza. In November, a couple weeks ago, I sent a public letter to President Biden in Congress, sharing my personal opinions. It's on my social media. I believe my staff has a few copies here if you haven't seen it. There's a lot more that I would like to say personally, but I think for where we are right now looking at this resolution, it's important for us to come together. And like you heard from Councilmember Fife, I also talked with many of you about this resolution, and then we got Brown acted and we couldn't work on the actual resolution together, but we were having similar conversations with many of you, and there is so much thought that got put into this resolution because of all the past actions and the other efforts on resolutions so that we could move forward in unity to tell decision makers of our government that a ceasefire is necessary, and even beyond a ceasefire, the true self-determination of the people of Palestine as well as Israel. And again, if we are going to honor the humanity, which is what so many of these resolutions and the protests and actions have been about, if we're going to honor our humanity, I believe we have to envision a world, again, where everyone can live in peace and dignity with equal rights and self-determination. And like you heard from Councilmember Fife, and I thank you for working with the community on this, to look forward in terms of what we are for. And so, Councilmember Kalb, I have so much respect for you because we work on many issues together. I know I can count on you when we're working on tenants' rights, when we're working on a progressive corporate business tax, so many things. However, I think it's appropriate for us to personally share the complexity of where we are on some of these issues at a personal level, and this resolution has to have the council member coming together in simple terms to be able to send a message to our state and federal legislators to do everything possible to support the end of human suffering and killing and a realistic plan towards peace. And so I do have to say that if we were going to entertain putting those facts that you mentioned into this resolution, which I do not support, then we would also have to entertain the facts that this conflict did not start on October 7th. It did not start. It did not start in 1948. It started hundreds of years ago. There are 7,000 Palestinian political prisoners. There are more than 1 million people displaced. The number of children who have been killed just since October 7th surpasses the number of children who have been killed in global conflicts over the past 4 years. And so there are many, many more facts that we would have to put into this resolution if we were going to add anything more to it. And so, colleagues, I third the motion to pass the resolution as is. I believe this council needs to be on the record to our federal and state legislators to do everything possible to call for a ceasefire and a realistic path to peace and self-determination. All right. Next, we have Councilmember Ramachandran, who is joining us on Zoom tonight. Councilmember.
Thank you. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Thank you, Clerk. Thank you, everyone, for your efforts on this, to our vast and beautiful Oakland community that's come together over the last several weeks in the wake of these ongoing crisis. I support this resolution without amendments because it is broad on the call to justice and cessation of violence. It does not mention the names of actors in this conflict, neither the Israeli government nor Hamas, and this is a conscious choice. As Oakland representatives, I believe this is the best route for us at the time. I've had numerous conversations with both Jewish and Muslim Oakland communities and constituents over the last few weeks, but the reality is my advocacy goes a lot longer than this when it comes to international human rights. In fact, many of you in this room knew me first for my advocacy for human rights in this part of the world for a long time. And I want to briefly mention something, and I won't take up too much time, but 12 years ago, I served on Stanford's undergraduate senate, and I authored a resolution that's frankly 1/1000th of what this resolution calls for, to uplift a narrow human rights issue, not even political issue in this region of the world, and was viciously attacked on the internet, name-called, threatened, and spewed hate in my face. I experienced what so many people, what thousands of people across Oakland, California, and the country are experiencing right now for standing up and speaking their truth to power. And I will not let those experiences stop me from what I believe is doing right now in this moment. In my personal capacity, I have made statements calling for ceasefire since the start of violence and signed petitions of elected officials calling for ceasefire. Statements that do both. Call out Hamas for holding hostages, as well as the Israeli government for the violence that they have caused. Each and every one of us have the power to maintain multiple truths and stay fixated on the ultimate goal that every single speaker today has already said, an end to the violence and death and dehumanization of individuals, children, and families. We can acknowledge that there has been brutal violence committed by both Hamas and the Israeli government. But there is only one dire humanitarian crisis that the international community and human rights organizations have called out, and this resolution uplifts both truths. Tonight we're debating minute languages and continuing to do things that divide our communities, and this is masking that common truth that every speaker here tonight and most Oakland residents want one thing and one thing only: an end to the violence in this critical part of the world and bringing peace to our communities here in Oakland. With that, I want to support the resolution as written, and I make one minor friendly amendment to delete in paragraph 7 USAID, as they have not issued a formal statement, if the author of this resolution is open to that. But thank you, everyone, for your comments. I fully support the spirit of this resolution, the text as written, and look forward to seeing peace in this part of the world.
Okay, other council members? Councilmember Kalb?
Well, I guess I'll wait till other council members have a chance to talk before I speak again.
Okay. Councilmember Jenkins?
So although this resolution is short in words, I know that it was incredibly difficult for you, Councilmember Fife, to put together. It took many times of you meeting with folks from both sides to find some language that just brings some type of resolve, some type of peace, some type of statement that shows that Oakland is standing against the violence that is occurring. I've talked with many folks on both sides, and I was challenged by some activists to follow some people on Twitter, right? There's Sean King, some other folks, and I was absolutely mortified by seeing dead babies. Absolutely mortified by the dead babies. It was incredibly jarring, and I see nothing wrong with just calling for a ceasefire, just stopping the killing of those innocent children. And so I think 8 seconds, I support the resolution as is. Thank you.
Okay, council members Kaplan or Reed?
Thank you. So we had a conversation about whether or not we should start the meeting with a centering reading in our Love Life tradition, as we often have a guest speaker come in, somebody from the arts or culture community, to read something or sing something or chant something at the beginning of our meetings. And, you know, since we were getting a late start, we didn't want to interrupt the flow of the content. So I will try to share this now in the spirit of seeking to bring us back to our common humanity. And so what I share tonight comes from the book of Genesis, chapters 21 and 22. Genesis 21 and 22. In Genesis 21, we hear the story of how Abraham's son, Ishmael, almost died, but was saved. And it says, an angel of God called out to save the child. And yes, it is. But I'm reading from the book that I started studying when I was 4 years old. And it says, an angel of God called out to save the child, to say, do not sacrifice Ishmael. And then the next page, Genesis 22, Abraham's son Isaac is almost killed. And again it says, an angel of God called out to save the child. Do not kill Isaac. Do not sacrifice Isaac. And so these two statements are back to back. In the whole hundreds of pages book, they're less than a page apart. Do not sacrifice Ishmael. Do not sacrifice Isaac. Let them live, these two children of Abraham. So may it be.
I want to appreciate the courage that it's taken for everyone to come speak out. I know that it is not easy to do, particularly in the face of a crisis. And I want to acknowledge the 1 District 7 resident that did come out and speak tonight. As a mother, it certainly is unbearable and deeply painful to see and know of so many innocent lives that have been lost, held captive, imprisoned through this crisis. As a mother who has lost our own son, Brandon, who was stolen and murdered and never coming home again, I will never be okay with any loss of a child. I attend nearly every homicide that happens in my district, where the majority of the lives that are lost in the city occur in East Oakland. And the week that this crisis erupted, 2 lives were lost of young Latino men. And I stood out there with the mothers who waited, watching their children under yellow tarps for hours with a lack of dignity and honor for their child as they waited on someone to come and pick up their son and the trauma that they endured. That is what I face every day here in the city. And this crisis certainly weighs heavy. I've certainly been on a number of the pages or followers of a number of those who have lifted up horrific images daily and throughout the day. And so I condemn every heinous attack that we have seen on innocent children and elders and civilians. I won't tolerate it. I don't tolerate threats locally against me, and I don't tolerate threats against other people. I don't take threats and hostility and bully tactics and mischaracterization and labeling lightly. It lends to division and disrespect against our own motto of love, life, and peace in our city. And I know the path to healing through this type of deep trauma, and I can't imagine an entire village, community, region. I don't know how you come through this type of trauma with peace and justice and unity. I don't know that. And I want to acknowledge that two things. I do support the resolution as it is, and I also support my council colleague in hearing his voice. And I believe that you can do both and would be open if there were additional facts that needed to be called out. And so I'm not going to have Councilmember Cobb, although there are certainly some things I would amend in what he shared. I won't have you stand alone in this moment either, and I will second your amendments. And I would further encourage our community that's here today to come out tomorrow as we have a special meeting on our own public safety crisis in the community. Because your voice and your power and your support, as we talk about how we're spending our tax dollars here locally, none of what we have on record shows that our tax dollars have gone to this war. I've heard that, and it's not been confirmed for me. But we have put money onto our public safety crisis, and your citizen-led boards and commissions and police commission will be here tomorrow from 6 p.m. until we leave again to talk about how we're addressing with strategies and solutions to reduce the crime and violence before us as we support and take a stand on ceasefire with the atrocities that are before us.
Okay, so everyone's spoken. Councilmember Kalb.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, it sounds like we now have a motion to amend the resolution. I believe we vote on the motion first, then either way, pass or not, then we go to the main resolution and vote on the resolution. Is that correct?
Correct.
Yeah. I did want to say one thing, if I can, before we vote on that, right? Is that okay?
Yes,
Yeah.
I also want to make sure the public is clear on what the procedures are.
Oh, yes,
Yes.
Okay, so to the parliamentarian.
Okay. So to the parliamentarian, we will be voting on Councilmember Kalb's amendments, which he introduced and Councilmember Reed seconded. And then from there, we will vote on the main motion, correct?
Correct. So the main motion on the floor was made by Councilmember Fife, which was to adopt the resolution as written, seconded by Councilmember Gallo. Councilmember Kalb made a motion to amend that motion to add the language that he displayed and read into the record. That motion was seconded by Councilmember Reed. So the process is the first vote is on the motion to amend. If that motion passes, then the underlying motion is amended and there's a vote on that motion as amended. If the motion to amend fails, then we go to the main motion as it was originally moved. So the first vote is on the motion to amend.
Just one further clarification. Councilmember Ramachandran asked the author if you were amenable to removing USAID as, I believe it was not the organization.
I'm amenable. It was the employees of the organization who
Okay,
made that
great.
statement.
And so that is the main motion. All right, Councilmember Culp.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, I just want us, I understand I hear what everybody is saying. I do want to reiterate the reality that not only are the information I shared, which all relates to the current crisis in the past less than 2 months, serious crisis, but it does not take away from the call for a ceasefire. I think it broadens the support for it. I'm so sorry people are saying it does. It's so sad that they are making those claims because I disagree completely that it takes away from it. I might have something else to say after this first vote, very briefly. But I do ask my colleagues to support this motion, and whatever happens, I respect all of us up here. I know I have some differences of opinion, not about a ceasefire specifically, but about other elements of the situation, of long-term and short-term. But we do need to have a ceasefire. We do need to get more humanitarian aid in there really, really soon, big time. And we need all the hostages returned ASAP, and those are all important things.
Yes.
So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you, Council Member. I do want to ask members of the public, I know this is difficult. Please be patient. Because these amendments were introduced after your public comments, what I would like to do is invite Council Member Fife to have 2 speakers who can speak to the votes that we are taking, as well as you, Council Member Kalb, if you would like to invite 2 speakers whom you have been working with to also speak to the votes we are taking. That will allow us to hear a little bit more feedback from the public before we vote. Okay, and Councilmember Fife stepped out for a second. Let's see if we can pull her back into the room. Councilmember Kalb, assuming this works with Councilmember Fife, do you have 2 speakers that you would invite to speak on these votes?
I know there's one on Zoom.
Okay.
I'm trying to see if the other person who I had in mind is still in the room or not. So, Madam Chair, there are 2 people on Zoom. If we were doing this one-on-one or 2 and 2, I do have 2 people on Zoom. If we're going to follow through on this, then they are available.
Let's do it now because I want to call the vote. So either 1 person each or 2 people each.
No, we should. Councilmember Fife? 2? Okay. So 2 people, 1 minute each per person? Yeah.
Yes, let's do 1 minute each because I want to get to the vote.
Should we alternate 1?
Okay. So this will be 2 speakers each, 1 minute per speaker. Councilmember Kalb will go first, and then Councilmember Fife.
Okay, Jonathan Mincer should be on Zoom. He has to raise it. Maybe he should raise his hand. Is he on Zoom?
Jonathan Mincer, you've been named as a support for Councilmember Kalb's amendment. You have 1 minute. Please begin your comments.
Yes, can the council hear me?
Yes.
Apologies for no longer being in the room. Other requirements came up. My name is Jonathan Mincer. I'm the Director of External Relations for the Jewish Community Relations Council, the largest collective voice of Bay Area Jews, representing over 50 synagogues and organizations, including 30,000 Oakland residents, 90% of whom polling shows identify as Zionists, i.e. believing that Israel has a right to exist as a Jewish state. I want to commend the City Council for considering amendments to the proposed resolution to make sure that the voices and experiences of all Oakland residents are represented including your 30,000 Jewish residents. As you've heard today, many Oakland citizens believe the language is flawed, regardless of one's political views. The proposed language states two unequivocal facts: that Hamas, a U.S. designated terrorist organization, murdered Israelis and is holding 200 people hostage. I was dismayed to hear some people in public comment saying these were lies or these actions were justified. This is not true. Nuance matters. We are asking you to join every California state and federal official, including everyone whose name that this is going to be sent to state that Hamas actions were of terror, not resistance.
Councilmember Cobb, who was your second person?
Councilmember Fife is going to have somebody then come back. One. Yeah.
Okay.
No, they're here.
Hello, hi Council. My name is Lee.
Please lift up the microphone.
Okay, thank you. My name is Lee Goodman Gargaliano, and as a Jewish D6 Oakland resident, I've been horrified day after day after day at the scale of murder and destruction wrought by Israel's U.S.-funded bombs. Oakland has a proud history of standing for justice and against apartheid in South Africa, as lifted up earlier. Our tax dollars are paying directly for Israel's genocide of Palestinians. We have an obligation to do what we can from having our resources be used to further this massive violence. And we have an important role to play in creating the political pressure at the national level to stop U.S. tax dollars from funding mass murder and destruction. This amendment to condemn Hamas is a distraction and deflection. It's an attempt to minimize more than 15,000 Palestinians dead, more than two-thirds of Palestinians in Gaza displaced.
Councilmember Kolb, you have one more speaker?
If she's on Zoom, Lisa Malul, M-A-L-U-L, or Lisa Schulman Malul. She should be on Zoom. Lisa, if you could hear us, please raise your hand.
Go ahead, Lisa.
I'm sorry?
Thank you. You can hear me, yes?
Oh, yeah.
So I just, in support of the amendment, and thank you, Dan, so much. The important part of this to call out again and again is the illogic and the fabrications and the reversals of causality that go into the conspiracy that is anti-Zionism. There is a woman in that room with a hoodie that says the Anti-Zionist Social Club. Can you imagine if it said that for any other group? We need to stop and think about what is actually happening here. As Jews, we have been ignoring these issues and trying to make peace with people that do not want it. I implore you, please, to the council, please rethink what you are doing, because you are fomenting anti-Semitism when you vote down this amendment. Nothing more, nothing less. And the cheers and the jeers of the people in the council room only prove the point.
Call for the question on the amendment.
Okay. Let's hear from Councilmember Fife's second speaker, and then we are calling the votes.
Everyone! Let's go! Behind, that's behind. Behind and be quiet. Behind and be quiet. Behind, be quiet. No, the toys. The toys, please.
All right. My name is Lotta, and I'm going to say a few things, one of which is it is pretty offensive that even after we try to keep this resolution so simple, you all found a way to add just another little disclaimer. It's impossible to acknowledge humanity It's impossible to acknowledge our humanity as Palestinians without it being contingent on a but. And I want to say one thing to you, Councilmember Kalb, your facts are not facts. Your amendments only fan the flames of the war on terror. They use racist tropes, and with all due respect, I do not need you, Councilmember Kalb, or any one of you to tell me as a Palestinian what keeps me safe.
Right.
What keeps us safe is an end to war and occupation. And Councilmember Reed, I really would implore you to not also stand with the one white man who chose to add amendments.
What?
Our humanity is not contingent on anything. And I'll just end by saying you are really ruining this democratic process. You are undermining your own democratic process. Look behind you, look to the comments, look to everybody who's spoken up in support of this resolution. By supporting this amendment, you are being undemocratic. This government has failed the people and humanity. The U.S. government has failed us. We're looking to you guys to do better.
Yes.
Okay, thank you, everyone. We're going to call the vote.
On the Cobb amendment, moved by Councilmember Cobb, seconded by Councilmember Reed. Councilmember Fife.
Democratically, yes.
Wait.
Wait, which one did you call?
We are doing
just
the
to be
amendment.
clear,
No, yours
this is first the vote on Councilmember Kalb's amendments.
I am so sorry.
Yes is accepting the amendments. No is not accepting the amendments.
I do not accept the amendments, no.
So is that an aye or a no? Councilmember Gallo.
No.
Councilmember Jenkins.
No.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
No.
Councilmember Ramachandran.
No.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
Council President.
No.
Please don't disrespect me as a black woman.
Motion fails with a vote of 6 noes, 2 ayes. Moving on to the main motion moved by Councilmember Fife, seconded by Councilmember Gallo, removing
Madam Chair.
USAID from the...
Just a second. Councilmember Kalb?
Two things. I'm wondering if Councilmember Fife wants to add that word coexistence in that one paragraph that I had in there. I thought there was a lot of interest in that. I'm asking you, Councilmember Fife.
I don't make decisions on my own, so
It just has
as-
in the existing
as is.
paragraph adding one word, justice, coexistence.
we'll keep it as is, as is.
I'm just asking.
Hear me?
Okay.
Can you,
I
can you hear
I
me?
can't hear anything. I can't hear anything.
Please quiet down so that we
People.
can get clarity on the vote we are taking.
People, no. We did have conversation about this with the organizers that put all the energy into drafting this amendment. We did suggest coexist was an alternative word that would be acceptable at that time. I'm hearing from folks tonight that is not acceptable, so I will keep the amendment as is.
Okay.
Sorry, the resolution as is.
Okay, Madam Chair, I just wanted to say that I'm sorry that word is not acceptable. That's odd. But let me just.
We have
Okay,
to.
please.
We have to hear.
Please
Can we vote?
be respectful.
All right, let's vote.
The question has been called.
Yeah, I do want to say, Madam Chair, that I want to once again reiterate my appreciation for Councilmember Fife and those who she worked with in developing a resolution that did not have those hot button problematic divisive words in other places, and because of that, I want the public to know that adopting this resolution It talks about a ceasefire and return of hostages and aid, but it doesn't, the resolution in and of itself, separate from the rhetoric we heard, but the resolution in and of itself in writing does not delegitimize the existence of Israel. And because of that, I'm going to support the resolution.
Just a reminder, the question has been called. We will move forward with the vote.
Thank you, Councilmember Call, because that was the intent. That was absolutely the intent.
Yep.
Okay.
On the main motion supporting the resolution as is, but removing the word USAID from the resolution. Again, this was moved by Councilmember Fife, seconded by Councilmember Gallo. Councilmember Fife.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you, Councilmember Call. Yes.
Councilmember Gallo.
Absolutely, yes.
Councilmember Jenkins.
Aye.
Councilmember Cobb.
Aye.
Councilmember Kaplan.
Aye.
Councilmember Ramachandran.
Aye.
Councilmember Reed.
Aye.
And Council President Bass.
Aye.
Motion passes with a vote of 8 ayes. We still need to get through open forum. We still need to get through open forum. We still need to get through open forum. Excuse me, please. Can I just call the names of the people who would like to speak for open forum?
Madam President?
Yes, go ahead.
If I may, so often before we go to open forum, we uplift people whose lives we wish to honor. And so as we seek how we can go forward together with greater unity to build a future of peace, I want to acknowledge all of the victims of white supremacy and the rise recently in both anti-Semitism and Islamophobia that Jewish and Muslim people throughout this nation and beyond have been subjected to greater violence and harassment. And it is important that we work as we go forward together to ensure that we are uplifting peace and that we are uplifting our united front against hate and recognizing where it comes from. And this racist, white supremacist, great replacement theory that is being spread against Jews and against Muslims all over this country is what was quoted by the mass murderer who shot up over 11 people at the Tree of Life synagogue. And that same white supremacist great replacement theory was quoted by the murderer who killed a 6-year-old Muslim kid in Chicago. And this past weekend, 3 students in Vermont were shot by a white supremacist. And these white supremacists would love for me and my cousins to think that we are each other's problems, but we are not. Love life.
Love life. Okay, we are going to move to open forum. We have a few comments. I would like to talk to some of you afterwards, so feel free to stay. I think we have 5 comments for open forum. Is that correct? No? Okay. Maybe not. Okay, let's do a quick photo. It looks like there's a stack of comment cards, and then we will be able to move on. Yes.
Do you want to just have whoever is speaking for open forum come up and say their name rather than try to, because many of them may have left.
A lot of speakers, so we'll just do a quick photo at the request of Councilmember Gallo. Yes. Okay, at this time, we are moving to open forum. We are going to start with our Zoom speakers. Please go ahead and grab a seat if you are staying. Thank you.
Calling on our Zoom speakers, starting with Blair Beekman.
Thank you. Great job. Great job.
Blair Beekman, you may begin your comments for open forum. Blair?
Hi, thank you. Blair Beekman here. To quickly offer, it is my understanding both Hamas and Israel want to get to a long-term negotiation table of peace and open dialogue, but don't quite know how to get there at this time. Thank you for your efforts today so all of us can get to a long-term negotiation table without more war, harm, and death. Thanks a lot for your meeting tonight. I wanted to offer my public comment today was that as we're dealing with issues in the Middle East, we also have to be dealing with our local issues. We've been actually, if you've noticed, violent crime statistics throughout California are noting that it's been much reduced in the past few years now. We need to note that surveillance technology is really doing its job, and that there's going to be a new push for new surveillance technology in the upcoming months. We have to acknowledge that and really work towards openness and dialogue and not turn into a war democracy.
We are moving through open forum. Ms. Asada, Mr. Hazard, Melvin Mackey, Naomi Katz, Da Famamo, Angelica Guerrero, Aisha, Spencer. Mr. Hazard would like to, let's exit, let's exit quietly. I can't even, I'm tired. Let's exit quietly so people can have their chance to have their open forum comments, please. There are still people who would like to make comments during open forum. Again, there is still a meeting in progress, and there are still people who would like to make comments during open forum. If we could clear the middle of the dais, please. Take your conversations outside. Hi. Maybe I should do the clap. I don't. I want you guys to respect the rules of the council.
Mic
and the
check.
Meeting.
Mic check.
There is still a meeting in progress,
We
and there's
are
still members of the
meeting.
public who would like to make open comment. Open forum comment. If we can be respectful so Mr. Hazard can have his comments, please. Go ahead, Mr. Hazard.
Well, the council member. No, because they need to hear this. I'll wait till they get in their seats.
Ms. Asada, would you like to make your open forum comments?
Again, I only see 2 council persons.
I think this is all that's left, Mr. Hazard. Oh, Councilmember Reed is here also. I believe they turned into pumpkins.
To Ms. Asada, we cannot hear you.
Okay, thank you. I'm ready. I was really disappointed. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you. Very disappointed with the so-called resolution tonight, a resolution that didn't deal with the entirety of what's going on. What's going on is genocide. What's going on is a situation where we need to deal with the this the exploitation of people. What we should have had instead of a resolution is an ordinance that would say the city of Oakland will not have relationships or do business with any countries that engage in segregation, discrimination, apartheid, genocide, which would include Israel, and that would have some teeth. This is weak. You look at what Richmond did. They dealt with the genocide. They dealt with the apartheid. You dealt with a ceasefire, but the bigger problem of what's going on in Israel related to apartheid and genocide needs to be dealt with.
Thank you, Ms. Olabala. Mr. Hazard, did you want to take your comments? I did.
Ordinance 13758, the salary increase for the mayor. In July, you approved $13,000. And then the city clerk said a few weeks ago there was an error because I brought to the attention it was $23,000. She said, and go back to the tape, that was an error. Resolution 13758 now has $18,000. 13758 now has $18,000 for which you, Councilmember Fife, introduced back in July for $13,000. This resolution does not even have the approval signatures of the council members. And it has the approved as form, and legality, Mr. Parliamentarian Ryan Richardson. So
If you are in the chamber and you would like to speak for open forum, please step to the podium. Otherwise, we will just move to the Zoom speakers. Okay.
Thank you to everybody who reflects the views of Oakland. We appreciate you, we love you, and we will continue to support you.
Thank you for your comments. Cheryl Davila.
Thank you. I wanted to say I'm Cheryl Davila, former council member for the city of Berkeley, and I'm happy that you passed this resolution this evening. I want to thank council member Carol Fife for putting it forward. And to Dale and Cal, Zionism is racism, which is equal to hate. And I hope that Oakland moves forward with the Israel divestment from Israel apartheid next. South Africa, that was when South Africa divested, when we divested in South African and apartheid, they came to Oakland, and Oakland stood proud on that stage at the Oakland Coliseum, and we need to do that again. This ceasefire is just a stop for right now, but it needs to continue.
Thank you for your comments. Oops. Liz Sook. Go ahead and begin your comments.
Thank you. I didn't get to make my public comment earlier, but thank you, City Council members. My name is Liz Suck. I'm the Executive Director of Oakland Rising that represents 60,000 progressive voters in Flatlands of Oakland. I currently live in D7 where I grew up, raising my children. Thank you, Council President Nikki Bass, for taking a stand to call for ceasefire a few weeks ago and for Councilmember Fife for working with community, bring this resolution forward and the votes to pass the resolution. I can't believe conversation had to result in this tension rooted in the amendments introduced by Councilmember Kalb and seconded by Councilmember Reed. This resolution was a bare minimum. Thank you, Oakland, for showing up for all sorts of people power. All calls for amendment is a lesson in Zionist pro-genocide math. 75 years plus of apartheid, 20,000 Palestinians murdered by billions of US tax dollars. Make this make sense.
Delphine, you are next.
Hello, my name is Delphine Brody. I'm a District 1 resident and an anti-Zionist Ashkenazi Jew whose ancestors arrived in this country in the early 20th century, fleeing anti-Semitic pogroms in Russia-occupied Poland, Lithuania, and Belarus. I wholeheartedly supported the resolution, and thank you so much, Councilmember Fife, for introducing this. I'm delighted to see that it passed unanimously. The Jewish guiding principle of Tikkun Olam, with its imperative to repair the world, is in alignment with Oakland's Love Life motto, calling on the city to protect life and oppose violence, and that is what we did tonight. These values are antithetical to the Zionist settler colonial project and its ongoing genocidal occupation. I second former Berkeley City Council member Davila for who's.
Thank you for your comments. Your time was up. Last Zoom speaker, Mohammed. Please begin your comments.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to thank Councilmember Fife, Councilmember Boss, Councilmember Jenkins for your comments, and to the Oakland City Council as a whole for standing on the right side of history. And this is something that we will look to in the future as being on the side of justice. So thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anybody else in the chambers wishing to make open forum comments?
Oh, you guys. I would like to say first, I'm a resident of District 6 in Oakland. I'm a proud Oakland resident, and I represent Oakland every day. And I just want to say thank you guys for the work that you've done. Thank you for the consideration that you took. I am 43 years old, and my earliest memories of my father was being on his shoulders at protests, begging people to see us as human. So 43 years later, I'm taking my own nephews riding on my shoulders to protest. So I thank you for starting this wave of change, and I thank you for allowing us to be seen as worthy. I thank you.
All right, just to be fair, so no one says I didn't, I'm just going to read the cards. Danny Kaplan, Rachel Sanders, Tree Hart, Jonah Lowndes, Jeff Powers, Gustavo G., Raul Gonzalez, Peter Shapiro, Ellen Brickley, Eric Simpson, Betsy Stone, Margaret Troe, Cheney Turner, Raymond Pissarro, Nika Prince, Ty Haggard, Denard Ingram, Ryan Barber, Sonia Ann Avila. Card with no name, last four digits of the phone number are 1683. Wassam Hay, Naomi Katz. Anybody wishing to make open forum comments, please step up to the mic or raise your hand. Otherwise, all names have been called.
Denard Ingram, thank you all for your work tonight. Thank you, Councilmember Fife, for bringing this resolution forward. And to everybody who put out a statement, including President Bass, thank you for supporting this movement. Someone mistakenly said revolution earlier. It is a revolution, and liberation is the goal. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rami Aja. I just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, thank you all so much. It's not easy what you do, and we see you. I can't even put into words. You're not just standing on the right side of history, you're setting the precedent for other communities to also take the lead in that with you. And I just greatly appreciate it. Thank you all so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you all. It's 10:24. The meeting's adjourned.